Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku became Kokushibo and had Harem? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Izuku Yagi, the Upper Moon's successor by Kahlua Zoldyck 3000. Location: Mustafa Hospital. Doctor: I'm sorry, ma'am, unfortunately, your son is quirkless. Inko: oh, doctor. But on the other hand, it seems as though your daughter has a strong telekinesis quirk, but with a painful Inko mood swing. You hear that, Izumi? You can be a hero. Doctor: ma'am. Inko didn't hear him since she had already barged through the door and ran off, leaving her only son, Izuku, behind. Doctor sighs. Another quirkless child, another painful session. No offense, young one. I have nothing against quirkless people. In fact, I'm quite jealous of them. They're as close as to the old normal, in my opinion. Izuku: you think so? Doctor: yeah, but, if it makes you feel better, I believe you can be a hero, if you try. The choice is yours, young man. Izuku: really? Doctor: yes. Take it from me, I don't have a quirk. People just mistake my powers as one. Izuku: wait, if you don't have a quirk, then what do you have? Doctor: it's best not to tell you. Please, don't tell anyone of our conversation. Just keep it to yourself. Izuku: thanks, doctor. What was your name again? Tamayo. Oh, my name is Tamayo. Tamayo Yamamoto. Yes, they're married, in case you're wondering. Izuku: thanks, Dr. Tamayo. Tamayo: you're welcome. And please, just call me Lady Tamayo. It's what I'm referred to as around here. Izuku: alright, I'll see you then, Lady Tamayo. Tamayo: likewise, young man. Izuku then left. Just as he did, another person came into the room. Tamayo: Yushiro, what brings you here? Yushiro: he is calling for us, my love. He says it's urgent. Tamayo: right, just in time, too. My shift was just about to end. Please, tell her to open up a gateway. I just have to check out. Yushiro: as you wish. Telepathically: Nakame, you know what to do. Nakame: do not rush me, Yushiro. Yushiro: whatever, just open it up in the alleyway next to the hospital. TIMESKIP 11 years. Izuku's life had been way too unbearable for him to handle. His sister, and his former friends, had all turned their backs on him. They bully him every day. It turned worse when he was in grade school. He met more people that joined in on the bullying, which were the future Class 1A students. Only 3 helped him during his rough time. Those were his only friends: Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu, and Kyoka Jiro. They didn't do it out of pity, rather, they did it out of selflessness and love for him. Every day, they would treat him with his injuries. They would even share their food with him when his parents wouldn't even make him any meals. Also, during the years, Izuku developed a cold and aggressively harsh personality. His death stares are by far the most intimidating thing about him, though he never really gave anyone a death glare before, other than villains that happened to mess with him on his bad days, which were every day. Over the years, his hair started to turn black and red for some reason. His eyes also turned red. Right now, the date was July 14th, a day before Izuku and Izumi's birthday. All future Class 1A students were sitting down in their middle school classroom, and the teacher was handing out some kind of forms for their future careers. Teacher: okay, I'm supposed to be handing these out to you guys for your future plans. The class groaned in annoyance. Teacher: but, you're all pretty much planning to go for the hero course, am I right? Throws the papers in the air. Everyone then started using their quirks like it wasn't against the law. All except for some people that didn't have oversized egos. Teacher: yes, you all have wonderful quirks. Stop using them now, you might get seen on the outside if you do. Everyone stopped using their quirks, and the teacher started speaking again. Teacher: it seems like all of you are aiming for Ua, am I right? Everyone cheered once again. Teacher grins, and it also seems like the quirkless is also applying. Typical. Everyone whipped their heads to Izuku's direction, and they all started laughing, except the 3 that were nice to him. Izuku, however, didn't really care anymore. He then boldly said, Izuku. So what if I am applying, huh? What's it to you? Everyone got a bit taken aback by his response. Never have they ever expected him to respond like that. Katsuki got up and exploded his desk, causing him to get sent down to the floor. He grabbed Izuku by the collar and pinned him to the back wall. Katsuki. Oh, look at the quirkless loser. All grown up, and talking back to adults. You think you're so tough, huh? Look here, Deku, don't even think about applying to UA. You'll die in the exams. Izuku didn't respond. Instead, he laughed at him. Izuku sent a punch at Katsuki, causing him to let go and fall to the floor. Izuku then stepped on his face, rubbing his shoes on him and dirtying his face. Izuku. So what if I do die? Isn't that what you all wanted this entire time? Isn't that why you're bullying me every day for the past few years? Tell me, why are you only caring now that I die? Katsuki. Izuku. Answer now, before I crush your eyeball. Katsuki. Kirishima. Leave him, Bakubro. He's not worth it. Izuku. Yeah, just like how dyeing your hair red isn't worth it either. Kirishima. Why, you. Iida. Deku, let go of Katsuki at once. You want to be a hero, yet you do that. Not very hero-like. Kirishima. Yeah, so unmanly. Izuku. Not very hero-like. Unmanly. Hey, funny that it's coming from the least manly and least heroic people here. Zero. What, Izuku? You beat me up every day, and you use me as your punching bag. How is that hero-like or manly? Nobody could say anything and they were resisting the urge to throw him out the window right then and there. Momo. Not saying anything. That just proves his point. You're no heroes at all. Ochako. You guys are just as bad as the villains that you'll face in the future. Kyoka. Yeah, teacher. That's enough. Izuku Midoriya, Kyoka Jiro, Ochako Uraraka, Momo Yaoyorozu. If you throw any more insults at these future heroes, then I will personally have your future careers taken down. I don't care how rich you are, Yaoyorozu, and you won't stop me. Understand? Izuku. Yeah, sure. 3 girls. Fine, teacher. Good, now let's start the lesson. Izuku then got his foot off of Katsuki, and he shot one final glare at him. Katsuki didn't see it, but he did feel it. He just didn't know where it was from. At the end of the day, Ochako, Kyoka, and Momo had to go early because something came up. Mainly for Ochako and Jiro, but Momo decided to tag along because they were her best friends. While he was packing his stuff, he suddenly got pushed down by Katsuki and Shoto, who were looking as angry as ever. Behind them were Denki, Kirishima, Katsumi, Shoka, and Izumi. Katsuki. We're not done here, Deku. You've got some nerve to humiliate the future number 1 hero in front of the class. Izuku. Future number 1 hero. Tisk. Don't make me laugh. You're better off as a villain, considering your attitude. Katsuki. Why, you. Shoto. Don't use your quirk on him, Katsuki. If you burn him too much, then it may arise suspicion. Izuku. It'll be alright. I mean, you have that burn scar, but nobody thinks it's suspicious. Maybe because everyone else thinks it was due to training with your dear old dad. Laughs mockingly. Shoto growled in anger. Izumi. Look, I don't know what your problem is, but I suggest you stop it. It may have only started this morning, but it's already getting out of hand. Izuku. And the bitch of a sister started speaking. And what if I don't stop? What are you gonna do? Force choke me to death. As if. Izumi. If you keep talking, then I will. Izuku. Well, go ahead and do it, then. Let's see if you can. To be honest, I don't really care what happens anymore. All I care about is the answer behind why you all started beating me up in the first place. Of course, not like you will answer me, nor will you actually kill me. You're way too dumb to give an answer, plus you're way too much of a coward to even kill a person. Izumi was taken aback by his response, and she became angry. Izumi brought her hand out, making Shoka and Katsumi gasp lowly. They were sweating a lot because they didn't know that Izumi would actually do it. Then again, she seemed provoked by what Izuku said. Izumi. I just have to choke him with telekinesis, right? If so, then wait, why do I want to do it? Doesn't matter, I just have to. Why is this so hard? I've been beating him up for the past few years. A simple choke shouldn't be a problem, but why does this feel like? I can't do it. Izumi brought her hand down and sobbed in defeat. She started crying, and Katsumi and Shoka comforted her. Izuku. Tisk. I knew it. You're way too much of a coward. You hurt me every single day, but you can't even bring yourself to end someone's suffering. Suffering that you, yourself took part in causing. You know, what if I was the quirked, and you were the quirkless, huh, Izumi? What do you think would happen if that were the case? Izumi didn't respond and she kept crying just by thinking about it. The boys got angry at him and proceeded to torment him before leaving. Katsuki. How dare you make your sister cry, Deku? You will pay for that. Izuku. Huh, what do you mean, Katsuki? Playing dumb, huh? Can't you see, your sister is crying right now, and it's all your fucking fault. Izuku. I don't have a sister. The room was quiet, and everybody froze in shock of what Izuku just said. Izumi looked like as if she had lost all color in her eyes. She looked up at Izuku, and she saw that he didn't have any hint or sense of regret in his eyes, or on his face. He meant everything he just said. Izuku. And if I ever did have a sister, then she would have been by my side even if I don't have a quirk. Denki. Then you shouldn't have been born the way you were. Izuku. Oh, the guy with no brain cells spoke up. Funny that that's what's coming out of your mouth. Denki. Grr, at least I have a quirk. Izuku. Your quirk should be called zombie immunity, because zombies go after brains, something that you don't have. Shoto. You know what, you should stop this at once. You have no right to insult us. Izuku. No, I'm not insulting you, I'm stating facts. Facts like how your mother only sees you as an exact copy as your father with an ice and fire quirk. Katsuki grabs him by the collar. Look, I don't know why you think talking back to us is a good idea, but I suggest you stop now. Talking back to your superiors is something you should never do. You hear me, you bastard. Izuku. I don't see you as a superior. I only see a rabid villain with a superiority complex that torments people for no reason. Just like Ochako said, you're no different than the villains that you'll face in the future. Katsuki threw Izuku on the ground in anger. Katsuki. I don't have any more time for this. Look, Deku, don't waste our time anymore. How about this, I have some advice for you. Izuku. You were the ones that approached me first, in fact, you're the ones that wasted my time. Get on with this stupid advice of yours. Katsuki. If you want a quirk so bad, then pray for one in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Shoto. And don't even think that anyone would care. Not like anyone will feel anything for a quirkless to be dead, anyway. The girls gasped and took a step back. They only agreed to do this in order to protect Izuku, and not to get him killed. They didn't know that Katsuki and Shoto would take it this far. Izuku. You done. Katsuki, Shoto, Denki, Kirishima. Izuku. That's the worst advice that anyone would take. Even Denki realizes that, as what Iida, or Robocop would say, that's not very hero-like. Demonic hand chops. Izuku laughed maniacally and then he wore his bag back on his back. He then left while still laughing at them for thinking that he'd actually follow his advice. Once nobody could hear his laugh anymore, Izumi slapped both Katsuki and Shoto with tears in her eyes. Izumi. You idiots. We only agreed to bully him in order to make him give up his dream in becoming a hero. You took it way too far with that advice of yours. Shoto. PSSH. As if he'd do anything like that. Katsuki. Yeah, he's way too much of a coward to even kill a fly. How do you think that he'll find it in his guts to kill himself? Izumi. You know what, we're apologizing to Izuku once he gets home. That's final. We'll tell him our true reasons for bullying him, and maybe, just maybe, he'll accept our apologies and forgive us. Katsuki. No, you won't. Only until we make it to Ua without him will we tell him our reasons. Izumi. But what if he does take your stupid advice? Whose hands do you think his blood will be on? Tell me. Shoto. Look, like Katsuki said, once we make it to Ua, we'll tell him. Izumi. What if he's dead by then? Shoto. Katsuki. Huh. Izumi. You know what, never mind. You two are way too dumb to even understand. Just don't forget the one reason why we agreed to this. The three of us, girls, only did this to protect him, under the advice that you two gave us. Right now, I'm regretting everything that I did because of you two. Shoto. You're letting your emotions get the best of you, Izumi. Eijiro. Yeah, come on. Your feelings for Izuku will only be your downfall. Denki. What he said. Katsuki. Izumi, this is the only way for him to give up his dream. Either you tell him everything now, and you'll be the first to be forgiven, and maybe get together with him, but also risking him to pursue his dream to be a hero, just because you were selfish enough to do so. Shoto. Or wait a little longer for that forgiveness that you want, and not take any risks that will lead him to continue his dreams. You'll only be motivating him if you do tell him everything. Izumi. I don't even know how that makes any sense. He forgives me, then he continues to pursue his dream. No, he'll understand my intentions, then he'll stop with his dream. That's what I was going for. Kat and Shoka will be there with me. We knew him for longer, so we'll be the first ones to be forgiven. Shoka. Right, Katsumi. As long as I get together with my Iken, I will take those risks. The boys argued together with the girls again, not knowing that Izuku was just outside, smiling like a maniac at how delusional that the three girls that bullied him for the longest time really were. As he went out, he noticed that the sky was a bit cloudy, maybe rain was about to fall later on. He passed by a tunnel under a bridge. He was too distracted to notice that some sludge had been forming beneath him. Once he did notice though, it was already too late. He had already been captured by the sludge villain, and now he was suffocating. He didn't give up so easily. He struggled to get out of the sludge villain's sludge body, but he couldn't. He was being suffocated, and eventually, he was losing consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw someone rushing at the sludge villain. He heard them say something like, "Dark Moon, Evening Palace." Only then was he freed, but he didn't see who his savior was. The only thing that he could make out with his vision is a man with a sword and 6 eyes staring right at him right before he lost consciousness. Just as he did, the figure with 6 eyes approached him. The sludge villain got knocked out right at that moment, and he was now splattered all over the floor. You seem like a strong child. Strong, yet so weak. If you become what I am, then you might be just as strong. I wonder. As he was about to pick him up, he sensed a presence behind him. Tisk, I just had to be interrupted. Oh, well, until we meet again, I remember your face. I'll come back for you. He then disappeared just before the presence he felt had arrived. It was All Might. All Might. Ha ha ha, never fear, for I am here. He took a good look around and saw that the sludge villain had been splattered everywhere, and Izuku was laying on the ground, knocked out. All Might. Izuku, what's he doing here, and why is he unconscious? Better yet, who took the sludge villain out? Izuku then started to wake up, much to All Might's surprise. Izuku groans, what the hell? Oh, All Might, you're here. All Might was a little taken aback since most people would be fanboying and staring in awe of All Might right in their eyes. He didn't act like he was surprised, though. He still had his signature smile on. All Might. Ha ha ha, yes, young man, good thing I made it just in time before you got killed by Izuku. No, you didn't. I know it wasn't you that saved me. All Might. Izuku. If I remember correctly, I don't remember you having a move that's called Dark Moon, Evening Palace, nor do you use a sword. All Might. Nonsense, kid. You're probably imagining things. No hero that I know of uses a sword. Izuku. Well, how do you explain all those slash marks on the walls? How about the fact that I saw him have 6 eyes on his face? If it wasn't a hero, then it must have been a vigilante. If so, then I am thankful for them, whoever they are. Even if it was a villain, I'd be thankful. All Might really was shocked at what he said, but he didn't show it, either. All Might. I see, kid. Hey, don't you want my autograph? Izuku. No, Thank you. What I do want, however, is for you to answer this question truthfully and honestly. Can you do it? All Might. Sure, kid. What's going on here? Usually, he'd be a fanboy, but now he looks like someone who's broken. I wonder why. Izuku. Can somebody without a quirk become a hero? All Might's eyes widened and he took a second to think about his answer. It could either be really good, or really bad. Boot his stupidity just had to step in and make him choose the bad answer. All Might. I could give him one for all, but no. Just because he's your son doesn't mean you can just give him one for all like that. That'd be playing favorites. Besides, he doesn't look like someone who can become a hero in the first place. I don't want to lower his spirits, so I might just give him at least some encouragement. All Might took a deep breath and told him this. All Might. Sorry, young man, but a person without a quirk can't be a hero. It's merely just impossible, but you can become a police officer, if you want. Izuku. I see. Oh, well, might as well be something else, then. If I can't be a hero, then I'll try something that I can be. See you later, All Might. He then walks away, leaving All Might dumbfounded of what had just happened. All Might shrugged it off thinking that Izuku had no motivation to become a hero, so giving him one for all would just be a waste. TF. And so All Might flew off, and since his ass cheeks were way too big for his cargo pants, his pockets ripped and the sludge villain fell and escaped its container, which was a soda bottle that had like 10 holes in it. It fell in a secluded spot where Momo, Ochako, and Jiro were passing by to get to the police station faster since the main way to the station was crowded. As they were passing by an alleyway, the sludge villain came out and took all 3 of them as hostage and took them to the crowded spot. People saw him with the 3 girls and they immediately called on the heroes. The heroes have arrived in under a minute, and the sludge villain noticed them. The sludge villain knocked over some electrical poles and fuse boxes into the buildings and ripped out some of the oil in the nearby vehicles and started multiple fires around the area. Sludge villain. He. How do you hope to save these girls now, heroes? They'll be dead before you can rescue them. Backdraft. You guys take care of the sludge villain. Kamui Woods and I will deal with the fire and civilians. Death Arms. Right. They all tried to fight the sludge villain, but the fire keeps getting in their way, no matter how much that Backdraft puts out. The 3 girls being held hostage were having a hard time breathing due to both the smoke and the sludge villain's suffocation. Smoke covered the area, and not even a hint of sunlight was seen in the area around the scene. Izuku was just passing by, and he saw all the commotion. He peeped through the crowd to see what was going on, and his eyes widened in shock when he saw Momo, Ochako, and Jiro being held hostage by the sludge villain. He then heard the heroes saying stuff like, "My quirks isn't suited for this. I can't help right now, I'm trying to save these civilians. I can't fit through this small street. I have to get rid of this fire." The first of which got Izuku to lose it and charge into the scene and run towards the sludge villain in both rage and worry for his friends. Death Arms. Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing? Izuku didn't answer and ignored everything that the heroes were saying to him. While he was running towards the sludge villain, 2 figures were watching him. One from the crowd, and one from an alleyway. The one from the crowd is All Might, or otherwise known as Toshinori Yagi when not at work, and he's Izuku's father. He was watching Izuku and judged his decision of acting. The one in the alleyway, he was watching Izuku with interest and saw potential in him. He seemed intrigued by his resolve and his fighting spirit. As for Izuku, he got close enough for the sludge villain to notice him. Sludge villain. Tisk. You again, you brat. I'll be sure to kill you this time. The sludge villain then sent some of his appendages at Izuku, to which he dodged with ease. Izuku then grabbed a sharp rock from the ground and threw it at the sludge villain's eyeball and making him blind in that eyeball. He screamed in pain, letting the girls go temporarily and allowing them to breathe. Izuku used this chance to grab and free them from the sludge villain's grasp. Izuku. And, gotcha. Momo, Ochako, Jiro. Izuku. All 3 girls hugged and thanked him for his bravery. They were about to run back, but the sludge villain regained his composure and glared right into Izuku's soul, not even caring about the girls anymore. Sludge villain. You brat. You got in my way. You made me lose my meat shields. You will pay. With your blood. The sludge villain then sent more appendages directed as Izuku. The girls were right behind Izuku, and he prepared to risk his own life to save the girls' lives. The girls knew what he was planning and they tried to stop him, but the sludge villain's appendages were only a few inches away from Izuku. His life flashed before his eyes. All the bullying and suffering he endured, all the pain he received, the neglect from his parents, the many times that he was helped by the three girls, Lady Tamayo's encouragement, up to now. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Before the sludge villain could hit him, however, he noticed something or someone above the sludge villain. He couldn't clearly see the figure's face, but he did hear what he was saying. Destructive death. 8-layered demon core. The sludge villain heard something above him, and he looked up, only to see a flash of blue fists a second away from what's supposed to be his face. The fists connected with his face, and the sludge villain got splattered everywhere due to the shockwaves. Also due to the shockwaves, a dust cloud was formed for a few seconds, and Izuku and the girls were sent back, almost hitting a wall if it weren't for the same figure saving them, preventing them from damaging their backs. It was still dark, and the girls and Izuku's visions were blurry because of the dust that got in their eyes. Izuku got rid of the dust eventually, but his vision was still a bit blurry. Only thing that Izuku could see were his eyeballs. Izuku. You saved us, didn't you? Yes. I can't just let somebody with a strong battle spirit like yours die. These girls also have that. Your auras, your battle spirits, your resolves. They're close to perfection. You're strong, kid. Something's just holding you back from unleashing your true strength. Others may not be able to see it, but I can. Izuku. I am. Hey, you're the first male person that I know of that called me strong. Thanks for saving us, mister. May I know the name of our savior? My name is Hero 1. Hey, they're over here. Crap, I'll tell you the next time we meet, kid. Until next time, farewell. The person then ran away into the alleyways again. The smoke then cleared. After the whole scene, Izuku was scolded for being reckless, whereas the girls were praised for holding out for so long until they rescued them. The girls were enraged, and they snapped at them. Momo. What do you mean by, until you rescued us? Ochako. Yeah, we were clearly about to die, and if it weren't for Izuku, the boy who saved us, we would have been dead. Kamui Woods. Whoa, calm down, girls. You may just be stressed out. That boy that you just mentioned, he was just being reckless. Death Arms then approached them while dragging Izuku by the arm. Izuku was displaying no emotions, but he was clearly trying to prevent himself from snapping. You could tell by the way his eyes were being shadowed, and the way that he was gritting his teeth. Death Arms. I heard shouting. What's going on? Kamui Woods. These girls are just stressed. No big deal, Momo. No big deal. No big deal my ass. If we were to die, then that would be no big deal. Kamui Woods. Well, Jiro. And Death Arms. I heard what you said. Quirk isn't suited for this situation, huh? You could have done what Izuku had done and punched him in the eye. Yet, you just stood there like an idiot. Death Arms. Watch your mouth there, young lady. You have no right to disrespect a pro-hero. Ochako. Pro-hero. Hey, what a joke. You're more of an amateur if you can't even deal with something like this. You're no hero. Izuku is the real hero here. Death Arms. You mean this kid? He's no hero. He's just a kid that's playing hero. His recklessness will only lead to his death. Heck, he's not even worthy of being a hero if that's what he keeps doing. Everything then went silent once he said that. The crowd stopped talking and gasped at what Death Arms said. Just then, they heard a snapping sound. They heard it from where Izuku was standing. Izuku stood motionless. He then looked up with Death Arms with a glare that drilled right into his very soul. Izuku. Huh. Death Arms then let go of Izuku, and he dropped to the ground in fear. Everyone else backed up in fear. Izuku. I'm not worthy of being a hero. Who said I even want to be a hero now after what you said, or even what All Might said about me? Right now, I despise all heroes because of what you said. What All Might told me before I got here just added fuel to that. With both of your statements combined, my hatred only grew bigger. Death Arms, sweating. Scared, look, kid, I don't know what All Might said to you, but you have no right to take it out on me. I can arrest you for illegal quirk usage. Izuku. Illegal quirk usage. How will you arrest me for that? Death Arms. You're using your quirk to intimidate me, right? There. That's my answer. Izuku then started laughing. Live a psychopath. Everyone got shivers down their spine from hearing it. As for Death Arms, he could only stare into his eye, which was glowing while still staring into his soul. Death Arms. What's so funny? Izuku. Ha 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 ha. You think that? Ha ha. You fool. You assumed that the intimidation was my quirk. Ha 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 ha. Death Arms. It wasn't. Izuku. No, in truth, I don't even have a quirk. Ha 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 ha. Everyone who didn't know was shocked at the revelation, and they all started gossiping about stuff. As for Death Arms, his state of being scared turned to anger from having himself humiliated by a quirkless person. He then got up and glared back at Izuku. Death Arms. So you're quirkless. Oh, that pisses me off. I can't believe that I got humiliated by the likes of you. Izuku. And I can't believe how much of a fraud you are. You're getting mad just because a quirkless humiliated you. Oh, wait, you're getting mad because a quirkless such as myself stole your thunder, isn't that right, Death Arms? That's the real reason why you're mad. Tell me I'm wrong. Come on, tell me. His intimidation intensified, and Death Arms was as stiff as a rock. Just by the sheer aura that Izuku was releasing was enough to back him up to the wall. The three girls didn't want Izuku to act like this any further, so they hugged him from behind and begged for him to stop it. Momo. Please, Izuku. Jiro. Stop it. Ochako. You're scaring him to death. Izuku calmed down shortly, and everyone took a second to catch their breaths. Izuku looked at Death Arms one last time, and decided to go, but not before saying something to Death Arms. Izuku. Oi, Death Arms, how about next time when someone does your job for you, you don't scold them. Instead, praise them for being brave enough to step in. If you did what you did to me, it may end differently. Death Arms. Tisk, as if. Izuku. I'm not done talking, you bastard. Size, I was gonna give you some advice to treat the young one better, but I guess there's no point since it's you. Look here, I wanna get some stuff off of my chest that I wanna tell you. Death Arms. Get on with it. Izuku. You're a disgrace to hero society. A fake hero. A real hero would have jumped in there to save them without a second thought. As for me, I jumped in because I was prepared to risk my own life to save my friends. And whoever that guy was that saved us was the one that's supposed to receive the praise. Not me, not the girls, not the licensed heroes here, but that guy. He's the real hero, even more of a hero than All Might. I used to admire him, but after he told me that I can't be a hero, I began to resent him. And with how I saw you look at a quirkless person, my trust and faith in heroes have decreased all the way to below 0%. Most heroes nowadays are fakes that are only in it for the fame and money. I have nothing else to say. I hope the hero killer Stain finds and kills you. Izuku then left. The girls glared at Death Arms before they left, too. The people in the crowd then started booing Death Arms and the other heroes for scolding someone who was doing a better job than them. They started throwing trash at the heroes, except for Mount Lady because she didn't scold Izuku, and for the fact that she was assisting the civilians with their injuries. Everything that happened was broadcasted live all around Japan. It was nearing nighttime, and Izuku had taken the girls to the station because they were called upon for some news. Izuku had arrived home, and he heard Izumi and his parents speaking in their parents' room. Izuku felt like he shouldn't intrude, but he did anyway. Not like he has any care for them anymore. The door was opened slightly, which was beneficial for Izuku. He took out a phone that he bought using the money that he earned from his part-time job, which was a bar in the middle of nowhere. Despite being a shady place, it pays good. Anyway, he put the phone on the camera and video, and proceeded to record the entire thing through the tiny gap in through the door. He didn't forget to put all volumes on his phone on 0 so that he wouldn't get caught if something comes up on Instagram or Reddit. Hold up. Pause. You may be wondering, hey, where's Shoka and Katsumi? Weren't they supposed to be here with Izumi? The answer to that is, The girls decided to wait for the rest of their class, girls to tell their intentions and confess altogether. They decided to tell them the next day, which was, because of the plot, Izuku and Izumi's birthday. Anyway, birthday will be in the next chapter because I don't want to make this chapter longer than 12,000 or 11,000 words. Enough about me, back to the story. Izumi. So, you said you wanted to tell me something important. Toshinori. Yes, my dear daughter. I am not only your father, but I am also. Buffs up the number 1 here, All Might. Ha ha ha. Izuku and Izumi were shocked. Izumi had stars in her eyes, while Izuku's hatred and anger for All Might had only been fueled even more. He decided to remain calm and control his anger for the time being. He can find some other time to let it all out. Inko. And me, I am the number 11 pro heroine, Psywave. I had no other ideas, alright. I recycled the name from Quirky Hero, One for All. It was the only thing I could think of that was from my head, and not one of the other fanfics that I found and admired, and inspired me to make stories of my own. At least, I think it isn't. I got the name, Psywave, from Pokemon. I use it a lot, so, yeah. Anyway, Izumi. Wow, so both of my parents are pro heroes. That's so cool, and I thought only Shoto, Shoka, and Tenya were the only ones with pro hero relatives. All Might. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's really exciting, isn't it? You want to hear something more exciting? An offer I have for you. Izumi. An offer? What offer? All Might. It's about my quirk. As you may know, I usually avoid the question in the media, and leave it off with a joke. That's only a cover-up for the bigger picture. You see, my quirk is called, One for All. Izumi. One, for, all. Izuku. One, for, all. TF. All Might. Ha ha ha. Yes. Allow me to explain. One for All is, and so All Might proceeds to tell Izumi about all that shit about One for All. Blah blah blah. And we're done. Now, after he explains and makes the offer. All Might. So, do you accept? Izumi. I would, but, how about Izuku? Why not give it to him? This surprised Izuku a bit. Izuku. She cares. But, why? Doesn't she hate me? Something's not right here. Tisk. Whatever her reason is, I wouldn't even forgive her if my life depended on it. He continued to listen in. Toshinori shrinks back. He doesn't have the resolve to be a hero, nor has he shown any sense of justice. Plus, he doesn't have the heart of a hero. You may have not seen the news, but Izuku insulted Death Arms and called him a disgrace as a hero. I was there on the scene. He recklessly jumped in to get his friends out. Even if I do give him One for All, it wouldn't take away his recklessness. Rather, his recklessness will lead him to have his own life taken away. So no, I won't give him One for All. You're way more worthy than anyone I know to wield One for All. Izumi took some time to process the information. Izumi. His recklessness will kill him. I knew it. He's already really reckless while quirkless. If he gets a quirk, who knows what will happen. If I do accept One for All, I will be able to defend him from that possibility. I'm sure he'll thank me in the future for what I've done. Yeah, and we'll get married, along with the rest of the girls. If that does happens, everyone will be happy, right? Izumi then took a deep breath and said, Izumi. I accept your offer. Toshinori. Atta girl, I knew you would. Inko. I'm so proud of you, Izumi. We love you more than anything in this world. Toshinori. You're our pride and joy. Give us a hug. Izuku watched the scene from outside the room. They were hugging each other without a care in the world. He stopped recording and had a cold look in his eyes. He wasn't crying or anything. He didn't even feel sad. He was angry. Angry that he was left to believe that he had been forgotten when he had only been ignored this entire time. He kept his calm demeanor, but his rage inside was burning hotter than the sun itself. He walked back to his room and began packing his things. He only took what he could find in his bag. Well, not his bag. It was Toshinori's traveling bags. He fit his clothes, his shoes, his laptop that he bought with stolen money from his families, and some other stuff like food. Also, he stole his sister's Nintendo Switch set just to spite her. With all that, he began to leave the house in a fit of rage. Of course, he didn't forget to steal one of Toshinori's credit cards from his wallet that he always leaves on the kitchen table. He wore a hoodie with bunny ears. He was mad, but he remained calm for now. He was on his way to the bus station to run away. On his way there, he passed by the police station. He saw his 3 true friends coming out, 2 of which had tears in their eyes. Izuku. Hey, guys. What's wrong? Jiro. Huh, Izuku. Ochako. What are you doing here? Izuku. I asked first. What's wrong? Ochako. It's way too painful to say. Jiro. Yeah. Momo noticed the bags. Momo. Hey, what's with the bags? Izuku. Oh, this. I'm running away. Can't stand living in that hellhole any longer. Momo. Ochako. Jiro. What? Izuku. You heard me. I'm running away. That way, I wouldn't be a burden to the 3 of you anymore. You'll have less worries now. Now, tell me what's wrong. Ochako. Fine, we'll tell you. Jiro. Just. Both then started breaking down and cried on the floor. Izuku dropped his bags, except for his backpack, and he hugged both of them to calm them down. Momo did the same. Both hated to see their friends like this. Izuku. Shush. Let it all out. Take your time. I'm sorry for asking. If you don't want to tell me, then that's fine. I understand. Ochako. Wait. Jiro. We said we'd tell you. Ochako. You see. Jiro. Ochako. Our parents, they died. Izuku was shocked. Izuku. What? Momo. They said that they died in a crossfire between a hero versus villain fight. Izuku. When did this happen? Jiro. They said it happened a little while ago, before dismissal. Ochako. They said that they just happened to be in the same place at the same time. Then, they said that the sludge villain appeared. He had accomplices during that time. Jiro. Then, All Might came. They said that the fight was a bit too intense, and she teared up again. Ochako. They were hit by a flying car that All Might threw in order to get one of the villains down. The car blew up since oil was leaking, and it hit a fuse box. They said that they were burned to death. That's what happened to my parents. Jiro. As for mine, they got crushed by falling debris. All Might punched the building way too hard, that multiple people were reported dead. Izuku. All Might, he caused your suffering. Judging by how I met him after class, I'd say he was left off scot-free. Isn't that right, Momo? Due to his status, you're correct. Now I see why you hate him. We hate him now, too. Jiro. Yeah, only thing that he got was a slap on a wrist, and the people telling him to do better next time. Ochako. Only because he's the #1 hero. That's what all this is about. Izuku. I see you've learned the truth. Do you guys have anywhere to go now? Any relatives to take care of you? Ochako. No, not that I know of. Jiro. Neither do I. Izuku. Momo, can they stay with you? Momo. They can, but I don't want to stay with my parents any longer. Izuku. Huh, why not? Momo. You see, last night, my parents, they agreed to set me up with a quirk marriage. With Shoto Todoroki. Izuku. Ochako. Jiro. What? Momo. I overheard them. They said that Endeavor and Shoto will come over at our place this Saturday for lunch and tell us about it. Izuku. Shoto Todoroki. Of all people, why him? He's the last person you'd want to marry. He has a huge crush on you, but he only ever sees you for your body. He doesn't appreciate you as a person. Momo. You think I don't know that? I don't want to marry him. Izuku. Your parents don't decide who you end up with. Who you end up with is your choice, and your choice alone. Momo. Like I can change their mind. This is Shoto Todoroki we're talking about. Endeavor's son. Anything I do will be futile. That's why I want to run away, too, Izuku. My parents will set me up with someone who's only after my body. I don't care what I do anymore, as long as I get away from him. If you're gonna run away, then might as well take me, too. Ochako. Jiro. And me. Izuku. What EHY would you wanna go with me? I don't have anything that I could give you guys. I'm useless. Momo. Ochako. Jiro. No, you're not. Izuku. IEH. Size. Fine. You can come along with me. But I'm leaving tonight. Bus station will be closed for renovation tomorrow night, and I doubt it will open up anytime soon. Last bus leaves in 2 hours. Pack your bags, and meet up there. That is, if you're really serious about leaving. All three. 100%. Izuku sighs, geez. Alright, see you in a while. I'll pay for the tickets. The three nodded, and they went back to their homes and ran away. Ochako and Jiro's houses were right next to each other, so it was faster to pack their stuff. But for Momo, hers was a challenge. Mainly because of all the cameras around. Anyway, they somehow did it undetected and nobody saw them. At least, that's what they thought. Some blonde person with rainbow-colored eyes was watching them with interest. So, those were the girls with the red-haired boy that those two were talking about, Shame I couldn't eat them. He continued to follow them quietly. The girls arrived at the bus station, and Izuku was already waiting for them there. Their trip is bound for the countryside. There, the chances of them being caught are low. What they're wearing, and they were all carrying bags. The four waited for about a few minutes for their bus. They noticed that they're the only people on that bus that night. They didn't really pay any mind to it since it will lower their chances of being recognized. A while later, their bus arrived. They entered, and the bus driver looked a bit shady because of his creepy smile. Izuku was the last one to board. He could swear that he saw the guy lick his lips for a second there. Yeah, I know it's Higuchi from Death Note. I couldn't think of anyone else. After a few minutes, their bus departed, and the four sighed in relief that they could be free from their old classmates. Jiro and Ochako were still a bit down because of their parents' deaths, but they were beginning to move on. At least, only a little. About 30 minutes have passed. Suddenly, the bus halted to a stop and the engine turned off. The four were confused, but then they saw the driver standing up and coming to them with a creepy and perverted smile on his face. Driver. Oi oi, Izuku. What do you want? The girls got behind Izuku in fear. Driver. I just want to have some fun with these girls. You know what I mean. You can join in, if you want. Izuku. I know what you mean, and I won't join. They're going through tough times. Leave them alone. Driver. No, thanks. If they are going through tough times, then I might as well give them pleasure to make them feel better. He then pulls out a gun. Driver. So don't get in my way. Izuku. I'll do anything to protect them. Even if it means my life. Do your worst, you bastard. Driver. All right. Just before the driver pulled the trigger, they all heard glass breaking. The front window had been shattered, and the driver had been impaled from the back by what looked like a vines made of ice. The girls stared in horror of the scene. Izuku just stood there with his eyes widened. They backed up and they can only watch what was happening. The driver was then pulled out of the bus through the window, and they saw three people outside. They couldn't see their faces because it was dark out, and the engine was off. Question mark. 1. Children, don't be afraid, we have no intention of harming you. Question mark. 3. Nice to see you again, kid. I don't really say this often, but you'll make an exception. Question mark. 2. So these are the ones you spoke about. Such a handsome young man and such beautiful young ladies. Good thing we got here when we did, or else all of that would have been wasted. Question mark. 1. Children, if you would, can you come out? We just want to have a little chat. The four were skeptical. Being the boy of the group, Izuku stepped forward. Izuku. If we do step out, will you kill us like you did that guy? Question mark. 2. What? Ha ha ha. No. Why would we? We saved you, didn't we? Question mark. 3. I hate to agree with this guy, but I came here for the same reason. Izuku. Okay. I'm trusting you. Come on, girls. The three followed his lead and stepped out the bus. Once they did step out, they could now see their faces clearly. One had long and spiky black hair with red tips, and he had 6 eyes on his face, plus he had, Upper Moon 1 foot written on his eyeballs. He was also wielding a sword. Another had blonde hair with a blood stain on the top of his head, as well as rainbow-colored eyes that had, Upper Moon 2 feet written on them. He was wielding 2 golden fans with lotus symbols. Last one had pink hair and blue stripes all over his body, and his eyes had blue sclera, plus they had, Upper Moon 3 feet written on them. Izuku. Who are you guys? Doma. Oh, where are our manners? My name is Doma, nice to meet you. Smiles and shakes his hand. Izuku could see through it. Izuku. Your smile, it's fake, isn't it? Why, Doma? Well, I couldn't really feel anything, so I act like I have, so then eventually I can feel emotions in the future. But don't get me wrong, I do want to have friends. And friends tell each other stuff, right? First off, what's your name? Izuku. Izuku. Just Izuku. I abandoned my last name. I want nothing to do with it. Doma. Oh, I totally understand. How about you young ladies? Question mark question mark question mark. 3 pulls him back. All right, that's enough out of you, Blondie. Question mark question mark question mark. 1. Akaza, what did I say about disrespecting those in a higher rank than yours? Akaza, you told me not to. Whatever. Doma. Kokushibo being so serious as always, I see. Kokushibo. You too, be quiet. Don't forget what we came here to do. Kokushibo then walked up to the 4. Kokushibo. You're that boy, the one I saved earlier from that villain in the tunnels. Izuku. That was you. Thanks, Mr. Kokushibo. Don't thank me, child. I only did that because I see potential in you. You're so strong, yet so weak. Izuku. What, Momo? What do you mean by that? Akaza. Your battle spirit is strong, kid. Stronger than these 3 girls combined. You just can't seem to realize it. Izuku. How strong, exactly? Akaza. That's for us to know, and you to find out. How strong you are and how strong you'll get all depends on what you do. Kokushibo. Enough talk. Let's get to the point, shall we? Doma. I mean, that's what we came here to do, right? Akaza. What else did we come here for? Jiro. What are you 3 planning? Ochako. You said you won't harm us. Akaza. Who said we were planning to harm you? I won't, and Kokushibo surely won't, but Doma sure will. Doma. Hey, that's not nice. Kokushibo knew what the outcome was and he sighed a sigh that was clearly saying, I don't have time to deal with this shit. He then stepped forward and began speaking. Kokushibo. I'll make this quick. I have an offer for you. Izuku. An offer. Is it only for me, or do my friends get it, as well? Kokushibo. All 4 of you do. Akaza told us about you 4. He says he sees great potential in all 4 of you. His lordship has gained interest in you. We want the 4 of you to become one of us. Become demons. All 4's eyes widened in shock. Momo was in more shock than the rest. She read about them through books in the library, but she never really thought them to be real. They eventually calmed down, but Momo was still in shock. Momo. Demons. As in the man-eating demons from the books I've read. Kokushibo. Depends on what books you've read. Some of them contain false context about our kind. Some said even we weren't real. Some had even made false tales about our histories. Momo. I read a book, a really old one. I borrowed it from the library, but I accidentally brought it with me here. I was supposed to return it this morning. From the date written, it was written in the Sengoku period. Kokushibo. 400 years ago. What did it say? Who wrote it? Momo. It said that despite all of you being so strong, you can't walk in the sun, unless you find some shade. You have infinite stamina, infinite lifespan, regeneration ability, plus you're immortal. You eat humans in order to become stronger. Only way to kill a demon is with the sun, or with a blade made with special ore. Demon slayers wield these special swords, and they're not known to the government throughout the old ages. Is that the truth, Kokushibo? That is correct. I am one of the oldest demons to have lived. I myself was turned into a demon during the Sengoku period. Tell me, who wrote that book you read? Momo. Someone named Yorichi Sugikuni. He claims to be one to almost finish off the Demon King. Did you know this person? Kokushibo. Yes, he was my younger twin brother. Momo. He was your. Wait, does that mean that you're Mikikatsu Sugikuni. Kokushibo. That is correct. And I was the one who killed my own brother. He probably wrote that book before he was killed. All four were shocked that Kokushibo killed his own brother. They could tell that he regretted it due to the tears flowing down his eyes. All six of them. Izuku. I see. Whatever your reason for killing your brother was, he'll still forgive you. As for myself, I can't forgive my own sister or my parents. I understand your situation, Kokushibo. Thank you. Most people would look at these cases with disgust. You're different. Izuku. Izuku. Also, girls. All three girls. Yeah. Izuku. Should we, accept their offer? The three thought about it for a second. They looked at each other and nodded. They then looked at Izuku and nodded at him. Izuku looked back at Kokushibo with a smile on his face. Izuku. We accept your offer. Damn, this gave me Villain Sans Squad Episode 5 vibes. Doma and Akaza stopped whatever they were doing and looked at the four with grins on their faces. Kokushibo. Are you certain? Remember, once you do this, there's no going back. Izuku. Being human has only led us to misery. I still have my wounds from being bullied all my life. I want them to go away. Plus, I want my true friends to wake up knowing that there's only two things they have to worry about. Ochako. Even if we can't stay under the sun anymore, as long as we can escape this hell, we don't care what we become. Momo. I want to be free from that stupid quirk marriage that my parents set me up on. Becoming a demon is the best option. Jiro. Being a demon sounds cool, but being allergic to the sun sucks. Not like I'm much of an outdoor person, anyway. So, sure, why not? Kokushibo. That's good to hear. Akaza. Attaboy. Izuku. Slaps his back. Izuku drops to the ground. Ow. Doma. Akaza, you hit him too hard. Akaza. I'm not blind. I can clearly see that. Izuku then got an idea. Izuku. Hehe. This gives me an idea. Hey, Mr. Kokushibo. Kokushibo. Kokushibo is just fine. And yes, what is it? Izuku. Based on your knowledge, who knows about the Demon Slayer Corps? Kokushibo. From the information I gathered, the government and the Hero Association, along with everyone who joins the hero courses, are aware of the existence of both demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. Why do you ask? Izuku. Perfect. I have a plan. I want everyone to think that all four of us are dead. Demons regenerate, don't they? Cut some of our body parts off. Once all four of us become demons, we'll just regenerate our lost limbs. Doma. Oh, this one is smart. I like your plan. Ochako. This guy reminds me of Ryuk's drama show version. Doma. Oh, you watch drama, too. Oh, we'll get along quite well. Also, what should I do with this guy? The bus driver was still alive after all this time. He heard everything. Akaza. Kill him. What else? Kokushibo. Wait, let these children kill him. But first, I'll follow Izuku's plan. Just tell me where to cut you. And so they pointed at which body parts they should cut them at. Izuku pointed at his arms and leg. Jiro pointed at her ear jacks and some of her hair. Momo pointed at her arm and some of the hair on her ponytail. And Ochako went with just her arms. They also asked for their blood to be left in a trail leading to the outside. Just to make it believable that a demon attack had happened. Izuku. Ow ow ow. This hurt more than I expected. So, how do we turn into demons? Kokushibo. Drink some of my blood. It contains his lordship's blood. Drink this. I had to, alright. Izuku. Alright. Kokushibo cuts his arms. Be grateful that he himself has chosen you. I, myself have also seen potential in the four of you. Akaza has, as well. Something that rarely happens for him. Take the blood, drink it, and don't spill any on the ground, for if you do, your heads and torsos shall have sorrowful partings. Izuku. We understand. Geez, this guy is serious. I like him. They all drank the blood given to them. The girls all choked from the taste. As for Izuku, well, skip to 201 for his reaction. Izuku fell on the floor while his eyes were spinning and had a smile on his face. Somehow, he endured the taste of the blood, but his body was saying otherwise. The girls, however, were a different story. Their bodies thrashed on the ground for a few minutes. The 3 upper moon demons could only watch while they transformed. The driver was still alive, though. Doma was waiting for the kids to kill him. After about 10 whole minutes, the girls got up. Ochako. Ow, my head. Huh, my hands are back. We're demons now. Jiro. Where did my jacks go? Momo. I don't see any difference in our bodies. Other than the fact that Kyoka became more, bustier. Ochako. And our skin is pale. Is this normal? Doma. Why, yes it is. They turned around and saw that Akaza was punching a boulder, Kokushibo was leaning against a tree, and Doma was playing solitaire by a flat rock. The driver was still alive, though. Doma. A demon's appearance can change to however they like, but that's only for some demons. Although, some only have 2 or 3 forms at most. On rare occasions, you can have more. Hatengu is one of those, but I don't think clones count. Momo. Interesting. I haven't read about that. Remembers something. Wait, Izuku. The 3 girls turned towards his direction. He was still unconscious, but they did notice that his hair grew out. Kokushibo. His transformation may take longer and way more painful, and for that, he may wake up later than all of you. After all, out of all 4 of you, I gave him more blood. Izuku groaned as he started moving again. Kokushibo. Now this is a surprise. Not even Kaigaku had regained consciousness that fast, after I gave him my blood. Akaza. Most humans that receive generous amounts of blood from his higher ranks and master, himself take more than 15 minutes to wake up. The amount that he gave you girls is equivalent to that of a demon in the lower ranks of the 12. For Izuku, however, he was given the amount that Daki, or Upper Moon 6 was given by master. Izuku then started getting up. He was facing the other direction as everybody else. He turned around, and he was almost completely unrecognizable. He looked like a miniature version of Kokushibo. The girls' eyes widened at his appearance. Kokushibo looked more shocked than them. Akaza was all like, and then there were 2. Just great. And Doma. Doma. Oh, Kokushibo made himself a son. Oh, my, what would Nakame think of this? Izuku looked into a shattered piece of glass and saw his reflection. He touched his face and he confirmed he wasn't hallucinating. He poked one of his eyes, and all he could say was, Izuku. Huh, I have 6 eyes. Cool. Kokushibo. Yes, you do. I did not expect that. You will end up looking just like me. Izuku. Neither did I. Hey, why don't you take me in as your personal student? I look just like you, so it only makes sense, right? Kokushibo. I was already planning on doing just that. Izuku. How convenient. So, where to next? Doma. Your first meal is demons, that is. Eat up. He threw the guy on the ground, and the 4 kids killed and at him, but not before leaving some of his body parts lying around. After they were done with him, they turned to the other 3. Doma. Oh, and before we go back to our place, take whatever you want from your bags. Just don't take too much, though. The 4 nodded and they took some of their stuff with them. Izuku took the Nintendo Switch and All Might's credit card with him. Jiro took some instruments and headphones with her. Momo took some of her books with her. And Ochako took some of her manga with her. They said that they were now ready to go. Kokushibo. It seems that it's time. We shall take you to see our master now. Nakame. If you'd please. They heard a biwa sound, and a tatami door came out of nowhere. They all proceeded to go through it. What awaited them beyond that was something that left the kids in awe. It was a giant fortress made of endless rooms and corridors. The kids took a while to examine it. Doma. So, what do you think? Very cool, right, Izuku? This is, wow. I give a 101 out of 100 to whoever made this possible. Ochako. Wowie. Jiro. This place rocks. Momo. Incredible. Izuku. Amazing. Kokushibo. Most would see this as confusing and annoying at first glance, but you are one of the only ones that complimented this place when you first see it. Akaza. Each demon moon has their own personal quarters in this fortress. We ask our Upper Moon 4, Nakame, to help us with them. Due to the advancements made in today's era, some parts of the fortress were, how do you say this? Updated. Yeah, that's the word. They were updated to the designs of some of the more modern types of room designs. Izuku. 102. 102 out of 100 is what I'd give now. Kokushibo. Sit down. All 4 of you children. We wait for his lordship here, along with all of the other moons. Izuku. As you wish, master. Kokushibo. Master. Izuku. You agreed to train me, right? It's only right that I call you master. Kokushibo. I see. If that is what you wish, then I will accept myself as your master. Izuku. Great. So, how long until your master arrives? Kokushibo. Not long, he'll be here in a few minutes. Doma. Oh, while we're waiting for him, why don't we show the 4 of you around? Even though this place keeps spinning around, it wouldn't hurt to, right? Momo. Thanks, Doma. Kokushibo. I'll stay here. Do what you want. Akaza. I'll tag along just in case Doma here tries something funny. Izuku. What do you mean? Akaza. Mr. No respect for women here has a habit of only devouring females. I have no knowledge of him eating males during his demon life. Doma. And as for Akaza, he only eats males. He says that they're stronger, but I consider females as way more nutritious meals for demons. I mean, they do carry babies in their stomachs. Izuku. Is that way you two dislike each other? Doma. Oh, no, I don't dislike Akaza. I actually want to be his friend, but sadly, he considers me annoying. Izuku. I see, maybe he has his reasons. You just have to figure out what they are. Akaza. Finally, someone realizes it, Izuku. And that proves my point. Doma. So if I do figure out his reasons, then we can be friends. Akaza. Akaza. Don't get your hopes up. I don't plan on making any friends soon. And Izuku here is way more tolerable than your ass. Doma. How rude. Izuku. And what does that mean? Akaza. That's for me to know, and you to find out. Izuku. Oh, okay. Ochako. Man, the tour of this place is getting me so hyped. Doma. Glad you think so. And now, for our first destination. He was cut off by a tatami door from the side, suddenly being bashed open by a certain loud person. Ha 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 ha. Coming through. Coming through. Doma. Oh, dear. Infinity Fortress. Time. Around 6:30 p.m. Coming through. Coming through. Doma. Oh, dear. Koto is going to kill me. Inosuke. Please slow down a little. The person now known as Inosuke slowed down at the notice of Doma's voice, but he didn't stop running. Inosuke. Ha, I'm only testing out my speed, Dad. Don't order around the great Inosuke. Coming through. Inosuke ran off while smashing through more doors. Doma had a defeated look on his face. Akaza had a grin on his face. Izuku and the girls were surprised. Izuku. Doma, you have a son. Doma. Stepson. I turned him into a demon about a year ago when he turned 15. He's 16 now, in case you're wondering. His name is Inosuke. Inosuke Hashibira. He took his mother's last name. Speaking of his mother, I also turned her into a demon. It'd be a shame if I let beauty like hers go to waste. Akaza. The first feeling you've ever felt in all your life. Who knew that it'd be love? Doma. Jealous much. Akaza. I have a wife, you moron. Jiro. You have a wife. Akaza. Yes, Master turned her into a demon right before she died. Her name is Koyuki. Unfortunately, my supposed-to-be father-in-law didn't make it before Master can turn him into a demon. As for Koyuki and I, we killed every person in the dojo next door for revenge. We devoured them afterwards. We were grateful to our master ever since. Momo. Does your master happen to be the Demon King, M? Akaza quickly covers her mouth. Akaza. Don't say his name. You'll be dead by his curse. Momo nodded her head quickly. Akaza. Good. If you know his name, don't say it unless you get strong enough, or unless you find a way to get rid of his curse. Ochako. Curse. What curse? Akaza. Whoever speaks his name shall perish. That's his curse. You're not allowed to say it. And yes, he's my master. Momo. I see. Doma. Ah, we're at my place. Ladies, gentlemen, welcome to my domain. Doma opened the door and they saw a place filled with red spider lilies and lotuses. It looked like a paradise of some sorts. It was large. Also, I'm not talking about the place where they fought Doma in the manga. They came across a room that looked something like a modern household's living room. There sat a woman watching Japanese drama. She had lotus patterns on both of her cheeks. Doma. Kotoha. I'm back. Kotoha. Huh. Oh. Doma. Welcome home. Doma. Oh, I wouldn't be here for long. I'm just showing the newbies around for until master arrives. Kotoha. Oh, I see. Have fun. Doma. Thanks. Also, Inosuke's at it again. Kotoha. Why am I not surprised? Let him to do his thing. Aoi will catch him, eventually. Doma chuckled and led the others around his domain. He finished showing them around, and next was Akaza's place in the fortress. It was basically just a dojo for demons wanting to learn martial arts. Akaza. And welcome to my place. I had it designed after my in-law's dojo. My wife's in the other room. She's 8 months pregnant right now, and she's approaching her 9th by next week. Izuku. Congrats on the kid. Say, how does pregnancy work with demons? Momo. Now that you mention it, demons maintain their physical forms. How does that work with demons that were born demons and not turned into demons? Akaza. Well, Master said that, like how demon slayers with the marks will perish as age 25, demons that were born as demons will stop physically aging by the time they reach age 25. You know what I mean. Momo. You mean, their physical appearance will stop maturing, but their age in general will continue to go up until they eventually die. Is that right, Akaza? Yes. Now, onto Kokushibo's domain. Izuku. Are you sure he'll allow us in? Doma. Why, yes. He allows anyone in, even without his permission. It's basically just another training ground, his own version of Kung Fu Panda's Jade Palace. And by the way, in case he forgot to mention, he has more students that he, himself took in. Izuku. More. This'll be interesting. Doma. Yes, it will. However, he only has 2 students. 3, if you include yourself. Akaza. I'd have preferred it that you became my student, Izuku, but since you chose Kokushibo as your master, then I can't argue with you. They opened up a door. First thing that they saw was like an endless hall of pillars and small walls. There were also destroyed training dummies on the ground, and they had what looked like burn marks on them. They marks looked fresh, clearly someone was here just now. Izuku. Someone's here, I can sense them. I'm assuming that they're master's students. Doma. Righty-o. Yes, they are. They right over there. He was cut off by a bright light in the room suddenly appearing behind a wall. They saw flames. Beautiful red and pink flames. They were clashing against each other as if they were fighting. Doma. Oh, my. Akaza. And here are 2 of the few demons that I consider my friends. Doma. Oh, am I one of them? Akaza. Not even close. Doma. Sad Doma noises. Akaza. Hey, you 2. We got some friends we want you to meet. The clashing stopped. 2 figures then emerged from behind the walls of the place. One was a boy that had red hair and red eyes that almost matched Izuku's, although his hair was shorter, and he also had a mark similar to both Kokushibo and Izuku. He wore a black and green checkered jacket, and jogging pants. He also wore a pair of Hanafuda earrings. He looked to be around the same age as Izuku. Just to be clear, everyone who was supposed to be born in the Taisho period was born in the modern era. That includes the Kamaboko squad, and all of the pillars, plus some of the other characters. So they wear modern-day clothing rather than the older ones. Also, I think I forgot to mention, but Izuku also gained a Demon Slayer mark after turning into a demon. I know the proper way of getting one for Slayers, but I wanted to make this interesting, so I gave him the mark without him even trying. The other was a girl with black hair that faded to orange tips, and pink eyes. She wore a light pink jacket with a leaf pattern, as well as a pair of leggings. She also had a ribbon on her hair, as well as a horn on her forehead. She looked a little younger than the other guy. They both were barefooted, maybe because they were training. Akaza. Izuku, meet Tanjiro and Nezuko Kamado. They're students of Kokushibo, along with yourself. Tanjiro. Master has taken in another student. That's nice. Pleasure to meet you, Izuku. And whoa, you look just like Master. Nezuko. Same here. Pleasure to meet you, Izuku. Nice look, Izuku. Thanks, and nice to meet you, too. I hope we can get along. Wow, they're demons, yet they have a calm and warm aura. Doma. Don't forget about these girls. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, Kyoka Jiro, and Ochako Uraraka. They're friends of Izuku, Nezuko. Wow, more girl demons. Neat. Akaza. I believe that since the others aren't here, we will leave you all be since you're all of the same age. You can talk amongst each other for now. We'll meet up once Master arrives. Nezuko then went to introduce herself to the girls. Izuku and Tanjiro had sat down to also chat. Izuku. So, how did you meet Master? Tanjiro. He found me in Nezuko a day after my family had been killed. Izuku. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Was it a villain attack? Tanjiro. You could say that. Izuku. May I ask what happened? It's all right if you don't want to tell me. Tanjiro. No, it's all right. You see, a fight between a villain and hero took place. It was about a year ago when this happened. Izuku. Another family killed between a fight between a hero and villain. Tanjiro. Unfortunately. Why? Did it happen to you, as well? Izuku. No, not me. I'm a different story. It's for Ochako and Kyoka. Their parents were killed only this afternoon due to being caught up in the crossfire in a fight between All Might and some villains. This time, it wasn't the villain's fault. It was All Might's. He dealt way too much unnecessary damage to the surrounding area. A lot of people died, including their parents. They became demons out of their own accord. Tanjiro. I'm sorry to hear that. You see, Nezuko and I are in a similar situation. Izuku. Really? How so? Tanjiro. Well, the villain was just a common thief with a strong body enhancer quirk, but the hero wanted to show off his strength by going overboard. Apparently, the villain stole someone's purse from the town near our house. The hero chased him all the way to our house, and next thing we knew, the rest of our family was dead. Our father, mother, siblings, they all died. The hero, he received praise from the media, but from the nearby town, he was criticized and sued for murdering my family. Izuku. That's horrible. What became of the hero? Tanjiro. He wasn't arrested, nor was he made responsible for the death of our family. The Hero Association backed him up, saying that he was only doing his job, and that if anyone's to blame, then it's the thief villain. Izuku. Even the Hero Association, huh? And here I thought that the society wouldn't get any more corrupted. Did you recognize the hero? The one that killed your family? Tanjiro. Endeavor. Izuku's eyes narrowed at the name, and veins popped on his head and face. Izuku. The Flame Hero, Endeavor. Tanjiro. That's the one. He didn't even apologize for his deeds. Makes me hate him even more. What he did is something I can't forget, and is unforgivable. And Izuku. Izuku calmed down. Izuku. Sorry about that. It's just that, Endeavor is the father of two of my bullies. Tanjiro. Your bullies. Izuku. Shoto and Shoka Todoroki. Like father, like son. Shoka, on the other hand, I don't think she wanted to bully me. The way she heard and said stuff to me was almost as if something or someone was forcing her to. Tanjiro. I see, so he has an offspring. That's valuable information, and this Shoka person may have been blackmailed to partake in the bullying. May I ask why they bullied you in the first place? Izuku. It's because I was born quirkless. I tried to be a hero because of some motivation and encouragement, but everyone other than my 3 friends and the quirk doctor that I've never seen again shunned me down. Bullied me, all because I was quirkless. Momo. Actually, we know the real reason. Izuku. You do. How come you never told me? Ochako. Sorry, but we just thought that you'll hate them even more because of it. Izuku. Size tell me their reasons for bullying me. Depending on their reasons, I might consider forgiving them. Jiro. Well, the boys actually took advantage of their crushes on you too. Izuku. Wait, they have a crush on me. Then how come they? Momo. Don't interrupt her. Izuku. Jiro. As I was saying, the guys took advantage of your quirklessness and their crushes on you in order to persuade them into bullying you, because they said that using their quirks on you will make you scared of quirks to the point where you'll be afraid to pursue your dream to become a hero. Izuku. That's a lot to take in. Are you sure about their reasons? Jiro. Yeah, they only did it for you, but the guys had ulterior motives. They only did it in hopes of getting you to hate the girls so that they could end up with them instead of you. You may know that Mina, Toru, Su, Shoka, Katsumi, and Izumi aren't all that bright. They took advantage of that, too, in order to persuade them. Izuku took a moment to think about the information given to him. He thought about it, and since he became a demon, he grew a second brain not too long ago. He shrunk his original brain, and placed in a second one right next to it. I leave that up to your imaginations. Izuku. So let me get this straight. Every one of the girls are in love with me. The guys are in love with the girls. The guys took advantage of their dumb minds in order to get them to bully me. The girls only accepted because they thought it'd protect me. The guys had ulterior motives. They bullied me for nearly a decade in hopes of making me give up and hate the girls, and now we're here. Did I get it right? Ochako. Yes. Izuku. Wow. I never knew. Hey, I might just consider forgiving them in the future. Momo. But you're a demon now, Izuku. No matter how much you accept them now, I'm not sure that they'll accept you. Izuku. True. However, he was cut off when they heard a biwa sound, and they were suddenly teleported to the middle of the Infinity Fortress. There, they saw a woman with a single eyeball holding a biwa, and her hair looked like it was connected to the walls. Izuku assumed that this was Nakame, considering that she was holding a biwa in her hand. Not only that, they were surrounded by other demons. They looked intimidating, to say the least. Though, they didn't seem to be doing anything evil. They only looked like they were having a get-together. Some of them did seem intimidating, though, they didn't really seem to be doing anything evil. More like they were having a family reunion or get-together of some sorts. All of them stood out a lot, but only one of them caught Izuku's eye. Damn, she's hot. Izuku was stunned by her beauty. Not by the choice of clothing she had, but her looks in general. He was snapped out of his trance when Kokushibo. Ah, I see you're here. Welcome back. Kokushibo appeared from right behind him. Izuku. Oh, master. What's with all the commotion, and also, what happened while we were away? Kokushibo. It's best that you don't know. You're still too young to understand. Izuku. Okay, then, whatever you say. Kokushibo. Feel free to look around, though, get acquainted with some of your superiors. His lordship will be here very soon. Izuku. Sure thing, master. Izuku then took a look around. He noticed that his friends weren't there with him. He saw them sitting by another ledge of the place, still speaking with the Kamado siblings, as well as some other new faces. He jumped over there, making himself known. Izuku. For a second there, I thought I was the only one who got teleported here. Tanjiro. Oh, there you are, Izuku. Nezuko. Hey, meet our other friends. This is Zenitsu Agatsuma, Genya Shinazugawa, Muichiro Tokido, Kanao Suyuri, and you probably already know Inosuke Hashibira. Izuku. Doma's son that came crashing through the doors. Yeah, and he's a pretty interesting guy. Anyway, nice to meet all of you. Zenitsu. Nice to meet you, too, Izuku. He's not too much of a crybaby anymore. Plus, Akaza gave him respect women juice. Kanao. Pleasure to meet you. Tanjiro already helped her with her decision-making problem not too long ago. Genya. How's it going? You already know what he'll look like as a demon. Just look it up, if you don't know. Muichiro. Nice to meet you. Though, I might just forget, anyway. Mui's demon form is same as the one above. Izuku. Tanjiro. Please understand him. He has amnesia, even though he's turned into a demon. Izuku. I see. Well, it's not like I have any right to judge him. I mean, it's not like he chose to have amnesia. Jiro. That's Izuku for you. Still the nicest person you'd find on this planet. Suddenly, Nakame started speaking. Nakame. Master Muzan has arrived. Everyone tensed up and stopped what they were doing. The newer ones stiffened up due to the announcement. The demon moons all brought their heads down and bowed towards their master. As for the younger ones, they were all teleported to a separate platform just next to the demon moons. They bowed their heads while sweating in fear. However, only 2 of them weren't sweating. Those were Tanjiro and Izuku. Tanjiro had already become used to his presence to the point where he no longer felt fear towards him. Izuku was a different case. He oddly didn't even feel any sense of fear at all. Even when the girls were almost assaulted on the bus, he didn't feel scared for them. Only thing he felt was anger for the driver. This was different. Something in Izuku was blocking his sense of fear. Only thing he's feeling right now is respect for the one emitting his presence. Just then, they heard someone speak. Just from the voice itself, they could tell it was Muzan himself, even though the 4 hadn't met him, seen him, or even heard his voice yet. Just by the overwhelming aura he was letting out gave him away. Muzan. I see you've successfully recruited them. Well done, Kokushibo, Doma, and Akaza. Izuku looked up with the pair of eyes that were on his forehead. He saw a guy dressed like Michael Jackson with red eyes. Doma. No sweat, master. Anything for you, Kokushibo. We only did what you wish, master. Muzan. And I see that one of them had taken on your appearance, Kokushibo. Not like it matters. Now, straight to the point here. Tell me, what did you see in these 4 that you found useful? I've only gotten interested because it's rare for both you and Akaza to see potential in mere humans, let alone children. Kokushibo. It was their hidden strengths. I only ever sensed the boy's strength. Akaza. He saw the girl's strengths. We both saw potential in all 4 of them. We believe that they could become very useful demons to you, your lordship. Muzan looked at Kokushibo, and then towards the 4 kids. He read their minds to check something. Muzan. What is going on inside your minds, you low-level demons? Jiro. Oh, my god, just by being near this guy is giving me chills. Ochako. I know I'm a demon, but I think I might die from suffocation because of this guy's aura. Momo. So this is the demon king that I've read about. Just reading about him is scary, but being here with him in person is terrifying. Muzan. I see. The girls are absolutely afraid of me. Exactly what I want. To be feared and respected. Now, onto the boy. Huh, what's this? Izuku. This is the demon king. He's not what I expected. I expected him to be more, what's the word? Scary. Wait, scary. If something's scary, then shouldn't I be scared? I should. But why couldn't I feel scared? Man, of all the things, why is fear the only thing that's impossible for me to feel? Izuku kept ranting to himself from inside his head. Muzan. He was a bit irritated and confused about this. He decided to speak, which made everyone else tense up, even Tanjiro. Muzan. You there, mini Kokushibo. What is it that you said? Fear is the only thing you can't feel. Don't make me laugh. Although, if what you say is true, then you better have a good explanation for it. And make it quick. A demon's life may be limited, but if you don't give me a valid answer, then I'll make yours run out in a second. Everyone else got scared, but Doma was just being Doma due to his inability to feel anything. Muzan brought out his hand and prepared to kill Izuku if he doesn't give him a proper answer. What everyone found odd was the fact that Izuku remained calm throughout the entire thing. Even though he was in a life or death situation, he still hasn't shown any sign of being scared. Muzan. What's this? Even when I'm threatening to kill him, he still hasn't shown any sign of fear. What is up with this kid? He proceeds to read his mind again. Izuku. Might as well tell him the truth, then. Muzan stopped putting him on a chokehold and let him speak. Izuku. Well, since you asked for the answer. To tell you the truth, I really have no idea. Muzan. What? Izuku. Even when I was announced as quirkless, I didn't feel any fear at all. Only thing I felt that day was disappointment that I was different than everyone else. Even when my own sister, along with my former friends, used their quirks on me. Even when I was burnt, slashed, beaten up, inflicted with frostbite, or even almost left for dead. I still haven't felt what fear was. Muzan. Wait, pause. Kokushibo. Tell me how you first encountered this kid. Kokushibo. Well, when we first encountered him, he was being taken hostage by the sludge villain. However, I sensed no ounce of fear from him, no matter how close he was to losing his own life. Muzan. Akaza, what about on your side? Akaza. Well, he rushed in to save his friends. No ounce of fear, only thing that I felt from him was rage as he rushed in. He blinded on of the sludge freak's eyes without any hesitation at all. Even when he was a split second away from dying, he still didn't feel fear. Of course, I saw how his battle spirit was, so I saved him since I couldn't just let it go to waste. Muzan. What the hell? This kid doesn't know what fear is. Tisk. No matter. At least he knows that I should be respected. What about when you properly met him? Doma. Oh, we stabbed the guy from the back and dragged him out the front window. I saw his expression, and he didn't seem scared. He only seemed surprised. I can tell by his expression. Muzan. I see, as much as I dislike the fact that he's incapable of knowing fear, he'll make a great demon. Not like I'm playing favorites. I'm only going to let him live because there's something of his incapability that I find intriguing. If he can't feel fear, then that means that he won't mind running in straight to the demon slayers. Isn't that right, Izuku? Izuku. Yes, Master Muzan. Everyone other than Doma tensed up because of Izuku forgetting about Muzan's curse. Muzan. You fool, do you realize what you've just done? Once you say my name, you'll die by my curse. Izuku. Yes, I'm aware of that. Ever since it has been brought to my attention, I used both of my brains to figure out a way to get rid of it. Until I was sure of the curse had been removed, I refrained from ever speaking your name. Muzan, for the first time in a long time, he felt shocked that somebody managed to get rid of his curse, even though he only became a demon not too long ago. Muzan then began laughing like a maniac. The other demons present got frightened because of his laugh. Muzan. You removed my curse in less than even 3 hours of becoming a demon. Wow, now I see what got Kokushibo and Akaza so interested in you. Haha, you're going to be a huge asset for me in the future. Izuku. Thanks, I guess. Akaza mentally facepalmed at him. Akaza. Is this guy for real? Kokushibo. What is he thinking? Muzan. You know, because of this kid, my mood just got a bit better. Look here, kid, this is rare of me, but I'm already liking you. But that doesn't mean I'll play favorites with you. I'll treat you as I would my lower moons. Now, go out there, and kill and devour all humans and demon slayers that you encounter. I want their blood spilled all over the ground. Do you hear me? Izuku then stood up. Izuku. As you wish. Master Muzan. As long as I can be of use to you, I'll do what I must. Muzan. Now that's what I like to hear. Kokushibo. Akaza, you're in charge of him. Kokushibo. Yes, your lordship. Akaza. As you wish. Muzan. Meeting dismissed. All of you, get out there and fulfill your missions. Everyone. Yes, master. Muzan then walked through a tatami door that Nakame summoned, though it didn't lead to the outside. None of the moons knew that he was still in the fortress and he was observing them from afar. All of the other moons breathed a sigh in relief, thinking that he had left. They then turned to Izuku, who was still calm about everything. Izuku then turned to see the shocked looks of the ones with him on the platform. Izuku. What? Momo then stood up and yelled in his face. Momo. What do you mean, what? You literally just had a serious conversation with the Demon King himself. How can you be so calm? Izuku. Like I said, I don't know what fear is, so I can't be scared. Not even of him. As much as I want to, I'm just incapable of doing so. So, are we gonna leave now, or what? Just then, his head was hit from the back, and he was suddenly brought down by Akaza. Akaza. You fucking idiot. You had us all scared back there. You could have been killed. Izuku. Sorry. Akaza. You better be. Kokushibo. That was very risk. Izuku. Even I was scared. Doma. Kokushibo being scared. Now that's rare to hear. Wouldn't you say, Gyoko? Gyoko was the genie-looking guy with the tiny arms and no legs, only a pot as his lower body. Gyoko. Quite unusual, indeed. Still, that was nerve-wracking, to say the least. Hatengu. That gave me chills. It's been so long since I've felt how scary Master Muzan can be. Kokushibo. Akaza. Izuku. Let's go. Bring your friends with you. Izuku gets up, sure thing. They then got ready, and Kokushibo gave Izuku a spare blade that he collected while fighting a strong pillar a long time ago. The moment that Izuku touched it, the sword turned blood red instantly. Izuku. Is this normal, Master? Kokushibo. For the blade to change color, yes, however. It's unusual. For the blade to turn red instantly. Izuku. I see. While the two were having their talk about the blade, a certain figure, namely Daki, Upper Moon 6, was watching them. She had gotten interested in Izuku since he showed no fear to Muzan. After their chat, Izuku, Akaza, Kokushibo, and the girls all headed out and killed some low-level villains, some people with no honor, and some fake heroes. They devoured them in seconds due to their pent-up anger. Akaza and Kokushibo only watched as they did. They didn't join in devouring them, though. They were only there for watching them. While they were off to hunt for their prey, Jiro heard some familiar voices. Jiro. Hey, guys, I think I hear our old classmates. They're nearby. Izuku. Here. Why? Who? Jiro. They sound like Mina, Toru, Kirishima, and Ojiro. They seem to be arguing. Izuku. I'm interested. Let's take a closer look. Akaza. Do what you want. They then headed to where they heard the voices of their old classmates. Somehow, the girls' appearances changed on the spot, but only minor changes took place. Momo's eyes turned crimson red, and her hair had some red tips. Ochako's eyes turned bright pink, and her hair got a bit fuzzier. Jiro's ears had elongated, her hair's color became darker, and her eyes turned into bright indigo. All three of them were almost unrecognizable to anyone who knew them. Jiro then listened into their conversation. They were arguing under a bridge that was around an area where there was barely any people around. Izuku and his group listened in from the top of the bridge. Kirishima. How many times do we have to tell you to? Getting him a gift for his birthday will only encourage him to become a hero even further. Do you want him to die? Mina. Oh, cut the crap, Kirishima. Izumi had already told us to get him a gift as an apology. Tomorrow, we're telling him everything about why we decided to bully him. Kirishima. For the last time, Deku would just die by playing hero. He's too weak to even stand up for himself, so how would he stand up for others when the time comes, huh? Tell us, Toru. He's not weak. We only agreed to this in order to protect him. Right now, I'm thinking that you have other reasons for this. Kirishima and Ojiro got a bit tensed up because of them being close to finding them out. Izuku stared with his eyes wide at the scene. Izuku. Wait, so, it's all true. They didn't bully me because of my status, rather, they did it because they wanted to protect me. I need more information about this. Akaza. I hate these guys already. Ojiro. We don't have any other reason for this. We want to protect him just as much as you do. Toru. Tell that to someone with a lie detector quirk. We're leaving, and we're getting him an apology gift, whether you like it or not. They rushed off without a second thought, leaving the two boys to have angry thoughts. Once the girls were out of sight, Kirishima punched the wall, leaving a crack. Kirishima. This is bad. They almost found us out. Ojiro. You think I don't know that? If they apologize to him, and if they give him a gift, he might grow feelings for them. We can't let that happen. Kirishima. I know that, you moron. Those girls are ours. We can't let some quirkless loser take them from us. They'll be ours, one way or another. Ojiro. What do you think we should do then? They're out to buy them gifts right now. Kirishima. Call the others. They need to be in on this. Ojiro. Not here. We'll take this to my apartment. I live alone. My parents are across the city. Let's go. They both then left towards Ojiro's apartment. Izuku was mad as hell. Once they were sure that the two were nowhere near them anymore, Izuku began punching the ground in anger and rage. The girls were about to stop him, but Akaza intervened, saying that Izuku needed to vent out his anger. Izuku kept screaming out profanities at his male bullies. He hasn't forgiven his female bullies yet, but he was considering doing it. Kokushibo put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, calming him down. Kokushibo. Izuku, if you are to take your anger out, I suggest taking it out on your enemies, and not something of no life. Izuku. You're right. Sorry, Master. Kokushibo. It's quite all right. It's understandable. After all, I sometimes do the same thing. Izuku then got an idea. Izuku. How about we hit them where it hurts? The guys wanted only for me to feel pain and sadness. It's about time I make them feel the same thing. Momo. That sounds like a good idea. Jiro. Agreed. Ochako. What do you have in mind? Izuku. Their parents. Their families. We target them. Momo. I suppose that'll work. Izuku. Oh, it will. Akaza. I usually object to killing women because of reasons, but since it's someone close to guys that I already hate, I have no objections. Izuku. You're actually going to kill a woman. Akaza. What are you? Stupid. No, I never said I was going to kill a woman. I'm only going to watch. Izuku. Oh, anyway, any of you girls know what their parents look like? Ochako. I do. Izuku. Sweet. Let's go, then. They then ran towards the other side of the city. Ochako knew their faces because of them visiting the school sometimes. She also knew where they lived because of them openly saying where they lived during school hours. They arrived at an average-sized house. It was surrounded by a few other houses, but they were all a few meters apart from each other. And the house looked like it has thick walls, just by looking at it, but not thick enough to the point where it's soundproof. Izuku. You sure this is the place? Ochako. Yeah, and remember, Ojiro's dad has a tail, and his mom is blonde like him. You know what to do. Izuku. Of course. Kyo. Come with me. Use your blood demon art to soundproof the place. Jiro. You got it. Kyoka Jiro. Blood demon art description. Grants her the ability to create and alter sounds, and in any environment she can silence her own footsteps, alter her voice to confuse her victims by using her soothing voice to put anyone in hypnotic state, or put them to sleep. She has sonic scream that's 3x stronger than present Mike's quirk. She can read her target's movements through sounds. She can also soundproof any small and enclosed space, no matter how thin the walls are. The two then approached the house. Jiro altered the sound around the area so they wouldn't get caught, and she silenced the door as Izuku kicked it down. Kokushibo noticed someone in the distance. A young male around age of 19 was walking around, and he had a katana by his side. Kokushibo's eyes widened since he recognized the guy. Kokushibo. Oh, no. Those two need to get out of there. Now. Akaza. What? Why? Kokushibo. Him. Akaza. Who? Oh, shit. Meanwhile, with Izuku and Jiro, they entered the house and they were met with the shocked faces of Ojiro's parents. They were just minding their own business when the two suddenly barged in. Ojiro's mom. Who are you? Ojiro's dad grabbed a shotgun from the shelf. Ojiro's dad. Come any closer, and I'll shoot. Izuku. Like that matters. You can't kill us. Ojiro's dad fired the shotgun, hitting Izuku directly in the head, leaving a hole through his head. He regenerated it in a second, much to the horror of the two. Izuku. Time to die. He dashed forward and unsheathed his red blade. He slashed their heads off without a second thought. Jiro knew that Izuku had changed by a lot, but she didn't mind, and she didn't blame him, either. Izuku and Jiro proceeded to devour the two. In less than 20 seconds, they finished them off, only leaving their bones. They then headed out to their next targets. However, their path was blocked by someone on the streets. He wore a light blue jacket with a blade in hand. His eyes were ice blue, and his hair was frost white. He was glaring right into the two's souls. Izuku. Oh, great, a slayer. First one we encountered. I'll make this quick. Jiro. Be careful, Izuku. He readied his blade for battle, and so did the guy in the jacket. Meanwhile, Kokushibo and Akaza had worried looks on their faces. Jiro ran to the side to stay out of range from their blades. Izuku. Tell me your name, Slayer. Fuyuki. Fuyuki. Fuyuki Shinohara. Remember the name of the Slayer. That will take you down. Izuku. You're way too cocky, you damn Slayer. Izuku then disappeared and reappeared behind Fuyuki. Fuyuki was startled, and he jumped away, but he didn't notice that he had been slashed until it was too late. Blood sprayed from his right arm, shocking him in the process. Even Akaza and Kokushibo were shocked at Izuku's feat, and so were Momo and Ochako. Fuyuki. Ow. Izuku. Easy. You let your guard down. Izuku dashed towards him again, only this time, Fuyuki regained his strength and he began to clash his blade with Izuku's. Izuku. Finally, a fight that I can enjoy. Fuyuki. Ice breathing. Third form. Rolling tundra. The attack almost hit Izuku, but he dodged, only having parts of his jacket and pants getting cut. The coldness of the attack irritated Izuku. Akaza got up to help him, but he was stopped by Kokushibo. Akaza. What the hell? I'm gonna try and save him, so move. Kokushibo. Akaza. Leave this up to him. This guy may be strong, but I believe in Izuku. Akaza gritted his teeth in frustration. He didn't want to let Izuku die. After all, he took quite a liking to his company. He considered him as somewhat of a brother figure in such a short time. Izuku. Ice. Tisk. Another slasher with ice powers. Your cold personality, your cold powers, and the way you slash. It all reminds me of Shoto Todoroki's way of slashing me day by day. I hate it. Fuyuki. Shoto Todoroki. He sound familiar. Izuku saw an image of Shoto right in front of him. His eyes widened, and his pupils narrowed at the sight. He charged at him in a fit of rage. He swung his katana up high, which Fuyuki prepared to counter. Just as their blades were about to clash, Izuku let go of his blade, letting it slide off of his hand, shocking Fuyuki since he didn't see this coming. Izuku's arm got cut clean off, but he regenerated it in 2 seconds. Using the arm that he just regenerated, he punched Fuyuki square on the face, breaking his nose, and making some of his teeth fall out. Fuyuki. Gah. He lost his grip on his sword, and it fell off his hand. Izuku saw this, and he grabbed it in a split second, and then he slashed Fuyuki across the chest area, but he didn't kill him yet. He only did that to weaken him. Fuyuki fell on the ground. He looked up and saw Izuku glaring at him as if he was looking at something he hated. Izuku. Any last words, Slayer? Fuyuki. Who is Shoto Todoroki to you? Izuku. A traitor, that's what. I hate him just as I hate my own parents. You remind me so much of him. I hate it. I bid you farewell. He stabbed Fuyuki right in the heart, and threw Fuyuki's blade on the ground. Izuku picked up his own blade and carried Fuyuki's body with him for a snack later on. Once he and Jiro made it back to where the others were hiding, he was met with the shocked faces of everyone. Izuku. Guys. What's the matter? Kokushibo. Izuku. Do you realize who you just killed? Izuku. And Slayer. Kokushibo. Not just any Slayer. He's the Ice Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Izuku was shocked, but he didn't feel scared of the thought that he could have died then and there. Instead, he felt proud. Kokushibo. Regardless, well done. Izuku. You beat a pillar, despite only become a demon, in less than a quarter of a day. Izuku. Thanks. And also, I beat a pillar. Cool. Akaza then began shaking him back and forth. Akaza. What do you mean, cool? You're way too calm about this situation, you moron. You could have died, Izuku. But I didn't I? Anyway, I'll take this back with me to the Infinity Fortress. Maybe show everyone my feet. Akaza stops shaking him. You're one pain in the ass, Izuku. I still don't know how I'm able to tolerate you, despite your recklessness regardless of the situation. Izuku. Okay, anyway, on to the next target. Timeskip no Jutsu. And so they finished killing Eijiro's parents, devoured them, and then they headed back to the fortress. They made it back there, and they saw Muzan sitting in the middle of the fortress reading a newspaper, Daki and Gyutaro chatting with Doma, and the Kamaboko squad chatting with each other. Izuku. We're home. Muzan noticed them arrive. Muzan. Back so soon. I assumed you were going to take a little longer. He was taken aback by what Izuku was holding. He was holding the corpse of one of the Demon Slayer corpse pillars. Muzan stood up and approached them. Everyone else present turned their heads, and they stared in shock of the scene. Except for Doma. He was congratulating Izuku, and he proposed a celebration party for Izuku's achievement. Muzan. What is the meaning of this? Izuku. Well, I took down a pillar, and I thought it was necessary for me to bring it to you. Muzan turned to Kokushibo and Akaza. Muzan. Did he really take him down, or did he need your assistance? Kokushibo. Not at all, your lordship. Akaza. He took him down all on his own. Muzan. How many humans has he eaten? Kokushibo. No more than 69, your lordship. 70, if he eats that pillar right now. Muzan. Only that many? No. That's way more than an average low-level demon can eat in one night. How? This kid, it's almost as if he was made for this. Muzan then turned back to Izuku. Muzan. Izuku, you didn't have to bring him here. You could have just eaten him. Izuku. I see. Muzan. Good work. You truly surprised me. Doma. Oh, master praising someone. Now, that's rare. Muzan ignored him and went back to reading the newspaper. Izuku got congratulated by all of the other demons in the area, and he ate Fuyuki's corpse, but he split it in 4 to share with Momo, Jiro, and Ochako. The rest of the night was just them doing whatever. Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and Jiro all shared their stories with them. From when they were younger, up to now. The next day, afternoon. It was the afternoon of the next day, and Izuku's old classmates were on their way towards Azumi's house. They noticed how Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and Jiro were absent, but they just assumed that they were sick. The guys got angry that they couldn't beat up Izuku today. The girls were all worried for them. It was cloudy out, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. They had also failed to realize that Izuku, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu were following them. As for how the sky was cloudy, it was thanks to Zenitsu's birth quirk. Zenitsu Agatsuma, blood demon art description. He can manipulate lightning, and can dash his insane speeds using electricity. He can also travel through anything electrical, such as wires, cables, and whatever you call those things connecting pylons together. Born with a quirk, weather manipulation, can change the weather at will. As a human, his drawback took a huge toll on him. It damages him from the inside whenever he uses it. As a demon, the drawback went away, and his quirk had been modified. He can now create storms at the same level as King Ghidorah's. And in case some of you are forgetting, which I highly doubt, Zenitsu was born with an enhanced sense of hearing. He also uses thunder breathing most of the time. Zenitsu. Remind me again why we're spying on these guys. Don't you hate them? Izuku. The guys. Yeah, the girls. I'm not so sure. Something came up last night that made me feel like I can find it in myself to forgive them. I just don't know. They continued to follow them. Izuku somehow found a way to disguise himself as a human. He can remove his other 4 eyes, and he can keep his original ones on. His long hair can stay. He prefers it because it hides some of his face from view. A few minutes later, they reached the Yagi household before the rest of the others did. Izuku brought the note that he forgot to write before he left, but with a few extra touches. Zenitsu and Tanjiro snuck into Izuku's room with him, and they placed the note on the desk. Tanjiro and Zenitsu noticed how messed up the room was. Zenitsu. Geez, what happened here? Tanjiro. And why does it smell like blood had been smeared on the walls? Izuku. Like I said, I was ignored, and my parents never gave me anything to tidy up my room with, so I just use whatever I can. I get bandages daily because of the beatings, like that matters anymore. I don't really care about my old family anymore. Izumi, I may care about, only a little bit for now, but it's only because she was taken advantage of. Tanjiro. So, you're considering whether you should forgive her or not. Izuku. Maybe. Zenitsu. Guys, they're here. I heard the door open downstairs. Izuku. To the roof, let's go. They all ran out the window and went to the roof. Izuku mentioned something about a sliding window that was by the kitchen that Inko uses to let the smell and smoke of her cooking to go outside. They hid there, and luckily, the spot was barely noticeable by anyone inside the house. They saw that they were about to celebrate Izumi's birthday, but Izumi didn't seem too happy about it. Tanjiro could smell pain and regret coming off of her. And it wasn't only her. All of the other girls were emitting the same thing, as well. Tanjiro. Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, I know. I feel it, too. Tanjiro. You can feel what they're feeling. Izuku. I can feel it in my jellies. And my jellies never deceive me. Tanjiro. Oh. Okay. And then they continued to watch the party from inside. The guys, they were all being simps towards Izumi. They gave her way too much stuff. Heck, one of them even bought jewelry for her. The girls didn't get anything for her since Izumi told them to buy a gift for Izuku instead. Some of the kids' parents showed up, and even Nezu, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Aizawa, and Night Eye showed up. Even Momo's parents showed up. Kirishima and Ojiro still haven't realized that their parents were killed since Kirishima slept over at Ojiro's apartment. Endeavor was nowhere to be seen because of him considering birthday parties as a waste. Izumi then suddenly brought up the topic of Izuku. She tried to bring it up since earlier, but the guys stopped her from doing so. Izumi. Hey, Mom, can we go see Izuku? Inko. Oh, sure thing, honey. You can go see him. Inko turned back to chat with some of the other moms that were present. Izuku. Let's scoot to my room's window, go. The three then headed towards the window of Izuku's old room, and so did the girls, but they were stopped by the guys, who didn't want them getting involved with Izuku, or else it'd ruin their plan. Izumi. Boys, move. Katsuki. Not a chance, Izumi. You'll only get Deku motivated to become a hero, and if he does become a hero, he'll die. Is that what you want? Izumi. Being miserable and feeling betrayed is much worse than dying. Besides, if becoming a hero doesn't kill him, then depression will. Get out of my way. Meanwhile, Zenitsu was getting annoyed by their arguing. He decided to do things his way with them. He jumped in and sneakily tiptoed towards the door, and he sent a jolt of electricity through the crack underneath the door and zapped Katsuki with his controlled lightning. Katsuki jumped in shock, and he turned to Denki and accused him of doing so. They got into a fight, and the girls saw this as an opportunity to sneak past them. Zenitsu quickly jumped through the window, only to realize that he was still coming from the second floor. At just the right moment that Izuku and Tanjiro caught him, the girls all entered the room, only to find it reeking with the scent of blood. Mina. Phew, what's that smell? Toru. It smells like blood. Sue. And why does this room look like it hasn't been used for many years? Ribbit. Shoka. Where is Izuku? Izumi then took a look around, and she was horrified to see 3 whole trash cans filled to the brim with bloodied bandages. Izumi looked like she was about to scream, and she did. Zenitsu had to cover his ears from the high volume of Izumi's scream. Izumi's scream was heard from downstairs, and some of the parents immediately rushed up to see what was wrong. Toshinori and Inko were the first to arrive. The first thing that they laid their eyes on was the interior of the room. Mitsuki also arrived, and she was disgusted with the look of the place. Mitsuki. What in the hell happened here? Inko. I don't know, sighs Izuku must have forgotten to clean his room again. Izuku got irritated by her statement. Mitsuki. What do you mean that he forgot? This place looks like it hadn't been used in place, and... What's that smell? Izumi. Those. She pointed at the trash can, and the other parents were horrified at the sight. And then, Izumi's eyes landed on the note on the desk. She grabbed it, and she told everyone about it. Izumi. There's a note here. Nezu. What does it say? Izumi. I think we should take this to the living room. Nezu. Very well. They all left to the living room. Izuku. Back to the kitchen roof. They headed back. They made it just in time for Izumi to start reading the note. Dear fucktards. I don't care when you'll come across this letter, but if you do, then let me just ask you this once. Why the hell did you forget about me? Was it because of my quirklessness? Favoritism? Or was it because you're just like everybody else in this rotten world? You only ever view people for their powers, and not for who they truly are. Take this prick named Katsuki Bakugo for example. He has this amazing quirk, but his attitude is no different than an arrogant villain. And he's so delusional enough to think that he can become the #1 hero. What a fucking joke. Oh, and don't think that I don't know about the truth about your quirk, Toshinori Yagi no. All might, some #1 hero you are. However, I must thank you. If it weren't for you recklessly telling Izumi about your quirk while your door was slightly open, then I wouldn't have come to make the decision that I've just made. I decided to run away and never return unless I feel like it. And, thanks to both you and Death Arms, you've shown me that the heroes that I've grown to admire have been a bunch of frauds this entire time. This world is rotten, along with the majority of its people. Much like Death Arms, you yourself are a disgrace as a hero. Whatever legacy your quirk has, you've tainted it with your corruption. You know, you're no different than the villains you face. Because of you, the parents of two of my dearest friends have died. Society blamed it on the villain, but the real killer here is you. As long as your status is good, the media will be on your side. You, your bitch wife, and Endeavor are the worst of the worst, and the fakest out of all of the fakes in this society. You're villains in disguise, people, like, UDESERVE. DI. Exclamation mark. Don't come looking for me, don't come sending a search party for me, and absolutely don't come and ask for forgiveness from me. I'll never forgive you assholes for what you did. You never loved me, so don't even pretend that you do. Also, Momo, Kyoka, and Ochako all told me about the boys' plan to make me suffer. They used the girls' small minds to their advantage and convinced them to bully me. I know all about it. Every little detail, every little speck of evil in their plans. I don't blame the girls for bullying me, but I do blame them for allowing themselves to get used like that. I know of you girls harboring feelings for me, but I don't know if I can reciprocate them as of now. If you show me somehow that you deeply regret what you did, then maybe I'll forgive you. And Izumi, whatever your reason is for accepting that, then I'm sure you did it for me. I heard how you thought about me first before accepting it, so out of all the girls, you're by far the one with the most redemption points out of all of you. And I'm sorry for the last thing that I told you before I left school. I take it back. I'm sorry for saying that you're not my sister. Forgive me. Also, for the boys, go to hell. Why the hell were you all even born? Oh, wait, I know why. You're all just either failed abortions or an accident created after you parents forgot to use condom or those birth control pills. Oh, and you, Shoto Todoroki, your mother will be disappointed in you. You're just like your father, you hear me? You victimized a female with your actions, and that's your own sister. You get me, you're an exact copy of him. Well, I'm running out of words here, but if Principal Nezu is reading this, which I assume he is, I want you to do me a favor and blacklist the guys from all hero schools except for Ua. Keep them on a short leash. Don't let them do what they did to me to other people. You get it. As for the girls, educate them more. It's because of their small minds that they were taken advantage of. Don't give them the same treatment as the boys. It was never their fault in the first place, please. Until we meet again. Also, Katsuki told me to commit suicide, so keep an eye on him like he's some psychotic dog. Which he is. Izuku. Izumi was in tears of reading that. She clutched onto the note and broke down crying, and so were the girls. The parents were all glaring at the boys and Inko and Toshinori. Inko was in tears since she knew that everything in the note was true. Nezu was gritting his teeth in anger, and he almost broke his teacup. The boys were all sweating and cursing Izuku for exposing them like that. Now they knew that their chances with the girls were close to none. That's what they think. Their chances are below zero. Aizawa was releasing an incredible amount of killing intent. Night Eye lost all respect for All Might, and Gran Torino and Recovery Girl began beating up Toshinori and Inko. Gran Torino. You fool. Why would you neglect Izuku like that? Toshinori. I'm sorry. Gran Torino. Oh, you're sorry. You're sorry. You think a simple sorry will repair what you two have caused. Nana would be rolling in her grave right now after what you've done. Recovery Girl. And should we remind you that you were also quirkless before? UHYPOSCITE. You don't deserve that quirk, nor Izuku's forgiveness. Inko. My baby. I'm sorry. Aizawa. Your baby. Don't make me laugh. Once I find him, I'll take him in and raise him to be a proper boy. Inko. You can't do that, Shota. I still have to make it up to him. Mitsuki. You have no place to do so. He already said that he wouldn't forgive you, so why bother? Everyone kept on berating everyone that's responsible for Izuku's suffering. The girls were being scolded and given a light berating because of them being taken advantage of. The girls despised the boys now, and didn't want anything to do with them. Nezu wanted to calm down, so he put on the news because that's what calms him down. Just as he did, something that horrified him showed up. Nezu. Everyone, you might wanna take a look at this. Everyone stopped what they were doing and proceeded to watch TV. There was a news reported at a scene in a woods where there was a bus that looked like it had crashed. Reporter. We bring you this breaking news of a horrifying scene that occurred just last night. Just this morning, the bus station by the countryside had reported that the bus scheduled to arrive by 8 a.m. hadn't arrived. Police searched for it around its route, and we found this. The reported showed the bus looking like it had been broken into. There was blood all over the place, which horrified everyone watching. Reporter. Police found this around 2 hours ago, and there were 5 individuals confirmed to be dead because of murder and cannibalism. As you can see, blood is smeared all over the floor, the walls, and the chairs. There's a trail of blood leading to the outside, and whoever or whatever caused this ate them. Blood test results confirm these individuals as Kurikirihara, a criminal on the run for quite a long time now. He was charged with crimes such as rape, sexual harassment, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and murder. As for the other 4, it's sad to say, but they're only kids no older than 16. They were identified to be Momo Yaoyorozu, the daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, Ochako Uraraka, Kyoka Jiro, who both had their parents murdered between a hero and villain fight, and lastly, Izuku Yagi, who apparently was the son of All Might, according to the results, at least. The only remains of them are their severed body parts. Police are continuing to investigate who was behind these murders. We'll update everyone as soon as we can. Everyone couldn't believe it. Izuku was announced dead, and so were Momo, Jiro, and Ochako. The girls felt like their hearts shattered, and that they could never prove that they regret what they did to him now. They cried their eyes out, and so did the parents. The guys were shocked that some of their own had died. They didn't care that Izuku died, they only cared about the girls. Shoto. Damn it, we were supposed to get married. I blame you, Deku. Katsuki. The nerd killed them. Iida. Deku did this. Ochako was supposed to be mine and Katsuki's. Denki. Kyoka and I were supposed to be together. Deku is the reason behind this. Mineta. No, I never even had the chance to touch their boobs. Shoto. Oh, well, there's still Katsumi. Katsuki. Izumi shall do. Iida. She was broke, anyway. Mineta. Calm down, there's still millions of pairs of boobs out there. Toshinori. No, Gran Torino, this is all your fault. Their blood is on your hands, you bastard. Everybody kept berating them all for their actions. The girls were beating up the boys in anger and rage and they blamed them for causing this. The parents let it happen because they deserved it. Nezu even said that he'll cut their pay by 90% by the time they work at UA. The boys, as instructed by Izuku, will be put on a short leash. Izuku was satisfied with everything, and he decided to go now. Tanjiro and Zenitsu followed suit. They then began to hunt villains and fake heroes, and some slayers. They have yet to encounter any pillars during the night. After about killing that many, they headed back to the Infinity Fortress to train for the future. Zenitsu began to train using Doma's ice dolls, while Tanjiro and Izuku made it back to Kokushibo's place in the fortress. Kokushibo. I see, you've done what you wanted. Izuku. Izuku. I did, master. I have confirmed that they think I'm dead. With the help of Tanjiro and Zenitsu, that is. Kokushibo. That's good news. Shall we begin training? Izuku. Yes, Kokushibo. Very well. I shall teach you the forms of moon breathing. Every 14 days, you will clash with Tanjiro, who uses sun breathing. Understand? Izuku. Loud and clear, master. Kokushibo. Very good. Let us begin. And so, Izuku began training to use moon breathing. Like Kokushibo said, every 14 days, he'll clash with Tanjiro. They continued to train for 5 months. During the span of 5 months, Izuku began hanging out with Daki and Gyutaro. Gyutaro found him cool and considered him as his bro. And Daki, she, finds Izuku as cute and handsome, even with 6 eyes. And when he removes all 6 of his eyes, Daki will sometimes faint from the cuteness and handsomeness. Gyutaro found this amusing, and he knew that Daki has a crush on Izuku. Being the protective brother he is, he first objected to it, but he soon accepted it as long as his sister was happy. Izuku had no idea why Daki was acting the way she was, but he didn't mind. Also, Daki speaks to Momo and the others more because she knew that they also had a crush on Izuku. Somewhere along the way, they agreed to share him when the time comes. Unbeknownst to them, Zenitsu heard them and was all like, "Damn, my buddy got himself a harem. I'm jealous. I wish Nezuko and I can be together soon." And, during that time, Tanjiro got the chance to confess to Kanao. Of course, Kanao felt the same way. Kanae had a hard time calming Shinobu down after it since she was going all overprotective sister mode. Also, in the overworld, Izumi and the other girls were left in depression and said that they were also at fault of Izuku's death. After that night, despite not really sure if he wanted to, Aizawa said that he'd take care of Izumi now, obviously because Izumi doesn't want to be with her birth parents anymore. Though, she still did accept one for all. Only thing is, Gran Torino and Aizawa trained her. And for the guys, the girls hated them from the bottom of their hearts. They thought of them as monsters and said that they were the ones that deserved to die, and not Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and Jiro. Momo's parents found a note in her bedroom saying that she ran away because she didn't want to be married to Shoto since she knew what would happen if she did. She'd be treated as a sex toy and only as a breeding station in Shoto's eyes. Momo's parents blamed themselves for her death. Also, Shoka also ran away from the Todoroki abode and moved in with Izumi. Katsuki was kicked out of his house and moved in with his squad mates, who were just as homeless as he was. Denki's parents were confirmed dead in their home one night. They didn't find their bodies, but they did find their blood smeared all over the walls and floor. Siro's parents were found dead, and only thing left of them were their severed heads on Nichiren blades. And a message was written in blood, saying, "Karma's a bitch." On the walls, Eijiro's parents were found dead with their heads in a cookie jar. They were confused about why their parents were targeted, but they thought it was just some coincidence. Of course, they did feel sad that their parents were killed, but that didn't stop them from wanting to make the remaining girls their slaves. Also, due to all of the rising number of people disappearing and being killed off, the government decided to finally reveal to the world about the existence of the Demon Slayer Corps and demons. The public was in uproar and were horrified by the thought of man-eating demons roaming freely. Some of the mutant-type quirk users with extremely odd body structures were being discriminated and mistaken for demons, even if they were under the sun. As for the real demons, they were tough to spot because they blend in perfectly with the crowds of people in the society. Unfortunately, the Corps were trained to sense a demon's presence, so no demon can hide their presence from them. Also, another 5 months have passed, and Izuku, Momo, Jiro, Ochako and some of the Kamaboko squad had been given the position within the 12 demon moons, though some of them were sharing their position with the other. Lower Moon 1 were Izuku and Tanjiro. Lower Moon 2 was Zenitsu. Lower Moon 3 was Kanao. Lower Moon 4 was Inosuke. Lower Moon 5 was Nezuko. Lower Moon 6 were Momo, Jiro, and Ochako. Genya wasn't all that interested in becoming a moon. All he wanted was revenge for his family's massacre by a fake hero. And Muichiro, he was being him and hanging out with his twin brother, Yuichiro. Yuichiro and Muichiro were about to be killed one night by a villain, but Kokushibo stepped in and killed the villain. He even offered to turn them into demons since both of them were on the brink of death, and they were his descendants. Yuichiro deserves some love and attention. Kokushibo couldn't have been more proud of his students. Akaza was proud of his brother figure. Doma was being Doma and throwing confetti in the air to celebrate for them. Gyutaro was being a bro to Izuku and the other lower moons. And Daki was being all hard-eyed at the sight of Izuku. And if you're wondering what happened to the previous lower moons, they were all killed. Apparently, another pillar has been sighted by the demons, and he has a quirk that puts his physical attributes to that on a demon's level, which also means unlimited stamina, but no regenerative abilities and unlimited lifespan. Also, Izuku found out that Tamayo and Yushiro were demons, even before they met him. Izuku thanked Tamayo for her encouragement, but he apologized for not becoming a hero. Tamayo understood, and she didn't mind the fact that he became a demon. In fact, she was glad to know that they were on the same side. She did work at a hospital, but only because she wanted to study quirks and how they work. And finally, since those 10 hellish months of endless training and eating humans, Izuku and Tanjiro have mastered their breathing styles. Tanjiro has achieved 100% of sun breathing's power, and Izuku had achieved the same with moon breathing. Right now, the UA entrance exam was coming up later on in the day, and Izuku wanted to observe them. So, he, along with Tanjiro and Zenitsu, all went to the entrance exam. Zenitsu used his birth quirk to shade them from the sun. Nezu still continued on the exam despite the weather. Now, onto the exam. In case I have forgotten to say, Akaza and Koyuki's child had been born, and it was a boy. It was cloudy on the day of UA's entrance exam. Of course, Nezu didn't want to cancel the exam, so he still made sure to make arrangements in order for the students to take the exam while it's cloudy. Weather reports haven't announced any rainy weather today, so he just assumed it was nature doing its business. Anyway, Izuku, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu were currently hiding inside of an air vent in the main building. They shrunk their bodies so that they could fit inside. Izuku informed them of the potential detectors hidden in some places for any intruders, so Zenitsu used his blood demon art to interfere with them, but not disable them as that would cause suspicion. He made it so that it doesn't detect demons. They were hiding in the back vent of the place, and they spotted some of Izuku's old classmates. The girls sat away from the boys since they hated their guts. Izuku found this amusing, and then Present Mike came in and did his thing. Iida being the guy who's strictly stupid and criticized Ua for missing the part of the zero-pointer, Izumi telling him to get the stick out of his ass and let Present Mike speak, everyone in the room laughing at Iida, and so on. And then it was time for the physical test. They followed where Izumi was heading to in order to observe her progress. To where she was in a site with Iida, Aoyama, Katsumi, and Shoka. The trio were hiding behind a tree, and their presence was undetectable with Izuku's blood demon art. Izuku Sugikuni, yes, Kokushibo adopted him. Moon breath user. Blood demon art description. He can mask his presence to anything with life. Even the greatest hunter can't detect him. However, it doesn't work on anything that doesn't have life, such as detectors and sensors. It also works on other demons, as long as he cares for them from the bottom of his heart, and as long as they're at least 50 meters within his range. It doesn't work on humans, though. He also has a whole lot more tricks up his sleeve, but those are only available when in battle. Most of which are basically just the same as what Kokushibo can do in the manga. Though, he isn't on the same level of strength as him, though. He can also access the see-through world, and he managed to use his own version of Akaza's compass needle. He can shapeshift into a more human-like appearance and blend in with society. He only ever removes his other two eyes when he goes out for leisure or for spying on people. He can also change his pupils into normal ones when shapeshifting in order to hide his identity as Lower Moon 1. Iida and Aoyama tried talking to the girls, but they got ignored. Then, the doors opened. Izumi and the girls rushed in. This impressed Izuku. Izuku. So they know that there are no countdowns in real fights, huh? At least they've made some progress. Random dude. Hey, that's cheating. Present Mike. Cheating my ass. There are no countdowns in real battles. Drop your nuts and move your butts. They all panicked and ran in. Izumi, Shoka, and Katsumi were letting out their rage, anger, and pain from being used out on the robots. Of course, they also blamed themselves for being part of Izuku's death, but they decided to put those feelings aside for now until the right moment. Also, Izuku, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu were hiding inside a building and observing the girls' every move. Zenitsu. Hey, Izuku, why are you only observing these girls? I remember there being more of them. Izuku. I already observed them during those past few months. They've made progress, but not that much yet. These three made the most progress out of all of them, and they're the first ones to have caused me pain. I Think I can forgive them soon. Zenitsu. That's understandable. Izuku. And also, they're letting off the feeling of regret. From what I've observed, they're suffering just like I did. Only, mine was verbal and physical pain. Theirs is emotional pain. The pain and regret is killing them from the inside. Geez, if I knew this would happen, I would have just made a scene where I've gone missing. Tanjiro. So that way, they won't suffer as much. Izuku. Yeah, though, I didn't know their real reasons for bullying me since then, so, it's pretty understandable on my end. Tanjiro. I can agree. They continued to watch everything go down. About a few minutes later, the ground started shaking. The participants were alarmed, whereas the three in the building were all like Eren Yeager. Just then, a giant robot with a head that looked like an alien gun appeared. Everyone started running away, all except for one. It was a girl with thorns for hair, and she was trapped underneath some rubble. She was just in the brink of getting trampled with the zero-pointer. Izuku, Tanjiro, and Zenitsu gasped. They couldn't do anything because that would expose them. They could only watch. Izuku watched in irritation of everyone running away. Izuku. The hell, someone's about to die, but they're all just running away. Some heroes they are. Tanjiro. Not all of them. Look. Tanjiro pointed to three people rushing in for the save. It was Izumi, Katsumi, and Shoka. Izuku's eyes widened once he saw them, and then he smiled proudly. Izuku. So they're saving her. That's good. At least now I know that they've changed. Tanjiro. Yeah. Zenitsu. So, what are your thoughts? Izuku. Too close for redemption, is what I would say. They watched as Shoka used her ice to stop the zero-pointer from moving. Katsumi used her explosions to launch Izumi into the air, and finally, Izumi using 100% of One for All on the zero-pointer's face, but the drawback of doing so broke her bones. The zero-pointer got sent back, and it began exploding from top to bottom. Izumi celebrated too early, and now she was falling. She was still conscious, though, but barely. Just as she was falling, she looked to the building on her left. As if time had stopped, she saw Izuku, along with Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Izuku and Izumi made eye contact, and both of their eyes widened. Izumi let out a tear of happiness, but shock was still written on her face. Izuku was a different case. He was only surprised of Izumi seeing him. He didn't expect that he would be seen right then and there, but he didn't feel like he should be scared that the truth about him would be exposed. Instead, Izuku smiled and waved while both were in a state where time has seemingly stopped for them. Izumi smiled back, though her shock went away and she only thought of this as a hallucination or Izuku coming back as a spirit to watch her. And then, Izumi got shot back to reality and she was falling way faster than before. Just before she could hit the ground, Shoka made an ice slide, and Izumi slid down gracefully. She lost consciousness due to exhaustion and pain, and she had tears in her eyes, which Katsumi and Shoka had thought to be because of the pain that she had received when using One for All. After then, Izumi was brought to the infirmary to heal up. Katsumi called the other girls to tell them, and they said that they'd come in a short while. Izuku, Zenitsu and Tanjiro followed them quietly. They waited for a while in a tree near the infirmary. In the infirmary, Izumi was still resting. Her arms had already been healed with the help of Recovery Girl. Suddenly, Izumi woke up and was breathing heavily. The girls quickly ran to her side. Katsumi. Izumi, you good? Izumi. Yeah, though, I think I saw Izuku a while ago while I was falling. Shoka. Izumi, you know what happened to him. Izumi. I know, but I'm sure I saw him. It was as if time slowed down. Sue. I think you're just hallucinating Ribbit. Izumi. Or he's visiting from above. I might sound crazy and delusional, but I'm telling the truth. I did see him, and he smiled at me. Toru. Izumi. Like Sue said, you're only hallucinating, but he may be watching us. Like, really watching us. Mina. Did you see anything else? Like anything he did? Izumi. No, She suddenly remembers seeing the other two with Izuku. Izumi. Actually, I saw two people with him. One was a blonde wearing a yellow jacket and had horns on his head. The other, he had a green and black checkered jacket and he had this fiery-looking birthmark or scar on his face. You girls know anyone like that? They all said no, but Shoka remembered something. Shoka. Actually, I think I know. Only about the guy with the fire scar. He reminds me of that Kamado boy who had his family killed by my father on accident almost 2 years ago. Katsumi. Your father, Shoka. Yeah, the media blamed their deaths on the villain, but the one at fault is actually my father. Only known survivors were Tanjiro Kamado and Nezuko Kamado. They disappeared in less than a week, and nobody could find them, so they were presumed dead. Izumi. And how did your father feel about that? Shoka. Didn't even care. Typical of him. Him and Shoto are basically the same person. Didn't even care when Chuya was caught in the forest fire. Izumi. Typical of him. No wonder Izuku viewed him as a fake. Sue. Aren't we basically just the same? Ribbit. Everybody looked at her. The three in the tree were surprised of her statement. Izuku was more surprised than anyone. Sue. I mean, we are part of the reason why he's dead. Ribbit, we caused him pain, and look where that is now. Ribbit, the fact that you saw him might have just been the guilt playing with your eyesight. Ribbit. Izumi. Even if it was a hallucination. At the very least, I saw him again. I don't know if he forgave me, even in death, but I'm just happy that I can see him smile again. I haven't seen that smile since, well, since before we got our quirk tests. Izuku's eyes widened, and a few tears streamed down his eyes. He still hadn't reverted back to his demon form, so he still only has 2 eyes. He smiled in joy. Tanjiro and Zenitsu caught sight of it. Tanjiro. You alright, Izuku? Yeah, it's just that. I'm glad that Izumi remembers something so old. Not even my own birth parents remembered something like that. Hey, congratulations, Izumi, color me impressed. Tanjiro. Does that mean you forgive her? Izuku. Depends. Zenitsu. Well, if you do somehow end up forgiving her, what will you do then? I mean, she's human, you're demon. Her knowing that you did end up becoming a demon, she'll most likely commit seppuku as a result, along with the rest of the girls. Izuku. What makes you say that? Zenitsu. Their guilt, shame, and pain. Just like how they think that they're part of the reason for your supposed death, they'll think the same way for why you turned into a demon. They'll shame themselves and will run out of any more will to fight. And then, because of all the pain, they'll commit seppuku. That's how I view the events that will most likely happen. Tanjiro. Believe it or not, Izuku, but it's that possibility is most likely going to happen. Izuku. I might have a solution to how we can prevent that. Zenitsu. Really? And what's that? Izuku. That's for me to know, and me to find out. Zenitsu. Oh, come on, you can tell us. Izuku. You'll find out soon. I promise. For now, let's get out of here before we're caught. Both. Right. They then left. Nakame opened a door for them, and they went through. Izuku told Momo, Jiro, and Ochako about what he had heard. They were glad that Izuku was starting to forgive. They were still mad at them, but since Izuku had told them about their progress and improvements, their anger towards them had died down. Anyway, times KIP. A few weeks later. Location. UA. The new students of 1A were waiting for their bus to arrive. They were currently on a rendezvous point to a place called the USJ. They were going there for rescue training. Also, Shinso is with them since they needed someone to fill in the 20th spot in Class 1A. While they were waiting, another 4 people came up to them and greeted Aizawa. Aizawa recognized them and decided to introduce him to everyone. Aizawa. Everyone, I would like you to meet 4 of the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. Mizuto. Greetings. I am the current water pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. My name is Mizuto Hideki. Mizuti was a young man around his early 20s. He had blue hair and cerulean eyes. He wore a blue Magikarp jacket and black pants. Kazuya. I am Kazuya Fuji. I am the current lava pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kazuya was a young lady around her early 20s. She had bright orange hair with fire-red eyes. She wore a fire-patterned jacket and leggings. Fujin. Names Fujin Goto. Wind Pillar. Fujin was a young man in his early 20s. He had spiky ash blonde hair and brown eyes. He wore a green jacket and a pair of jogging pants. Nariko. My name is Nariko Yagami. Thunder Pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. Noriko was a young lady no older than 20. She had beautiful blonde hair and yellow eyes. She wore a black and yellow jacket and black pants. Denki blushed at Noriko. All of a sudden, their bus arrived. They boarded it, and the girls sat in the back away from the boys. The pillars did the same, but they were confused on what was going on between them. Izumi. So, what are the pillars gonna be doing with us in training? Noriko. Oh, we'll be training you for situations where you have to rescue people from demons, or even hold them off until slayers arrive. Katsuki. Oh, PSSH. We don't need slayers, we have our quirks. We're more than ready to face them. The guys except for Shinso agreed with him. Fujin. Idiots. Even All Might's punches are useless against them. No matter how many times he crushes their heads, they'll just regenerate it back. Shoto. Liar. Aizawa. Todoroki. Bakugo. Show some respect. They're the pillars of the Corps. Shoto and Katsuki grumbled in their seats. Fujin. Not to mention, if All Might couldn't beat them, then what good are all of you? He's stronger than all of you combined. Kazuya. Plus, he's nothing compared to the legendary Yoriichi Sugikuni. The strongest demon slayer to have ever lived. Mina. What was he like? Kazuya. Not much was known about him. He lived and died during the Sengoku period around his 80s. Mina. Oh, Mizuto. And, from one of his books, they said that he was only less than a minute away from ending Muzan. He used a long-lost breathing technique called sun breathing. Fujin. The first ever breathing style that was formed. As what the name implies, his attacks were so hot, that demons struggled to even regenerate some of their limbs that were cut by it. Even Muzan himself. Noriko. And it was implied that he had PTSD because of that. Izumi. Wow, he must be really strong, then. Katsuki. I bet I'm stronger. Noriko. You bet wrong, you little rascal. Shut up. Katsuki. Don't command me. He was suddenly zapped by Denki. Denki. Sorry about him. He's always like this. Hey, wanna go out after this? Katsuki. What the hell, dunce face. Denki. Shish, I'm trying to get a date here. Noriko. No. Denki fell to the floor in rejection. The guys all comforted him, but the girls laughed at his misfortune. About a few minutes later, they made it to the place. It looked like Jurassic World's aviary for some odd reason. Then, someone came up to them. It was the space hero, 13. 13. Greetings, Earthlings, I am 13, a famous rescue hero. Everyone said hi to her. 13 then turned to Aizawa and the pillars. 13. Hey, Aizawa, pillars. I thought All Might was supposed to be here. Where is he? Aizawa. The idiot used up his time limit again. He's taking a breather in his office. He'll arrive sooner or later. I'm not even gonna be surprised if he arrives once we finish training. 13. That's understandable. Anyway, let me get on with the lesson for today. And so she began her speech about the dangers of using their quirks unwisely. The guys didn't care and thought that quirks should be used in any way they pleased, but the girls flinched and felt their guilt getting the better of them. Then, they headed into the building. Everyone was awestruck by the place. It looked like a resort theme park. 13 explained how each of the zones worked, and they understood. Suddenly, the lights started flickering. And then, a dark purple portal appeared in the center. Aizawa and the pillars were alarmed. Kirishima. Whoa, you even have fake villains. Aizawa. They aren't fake. They're the real deal. Tons of villains started showing up around the central plaza. Mizuto. This is bad. Noriko. You said it. Fujin. Are we allowed to engage in villains? Mizuto. Yes, but we can't kill them. I don't sense any demons, though. That's a relief. In the center of the plaza, a guy with a hand fetish and some angry bird-looking monster with an exposed brain got out and looked at them all. Hands. Kurogiri, do you see All Might anywhere? The one known as Kurogiri was the portal guy. Kurogiri. Unfortunately not, Tamura Shigaraki. However, there are demon slayers present. Shigaraki. Slayers, huh. Tisk. This wasn't on the schedule. Whatever. Round them all up, just as planned. Kurogiri. As you wish. Back with 1A. Aizawa. All of you. Get out of here, now. Katsuki. We can take them. Let us fight. Aizawa. You crazy. Go. While they were arguing, they failed to notice something above them on the ceiling. It looked to be Anai with tiny legs, hands that was sticking to the ceiling. This was the work of Nakame. She was spying on everyone from the Infinity Fortress. Nakame. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, what is it, Ms. Nakame? Nakame. Villains have invaded the USJ. There are slayers there, as well. Your former classmates are there, too. Do you wish to go there? Izuku. I don't know. I may have to ask Master Kokushibo. It's quite all right. You may go to the USJ, do as you please. Izuku. You sure? Kokushibo only nodded. Izuku. Can I bring my friends with me? Kokushibo. Do as you wish. Izuku then called for his friends. They arrived about 15 minutes later. All demons of the lower ranks have joined. Izuku informed them of the plan. Momo then said something. Momo. But, Izuku. What if they find out that you turned into a demon? Izuku. I have a plan for that. You'll see. Zenitsu. And he still hasn't told us what that was. Izuku. Let's just get on with this. The sooner we get there, the sooner I can show you. He then turned to Nakame. Izuku. Nakame, please take us to the front door of the USJ. And Zen, prepare to conjure up cloudy weather. Zenitsu. You got it. Nakame then strung her biwa and a tatami door opened up in front of them. The first thing that they saw was the backside of Kurogiri blocking the entrance, and he was giving out a speech. Kurogiri. It's a pleasure to meet you, we are the... I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might the symbol of peace to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some sort of change in plans we could not have foreseen. Ah well, in the end I suppose it doesn't matter. I still have a role to play. 13 was about to use her quirk, but was stopped when she saw Katsuki and Kirishima charging at Kurogiri. Katsuki sent an explosion at him, and smoke clouded a small portion of the area. Kirishima. Did you think we were just gonna stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? Just as they thought that they have knocked him out, Kurogiri started speaking, shocking everyone there. Izuku and the other lower moons were only surprised, but were impressed nonetheless at Kurogiri. Kurogiri. You really do live up to your school's reputation. But you should be more careful, children. Otherwise, someone might get hurt. Before Kurogiri could warp both Baku Squad members away, he heard slow clapping behind him. Everyone else heard, and they looked behind Kurogiri, only to see Izuku doing the slow clapping with an impressed smile. Izuku. My, ain't this entertaining. We went here to, what was it again? Oh, yeah, have a little visit. And what do we find? UA's USJ, a secure facility getting invaded by villains. How amusing. 13. Who's that? Shoka. There's a familiar feeling coming from the guy with the 6 eyes. Mina. The guy with 6 eyes, he feels familiar. Toru. What is it with the guy with 6 eyes that feels familiar? Katsumi. They look like trouble, but why do some of them feel familiar? Sue. These guys feel oddly familiar. Izumi. Wait a sec, I recognize those two. And, wait, that guy with 6 eyes. No. It can't be. Shoto. Why does the girl with the black hair feel familiar? He was referring to Momo. Kanao's hair is white, as you can see from the picture in the last chapter. Denki. Why's the one with purple hair oddly familiar? Iida. Wait, the girl with the brown hair in a bob cut. No, it can't be. She's dead. Katsuki. The chick with the brown hair looks like round face. Nah, she's dead. Kurogiri. I don't remember you being in our team. Who are you? He took a closer look at them and saw something written in their eyes. You could tell from his eyes that he was both surprised and joyed by this. Kurogiri. Oh, my. Isn't this a surprise? Who would have thought that the lower moons themselves have appeared right before my very eyes? The students of 1A were shocked. They were sweating very hard, even Katsuki, but his ego keeps saying that he can beat them all. They all knew that these guys were trouble due to their status of being Muzan's personal servants. Izuku. So it seems. It's a pleasure to meet you. Kurogiri. My name is Kurogiri. Pleasure to meet you. What may I refer to you as? Izuku. My name will be revealed later on. For now, call me Six Eyes. Kurogiri. Very well, Six Eyes. Katsuki. Oh, great, just when I thought Four Eyes wasn't a nuisance enough for me. A bastard with 6 eyes comes in to back him up. I'll beat your ass, Izuku. How disappointing. I thought that they were training heroes here. What's a rabid and psychotic dog doing here? Inosuke. Ha 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 ha. He called you a rabid and psychotic dog. Izuku. And the hints are gonna be coming in like Genya's bullets. Izumi. Wait, that sounds familiar. No, it may be just a coincidence. Zenitsu. Man, this rabid nuke is annoying. Izuku. All Might will be here in a few minutes or so. Zen, Kanao, Nezuko, please block the door. Let none pass. The three complied. They used their blood demon arts to seal the entrance. Kanao made vines and plants grown on the doors. Zenitsu reinforced it with his electricity, so that whoever tries to touch it will get zapped. Nezuko made a wall of flames just a few meters away from the door. The students gasped and began to lose hope of them surviving this attack. Izuku. Now that that's settled. Kurogiri, you were gonna warp the students away to different locations, right? Kurogiri. Yes. Izuku. Then, do it. However, wherever you'll warp Shoto Todoroki is where you'll warp Tanjiro and Nezuko. Got it. Shoto and Shoka's eyes widened. Shoto didn't listen carefully and thought it was both him and Shoka. But Shoka heard it clearly, and it left her thinking. Shoka. Why him, specifically? Kurogiri. As you wish, 6 eyes. Izuku. And for the rest of you, stick to the plan. Lower moons. Got it. Kurogiri then proceeds to warp them all to different location, but only missing a few since they were quick enough to avoid it. Tanjiro and Nezuko jumped in where they saw Shoto was dropped into. Those were Sato, Shoji, Shiro, Iida, and Mina. 13 had also been warped away to another location. And Inosuke was being Inosuke and stormed off to find someone to fight in the USJ. Izuku. Kurogiri. Whoever your boss is, get back to them. We'll handle this. Kurogiri complied and warped back to the plaza. Izuku took out his blade, and so did the rest of them. The students were intimidated by them. Izuku. Now, do as I say, and nobody get hurt. I want you to surrender and walk back to the plaza. They couldn't disagree, so they complied. They didn't want to die, though. In the plaza, Kurogiri warped over to tell Shigaraki of what was happening. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, what are you doing here? You're supposed to guard the entrance. Kurogiri. There's been a turn of events, Tamura Shigaraki. It appears that the lower moons have joined the fight, and it seems that they're on our side. Shigaraki. Lower moons. Here, hey, looks like a third party. Only, this one is teaming with another group. He grinned evilly. He watched as the Pillars and Aizawa continued to hold off the other villains. Meanwhile, in the landslide zone, Shoto and Shoka were facing off some villains, also being wary of Tanjiro and Nezuko, who they knew were going to come for them. Tanjiro and Nezuko were hiding behind some rocks, getting ready to pounce at any moment. They watched as Shoto froze the villains without mercy, and Shoka hesitantly doing the same. Tanjiro could smell that she was frustrated about being warped with her brother. Shoto. Tell me, you bastards. How do you plan on killing All Might? Villain 1. As if we'd tell you. Shoto. Answer me, or I'll kill you. Tanjiro. Like father, like son. Nezuko. Nezuko. Indeed. Time to make an appearance. They both jumped out from where they were hiding and prepared their attacks to be directed to Shoto. Shoka was a bit far from her brother, but she saw the two charging at him. She didn't warn him, instead, she only watched. Shoto sensed them, and he turned around, only to be met with red and pink fire being directed at him. Dance. Clear blue sky. Exploding blood. He barely dodged the incoming attacks, only being missed by a hair. The ice trapping the villains was melted due to the intense heat, causing the villains to break free. Tanjiro. All of you, we'll handle this. Go and help your comrades in another zone. The villains complied and they rushed to other zones. Shoto got into a fighting stance, and so did Shoka, who didn't really want to fight alongside her twin. Nezuko. Shoka Todoroki. Shoto Todoroki's twin sister. You don't have to fight us. You're not our target. Shoka. What? Nezuko. You're nothing like your father. You feel regret of what you did to your friend in the past since you took part in his death. You're not at fault here. You, along with the other girls, are only more victims of the boys' plans. Shoka couldn't believe her ears. A demon in the lower ranks of the moons encouraged her that she wasn't at fault. She started tearing up because of it. Shoto. Don't let them get to your head, Shoka. Stop being so weak. And how did you demons acquire the knowledge of our past? Tanjiro. You took advantage of the fact that she was weak. Only, that's what was in your view. Your sister isn't weak, she's stronger than you take her for. She just couldn't see that because of how you treat her. Like how you manipulated her into bullying the love of her life. You see, you're no different than your father. What would your mother think when the person she loves more than anything finds out about what you did? You deserve that burn, Shoto. It's karma for your plans on hurting poor old Izuku Yagi. He ignored his question. Shoto. Shut up. He sent a wave of fire towards Tanjiro and Nezuko. Nezuko. Let the games begin, then. Meanwhile, in the shipwreck zone, Izumi, Sue, and Mineta were seen on a boat while hiding from a bunch of villains. The villains were waiting patiently for their next move, but that patience was slowly running out as time progressed. Izumi and Sue were uncomfortable with the fact that Mineta was with them since he was one of the guys that manipulated them into bullying Izuku, and because he was the most perverted out of all of them. They were ignoring him since he did nothing than complain and cry saying that he's going to die without touching any of the girls' boobs. Izumi. Hey, Sue, did some of those demons felt familiar to you? Sue. You felt it, too. Yeah, Ribbit, the one with the 6 eyes, stood the most, and the 3 lower moon 6 demons also felt familiar somehow. Ribbit. Izumi. Also, those 2 in the green and black checkered jacket and the yellow jacket were the ones I saw in the entrance exam when I saw Izuku. They were right next to him when I saw Izuku. Sue. You think that? Izumi. They were only casting an illusion to toy with me. Not likely, I think. Although, the guy with 6 eyes does have the same hair color as Izuku. Sue. It may be just some coincidence. Ribbit, don't get your hopes up, Izumi. As much as I also don't want to believe it, Izuku died. Ribbit. Izumi. Back in the plaza, Izuku and his friends were keeping the students hostage while the pillars stopped fighting so that they won't kill the students. Aizawa was seen beaten up by the thing that the villains called Nomu. The pillars were on guard in case they find an opening. Izuku. Hey, hands. What's your name? Shigaraki. My name's Tamura Shigaraki. Your name? Izuku. D's. Shigaraki. D's what? Izuku. D's nuts. Take 2. Izuku. I'll tell you later. Just call me 6 eyes, for now. Also, tell that angry bird to give the teacher to me. Shigaraki. You gonna eat him, demon? Izuku. Nope. I just don't want any real heroes here to die. Shigaraki was confused, but he obliged and commanded the Nomu to throw Aizawa to Izuku. Izuku caught him and, Izuku. So, these are the pillars of the core, huh? I've gotta say, you impress me. Fujin. Appreciate the compliment, but, Izuku. I was talking about the girls, dumbass. They're pretty attractive in all 6 of my eyes. Momo, Jiro, and Ochako pouted at them for that. The 2 female pillars were taken aback by that, and they had light blushes on their faces. Izuku. You're only lucky that Doma isn't here. If he was, he would have eaten you already. He has this strange habit of only eating women. Fujin. Is this guy's really openly saying what his allies are like? No, even lower moons are supposed to be smarter than that. Something's wrong. Izuku. Anyway, let's get this over with. When's All Might coming here? I wanna fight him. Shigaraki. This guy came here to fight All Might. Things might get interesting. Izuku unsheathed his blade and showed its red color, surprising the pillars. Pillars? How the hell does this guy have a red blade? Izuku. Anyway, Zen, Kanao, if anyone tries anything funny, then cut them, but don't kill them. Understood. Both nodded. Izuku. Oh, and the 3 of you. I want you to do me a favor and take care of all the other students. Izuku turned to the 3 girls that helped him all his life. Izuku, Akari, go to the landslide zone and assist Tanjiro and Nezuko. Not like they need any assistance, but you know what to do when you see him. Gravidia, go to the collapse zone. You know what to do, right? And Soundwave, go to the mountain zone. You all understand. Akari was Momo's alias, Gravidia was Ochako's, and Soundwave was Jiro's. All 3. Yes, Izuku. Then, go. Reveal your identities if you want. I wanna see the look on their faces when they learn the truth. The 3 left. Izuku turned back to the pillars. Izuku. Alright, then. Without any further ado, let the festivities begin. He dashed at the slayers and began clashing his blade with theirs. Izuku. Moon breathing. Pillars. Moon breathing. Izuku. 7th form. Mirror of misfortune, moonlit. He sent several long-ranged slashes in the ground, causing the pillars to fall back. The villains were overwhelmed by his power, and they also went to fall back. Izuku. If none of you want to be caught up in this fight and get killed, I suggest you step back a bit, or you can mess with the other students in the other zones. Mountain zone's out of the question since it's pretty occupied, as you can see. He pointed to the mountain zone, and everyone saw ice and fire clashing with each other. Izuku. Now, leave. The villains all left to the other zones. Izuku turned back to the pillars. They were only just getting back up and they were both confused and a bit scared of him. Fujin. Since when were lower moons this strong? Mizuto. Wanna ask him for that. Nariko. This guy isn't like any lower moon we've faced so far. His power has to be that of upper rank level. Kazuya. If so, then we shouldn't underestimate him. If we can't beat him, then who knows how much of us it will take to even beat upper 6. Izuku. If you're thinking about Daki and Gyutaro, then you're asking for one hell of a nasty fight with their demon arts. Daki will just carve you up into bits, while Gyutaro might just poison you to death. Either way, picking a fight with them is only a free ticket to your graves. That is, if they even leave anything of you once they finish you off. Izuku raised his blade again. Izuku. You done? I'm getting sick of waiting. Izuku charged at them once again. The pillars were being overwhelmed by his amount of power. They never expected a lower moon to be this strong. Fujin was having a hard time keeping up with him since his speed was nothing compared to Izuku's. Izuku. Come on, I want a fight. Do better. Even Sanemi can keep up with me. Fujin. Shut up. Fujin sent a strike towards Izuku, nearly cutting his head off. Izuku dodged in time, but instead of feeling scared that he almost got killed, he smiled and laughed. Izuku. Would you look at that? I almost got killed. This battle might be the most thrilling one I had so far. Mizuto. What the hell, demon? You almost got killed, yet, you don't seem scared. Why? Izuku. Well, let me tell you something. Ever since I was a kid, I never knew the feeling of fear. The pillars were taken aback by his response. The students were also taken aback. Though, no more than Mina. She was in total shock of what she heard. Mina. This demon doesn't know what fear feels like. He's the same as Izuku. Izuku knows no fear. Wait. She took a look at Izuku's features. She examined him and used her brain cells for once while doing so. Mina. He has the same hair as Izuku, but longer. Plus, his voice is the same as Izuku's. If those other 2 eyes were removed. No, it can't be. Her eyes widened and tears streamed down her eyes upon the realization. She imagined the demon in front of her without the other 2 pairs of eyes and his hair shortened, and it was the same as what Izuku looked like, only without the Slayer mark. The guys caught sight of it, but didn't know what's wrong. Kanao and Zenitsu caught sight of it and they nodded at each other. Zenitsu. Hey, 6 eyes. I think she figured it out. Izuku looked back and saw the expression on Mina's face. Izuku. Huh, didn't expect her to find out first, being one of the Baku squad. Whatever. Congrats on figuring out the truth. Mina. No way, Izuku. He's alive, but, he's a demon. This is all our fault. We turned him into this. She watched as Izuku kept on clashing with the pillars with a smile on his face. The pillars were having a hard time with fighting him, but they were able to keep up with him. They traded blow after blow, and breathing technique after breathing technique. The fight went on for a few minutes. Izuku pushed them all back with a few of his breathing techniques, and they were having a hard time trying to aim for his neck. Noriko was being pushed back into a corner by Izuku. She thought that she would be the first one to go out, but Izuku spared her before turning right back at Kazuya. He suddenly appeared in front of her, catching her off guard. Both her and Izuku swung their blades at each other and traded blows once again. They were all running out of breath, but Izuku was still up for more. He was having way too much fun. Izuku. So, who's up for more? The pillars all got into another battle stance. Just as they were about to attack again, Momo, Ochako, Jiro, Tanjiro, and Nezuko all came back with students in their arms, who all seemed to be in a state of shock. Ochako was letting Katsuki and Kirishima float behind her. Obviously, she was the one who was sent to the collapse zone, after all. Momo was dragging Shoto by the leg, and he seemed to be in a lot of shock. Shoka, who also seemed to be in shock, was being gently carried by Nezuko. And Toru walking slowly behind. You could tell by the floating pair of gloves and boots. Jiro was dragging Denki by the leg, while he was pulling Katsumi by the arm, but she was standing. Both were in shock for some reason. Also, she had Shinso following her calmly. Apparently, Jiro asked nicely for him to follow her, so he obliged since he didn't want to potentially risk his life if he didn't. They all dropped them on the ground near the other students. Izuku. Judging by their facial expressions, you told them. Jiro. What does it look like? Izuku. Fair point. Zenitsu. Heads up, we have some company from the water. Izuku turned to the water, and he saw Izumi, Sue, and Mineta surfacing. Once they caught sight of Izuku seeing them, they immediately stiffened up. Though, Mineta was being all like, Mineta. Ah, he saw us. We're gonna die. Izumi. You idiot. Maybe he was only looking here. Maybe he didn't see us, but you exposed us. Can't you do anything right? The three of them were suddenly pulled out and were now back with the other students. Izuku. True, I might have only been looking in your direction and might not have seen you, but my friend here heard you. However, you shouldn't act like a coward if you're gonna be a hero. Tisk. Some hero you are. Minoru Mineta. Some grappist that doesn't deserve to be here. Along with every single one of the guys present now, except for that Shinso guy. Never knew him before. Shigaraki. What's going on? Shinso. Just what the hell happened with these guys? Zenitsu. It seems, we have more company. I know the sound of those ass cheeks clapping anywhere. All Might's here. Shigaraki. Izuku. Finally. Suddenly, All Might burst through the door, destroying the barrier that was placed. He didn't seem too happy, though. All Might. I am here. With some help. There stood with him was his wife, Psywave. Shigaraki. Crap. Kurogiri. Should we run? Shigaraki. No, we run once things get too bad. For now, let's watch. Nomu. Get ready. All Might. You will fall by our hands, villains. All Might jumped down in front of everyone. Some of them got their hopes up. Suddenly, the thing called Nomu appeared in front of him and punched him away. Izuku laughed at that. Izuku. Oh, what's this? Is the almighty symbol of peace getting beaten by just a punch? All Might. Shut up, villain. Izuku. How am I a villain? I mean, I'm not the one who left his own son for dead, right? Everyone was shocked for different reasons. For the pillars and villains, they were shocked that All Might did that. For the students, they were shocked about how he knew. Shigaraki told the Nomu to stand down. All Might. I don't know what you're talking about. Izuku. Yeah, like how you don't know anything about poor old Izuku. He died on that bus that night. All Might. No, sorry. Toshinori Yagi. All Might. How do you know my real name? Izuku. Oh, I know lots of things about you. Your real name, your real face, the truth about your quirk, your personal life, and most importantly, the son that you, yourself don't know. All Might. And what do you know about him that I don't, huh? If I don't know anything, then how can you? Suddenly, Izuku started laughing like Light Yagami in the last episode of Death Note. Izuku. Maybe it's because I am him. The entire USJ was silent once he said that. Even the villains were silent. All Might almost shrunk back to his skeletal size. Unfortunately, he didn't, so Izuku couldn't expose him any further. All Might. Liar. Izuku is dead. My son is dead. You demons were the cause of it. Izuku. Son, you don't have a son, you damn fake. All you have is your wife. Even your own daughter hates you now. All Might. So not only are you a demon and a liar, but you're also a stalker, huh? Izuku. Hey, why? Isn't it only natural for me to watch over my younger twin sister, even if it's just from the shadows? All Might. She isn't your sister, you demon. She's Izuku's sister. I may have not known anything about Izuku, but at the very least, I know that he doesn't have 6 eyes or red hair. Katsumi. Mr. Yagi. Iken did have red hair. How could you not have noticed? All Might. What? He did. Izuku. Yes, I do, All Might. And for my 6 eyes, well, turning into a demon changed my physical appearance a lot. Let me just revert back. He reverted back to his original state before he was turned into a demon. The class, eyes all widened, while Inko was crying tears. All Might. Izuku. Is that really you? Izuku. Yes, it's me. I was alive this entire time. The girls and I faked our deaths. You wanna know why? I'll tell you. We wanted to escape. What you said about me really stung, you know. I don't have the heart of a hero. Whose fault is that? And you berated me behind my back because I recklessly jumped in to save my friends. Isn't that what a hero is supposed to do? And what do you know about what a resolve of a hero is like? Like you know anything. You, Endeavor, and Psywave all deserve to die. You're no heroes at all. Shigaraki. Wow, and I thought I had daddy issues. Everyone was silent once again. Izuku held anger in his eyes. He looked like he was about to kill someone if they made a wrong move. He was releasing bloodlust that nearly suffocated those who felt it. Even the villains all dropped to their knees. The pillars couldn't believe that All Might would do that to his own child. Izumi. Izuku, is that really you? Izuku looked over to where Izumi was. She was crying a lot. He could tell that they were both tears of joy and tears of sadness for obvious reasons. Izuku's bloodlust died down upon seeing them. Izuku. Hey, sis. It's been a while, huh? Nice to see you again. Directly, that is. Other than you seeing me during the entrance exam, I'd say this is a pleasant meeting. Wouldn't you agree, Sue? So she wasn't hallucinating. Ribbit. Katsuki. Damn, this nerd is alive. I guess I just have to kill him for real this time. Izumi. So, you really are alive. Is this for real? Izuku. Want me to prove it? Ask me a question that only I know the answer to, then. Izumi. If you really are Izuku, tell me, what were the exact words that you said that day, that same day that everything changed? Izuku. You really want me to say it? Fine, then, if it can make you believe that I really am your brother. I called you a bitch of a sister, and a coward for not being able to force choke me. And, the last thing I said to you was, I don't have a sister. And if I ever did have a sister, then she would have been on my side, even if I don't have a quirk. After that, I insulted Denki about his quirk supposed to be named zombie immunity, because zombies go after brains, something that he doesn't have. After that, Katsuki and Shoto tell me to commit suicide in order to get a quirk. Wait a sec, I forgot to say that Shoto also told me to commit suicide in my note. Oh, well, I can't do it now. So, you believe me now? All Might. Izumi, is this all true? Izumi only nodded while still looking in disbelief at Izuku. Izuku. And now you believe me? All Might. Izuku. Son. Izuku. You don't get to call me by my name, Toshinori Yagi. I'm not your son, nor was I ever. You may be my father, but you weren't my daddy. I only accept one being in this world to have ever treated me as a son, and that's Master Kokushibo. All Might. No, Izuku, he must be manipulating you. Snap out of it. Demons are forced into submission, right? Izuku. How delusional of you. You really believe that he's manipulating me. You're part of the reason why I willingly turned into a demon. After all, reverts back to demon form. He was actually the one that saved me that day from the sludge villain, and not you. Plus, he saw potential in me, something that you were too blind to see. He's my real father. On that very same day, Izuku Yagi died. I'm only what's left of him. My name is Izuku Sugikuni, son of Mikikatsu, Kokushibo, Sugikuni, also known as Upper Moon One. All Might. No, without thinking, All Might sent several punches at Izuku, to which he easily blocked with his blade. Izuku. Is this guy stupid? You need a Nichiren sword to kill a demon. Oh, well, this guy's not worth my time, then. Oi, Shigaraki, mind if I borrow your pet bird? Shigaraki. Meh, why not? Nomu, follow his orders. Izuku. Nomu, come here. Punch All Might away. The Nomu rushed and punched All Might away. Psywave was about to help him, but Izuku threatened her that they'd kill the students if they do anything. The Nomu was now beside Izuku. Izuku. So, tell me about this Nomu thing. Shigaraki. It's a bioengineered human that was specifically designed to eliminate All Might. You like it? It has the ability to. Izuku. Shush. Don't openly say what this thing can do. You're only giving away hints on how to defeat it. Kurogiri. He's not wrong. Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki. You're right. And so is he. I like this guy. Izuku. However, it may not be strong enough to kill All Might. I think I might just make it stronger. Shigaraki. Oh, what did you have in mind? Izuku smirks this. Izuku opened the Nomu's mouth and he cut his arm to draw blood. His blood flowed like faucet water, and into the Nomu's mouth. The other lower moons and pillars knew what he was planning, and they had different reactions. The moons grinned at his smart plan, while the pillars stared in horror of what he was doing. The villains and everyone else were just plain confused since they don't know how a human gets turned into a demon. Just then, the Nomu started thrashing around while screeching in pain. Zenitsu had to cover his ears from that. About a few seconds later, the Nomu stood up and it had its brain covered, and it had sharp fangs, not mention its sharp nails. Everybody gasped at the creature's new appearance. It looked more monstrous than it already was. Shigaraki. What did you do? Izuku. I made it stronger. I turned it into a demon. Shigaraki suddenly began laughing very sinisterly. Shigaraki. Ha ha ha, All Might is so in for it now. Mizuto. We gotta help him. Fujin. Yeah. Inosuke suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Inosuke. Nah you're fighting us. Tanjiro. I'll join in. Kanao. So will I. Zenitsu. Count me in. Tanjiro. Izuku, are you gonna fight, too? Izuku. No, I already had my fair share of fun. I actually wanted to fight All Might, but he's too weak for me. Not even worth my time. Despite turning that Nomu into a demon, it still isn't even close to being able to beat the last lower 6 in a blood battle. Shigaraki. It's still too weak to beat a lower rank. Whoa, these guys must really be crazy strong. Tanjiro. Sun breathing. Burning bones, summer sun. Pillars. How does this guy know sun breathing? Kanao. Flower breathing. Fourth form, Crimson Hanagoromo. Zenitsu. Thunder breathing. Seventh form, Flaming Thunder God. Inosuke. Beast breathing. Third fang. Devour. Pillars. And these other guys also use breathing techniques. The four then started to clash their blades. Izuku turned back to the students of 1A. He walked forward and stood right in front of them. Izumi was the one in the front, and she was still in shock of the revelation that Izuku was still alive. Izuku. I know what you girls are thinking. And, no, you shouldn't blame yourselves for the fact that I turned into a demon. If there's anyone to blame here, then it's the boys. Kirishima. Stop, you're only making them turn on us. Katsuki. Don't forget your place, nerd. You're below us. Shoto. We'll kill you where you stand. Izuku. Hehe, is that so? Well, then, have at me, Shoto. Oh, we will, alright. Izuku. I was talking to everybody else, dimwit. You're fighting Momo. Bakuho. Robocop, you're fighting Ochako. Zombie Repellent, you're fighting Kyoka. They all want to take their anger out on you. They were all kicked away by their respective opponents. They both had angry grins on their faces. Jiro. Sup, jamming yay. Miss me? Cuz I sure don't. Ochako. So, you two had a crush on me back then, huh? Too bad. I'm not into bullies. Momo. The son of the second fake from the top. We meet again. They all began to fight, whereas Izuku was just standing there, observing whoever was left. He was mainly focusing on the girls, though. He was observing them and was deciding whether or not he should forgive them. Nezuko was behind them, and she was ready to attack if necessary. Izuku. So, I've been observing you girls since I've left. Mina and Toru were the first ones I saw after I turned into a demon. You were with Monkey Boy and Red Rock under that bridge, and were arguing about my birthday gift, am I right? Mina. Why you were there? How much did you hear? Izuku. Enough to finally realize what was really going on. Good thing I recorded their voices of their conversation after you two ran off. He took out his phone and played the audio of that night. The girls glared a hole into Kirishima. Ojiro wasn't there yet since he was having to deal with his own problems in the fire zone. Izuku. That's not all. I think that I might be able to forgive you. Girls. Really. Boys. Crap. Izuku. Though, it may still be far from happening since I can still feel the pain of all those wounds you caused me. However, you might be able to speed up your progression by doing one simple thing. Become demons. Serve under him. Then, will you earn my full forgiveness immediately? Although, if you choose to stay humans, my forgiveness might take a whole lot longer. So, what will it be? The boys' eyes widened and they were shaking in fear. Izuku just outright offered them a deal that they couldn't refuse if they were really desperate for forgiveness. The girls all pondered for a second. They really wanted Izuku to forgive them, but they didn't want to do it the easy way. So, they looked at each other and nodded before answering him. Izumi. As much as we want your forgiveness, Izuku, we don't want to take the easy way for it. Shoka. We've been way too hard on you growing up, so it'll be unfair if you forgive us now if we become demons. Katsumi. Mina. I have the same answer. Sue. Same. Ribbit. Toru. I want your forgiveness, too, but, not this way. We'll become demons for you, but we can't accept your forgiveness if it's that easy. Izumi. We want to make it up to you, genuinely. So, we reject your offer of becoming demons. Sorry. The guys stared in shock of their answers, but sighed in relief that the girls weren't going to become demons. Izuku examined them for a second before smiling brightly. Izuku. You passed. Girls. What? Izuku. That was a trick question. I wanted to test you if you really did deserve my forgiveness. If you chose to turn into demons to immediately get my forgiveness, then I would have considered your forgiveness progress bar back to square one since you chose the easy way out and not show me that you were really sorry. But since you chose the second option, you passed my test. Well done, girls. I might consider forgiving you some time in the future. Not just today. I'll be watching you from afar to see how much progress you're making. You'll never know where I am, though. Also, whatever you've chosen, I wouldn't turn you into demons. At least, not yet. The girls all cried tears of joy upon hearing that. The guys were enraged, but they didn't want to die, so they kept still. The ones that the three girls fought were on the ground and beaten up. Izuku. Also, Kirishima, reminder for you and Ojiro. Don't talk about where your parents live out in the open. I mean, that's how I got the idea to eliminate them that night, both of them. Who knew that cookie jars were big enough to fit their head in there? Hey, Kirishima. You're the one that killed them. Izuku. Not only yours, though. I also eliminated Denki and Ojiro's parents, as well as Minetta's, Shoji's, and Sato's. They tasted horrible, by the way. Kirishima. You bastard. I'll fucking kill why. He was cut off by Izuku suddenly slashing him across his chest. His blood sprayed on the ground, and he fell back a few inches away. He struggled to get up because the wound stung him way too much, plus he was losing blood very quickly. Izuku. You have to die first. Suddenly, they heard something from the roof. They looked over and saw that All Might had punched the Nomu away, and the roof had a hole in it. The Nomu burst through the clouds and it eventually killed it for real. Shigaraki was having a tantrum from having his pet bird defeated. As for All Might, he was a minute close to deflating. Suddenly, more heroes showed up on the scene, and they took out the villains. The pillars were defeated and had several cuts and slash marks on their bodies due to the amount of attacks dealt to them. Izuku. Crap, looks like we'll have to go. Even though we can beat them, they're not worth our time. They're all way too weak for us. Inosuke. Agreed. Tanjiro. Nakame. Please send us back. Izuku. Until we meet again. Tamura Shigaraki. Shigaraki. Whatever. Izuku. Now, let's what the. He was unable to move for some reason. He turned around and saw Inko using her quirk to stop him from going any further. She had an angry look with tears in her eyes. Inko. I'm sorry, Izuku. Please forgive me. I never intended to neglect you. As much as I also want your forgiveness, I have to arrest you for being a villain. I'm sorry, Izuku. Moon breathing. 8th form. Moon Dragon Ringtail. He sent a long-ranged slash at Inko, and he managed to hit her across the chest, but not enough to kill her since he didn't want to kill her just yet. Inko didn't have time to register what was going on until it was too late for her. She was already on the ground and bleeding. Izuku approached her and looked at her with hatred in all 6 of his eyes. Izuku. Not only did you neglect me, but you think that you can just arrest me. You fool. I am a demon. I can't just be arrested like those small fries used for final selection. And you want my forgiveness. You really think that you deserve it. Inko crying, I'm sorry. Izuku. You want forgiveness. Get religion. Izuku turned around, but not before stabbing her in the arm that she used to pull him back with her quirk. Izuku. Take those pillars back to the fortress. We'll eat them there. They all complied and took the pillars to the Infinity Fortress. They didn't kill them yet, though. Before Izuku could walk back through, he sensed something, and he looked towards Momo. He saw Mineta sneaking up behind her whilst she was about to carry one of the pillars. Mineta. He. Time to drop YAOYOROPPAI. Momo. Get away from me, you grappist. Suddenly, Izuku appeared behind Mineta. Mineta looked behind him and instantly paled upon seeing him. His 6 red eyes were staring right into his soul. Izuku. You little maggot. Don't you realize that touching women against their will is considered a crime? He swung the hilt of his blade, about to knock out Mineta, but instead of the hilt hitting his neck, it was the blade itself. Mineta's head was suddenly cut clean off. Everyone stared in shock of what Izuku just did. Though, the girls were happy that the class pervert was dead and gone. Izuku. I meant to knock him out. I swear. Students. Villains. Shigaraki. Kurogiri. Lower Moons. All Might. Pillars. Zoro. The Watcher. Izumi. Well, he ain't waking up from that. That's for sure. Izuku. Yeah, you're right. I'ma go get a move on. All Lower Moons then entered through the portal and went back to the fortress with the pillars. The heroes tried to stop them, but the tatami door disappeared before they could reach it. Shigaraki and Kurogiri also disappeared, but not before warping away some of the side villains. All Might finally deflated and he was breathing heavily. He had a bite mark on his hand due to the Nomu almost taking a bite out of it before flying off. Inko and Kirishima were still bleeding with large slash wounds across their chests. Medics came in later on, and they patched up the wounded. News reporters and police surrounded the area, while some helped the students to safety. The girls were still a bit shocked of what happened. Izuku forgiving them and all that, but they were happy nonetheless. Plus, they were thanking him that the guy who pervs on them is now gone for good. Speaking of which, his body and head were being wrapped up in a body bag. The guys were angry that Izuku killed one of their own. They swore that they will kill Izuku when they see him again. Meanwhile, Izuku and the others have successfully returned to the fortress and they dropped the pillars on the ground. Muzan, Daki, Gyutaro, Doma, Akaza, Kokushibo, and all of the other moons were there. Muzan. My, I didn't expect you all to capture not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 pillars. Who accomplished this? Tanjiro. It was Izuku, sir. Izuku. No, it wasn't. I just stood in the sidelines while all of you fought them. Zenitsu. You were the one that exhausted them, Izuku. You deserve the credit, Izuku. But you were the ones that fought them afterwards. Muzan. Enough. I'll see for myself. Muzan checks their memories, and he saw what had happened. Muzan. Of all the lower moons that I've recruited, not even one has managed to stand their ground against even a single pillar. Well done, Izuku. I'm really flattered, sir. I really am, but it wasn't just me. It was these guys that fought them until they collapsed. Not me, Momo. And there he goes again. Nezuko. I don't remember doing anything that useful, though. Muzan. I see. I'm not usually this generous, but since you lower ranks were actually more useful and reliable than all the previous ones, I'll make an exception. He sent multiple appendages of his to the lower ranks, necks. He injected generous amounts of his blood into them. The upper ranks and the pillars, eyes widened. The lower moons all thrashed around due to the magnitude and pressure of the blood that was suddenly injected into them. Izuku and Tanjiro were the first ones to get up. The others were still in the middle of adapting to the blood. Muzan. As expected of you too. Now, I believe you know what to do with these pillars. Izuku. Yeah, turn the girls into demons, and eat the males. Muzan. Yes, wait, what? Doma. Oh, man. Akaza. Yes, Kokushibo. Damn it, Gyutaro. Nice mon, niece, Daki. I mean, they are pretty, but not as pretty as me, though. Muzan. May I ask why you want to turn them into demons? Izuku. Well, because why not? I mean, they are pretty attractive, if you ask me. Plus, even if we do kill them, Doma will just eat them up before any of us do. Doma. Can't help it, it's a habit. Akaza. That's my bro. Cries in respect woman juice. Muzan. Fine, do what you want. I'll take control of them if they attempt to reject serving under me. Kokushibo. You know what to do with these kind of situations. Kokushibo. Yes, your lordship. Muzan. I will be taking my leave, continue your jobs. Muzan then left. Izuku turned to the pillars. Izuku. No hard feelings, pillars. I've got a job to do. He stabbed Mizuto and Fujin right in the head. Izuku turned to the lady pillars. They were glaring at him while shaking in fear of becoming demons. Izuku. Don't worry, you won't feel a thing soon enough. That's a promise. He cut his own hand and blood poured out. The blood got into their mouths, and they coughed. The other lower moons slowly got up and watched what was going on. The two pillars were thrashing around violently due to too much demon blood getting into their internal organs and blood. After a short while, they stopped moving, and they laid still on the ground. Their faces were pale, and they seemed lifeless, but they were very much alive. Not just human anymore. Izuku. Looks like the transformation is complete. Momo. But they're unconscious. Izuku. So were we when we first became demons. They'll wake up in a few minutes. Kokushibo. What do you intend to do with them? Izuku. Well, I didn't really think this through. One of the reasons I wanted them to live as demons is because they were attractive as hell. Akaza. Damn, not enough RWJ. He needs to drink more. Anything else? Izuku. They were strong, that's another one. Anyway, I'm gonna take these two back to our place. You guys can eat those too. Zenitsu. You serious? Izuku. I wasn't the one that took them down, I only finished them off, so the food is yours. They started to dig in. Izuku, Tanjiro, Momo, Ochako, Jiro, and Kanao went elsewhere. Izuku only brought the two girls to their place, which he shared with Momo, Ochako, and Jiro. Tanjiro and Kanao went on a date in the fortress. Meanwhile, in a bar, Shigaraki and Kurogiri were chatting with their master, All for One, about the report on the USJ attack. All for One. The lower moons aided you in the attack. Shigaraki. Yeah, we didn't kill All Might, but they did take the pillars with them, and lower one cut the head off of one of the students, plus he turned the Nomu into a demon. Kurogiri. And it would seem that lower one has some sort of grudge against the 1A students. Judging by what he said, he only dislikes the boys, and not the girls. Only one of the boys that he doesn't dislike was this boy named Shinso. All for One. Interesting. Anything else? Shigaraki. Yeah, believe it or not, The lower one is actually Izuku Yagi, All Might's kid that was presumably dead in that bus accident almost a year ago. All for one. Really? That's interesting. I wonder what caused him to turn to the dark side. Shigaraki said something about All Might leaving him for dead. Said something similar to Psywave. He must have some major mommy and daddy issues going on. All for one. I see. I'll look into it more. For now, you rest. Lay low for a while. Shigaraki and Kurogiri both agreed to it, and All for one turned off his side of the screen. Shigaraki. Izuku Yagi, I look forward to working with you in the future. Kurogiri, get me a drink. Infinity Fortress. A few hours after USJ attack. What happened? A young lady woke up in the middle of a strange room, and beside her was another young lady that looked at least 3 to 4 years younger than her. She had no idea where she was, or how she got there. She didn't even have any idea who she was. I see you're awake. She looked to the side and saw Izuku watching Attack on Titan on his TV in his casual clothing. She jumped up and got into a defensive stance. Izuku. Hey, now, don't need to get too defensive. I'm not going to hurt you. How am I supposed to know you're not lying? Izuku. If I wanted to kill you, then I would have cut off your heads with my Nichiren sword. Besides, you're both demons now. Opening parenthesis. Shocked, what? Izuku. Yeah, believe it or not, you both are demons now. You'll eat people when you get hungry. I'm sorry, but once you turn into demons, there's no going back. But, Izuku stood up and gave her a hug. She cried hard while Izuku told her to let it all out. Izuku. This is hard for me. I'm not that good at lying, and I don't want to, either. But, in order for these two to stay by our side, I have to lie. I'm sorry, you too, but I have to lie. Your memories might return sooner or later, but that doesn't matter. Master Muzan can just erase them after. I don't even remember my own name. Izuku. And I don't know your name. How about I give you one? How's that sound? ? It works. Izuku. How about Kazuman? My Konosuba OTP. Kazuman. Yeah. That sounds good. I like it. Izuku. Okay, then, Kazuman. Welcome to the demon's base, the Infinity Fortress. Also, can you wake your friend up? I have to ready myself up for taking you around the fortress. Kazuman. Okay, but, what's her name? Izuku. That, I don't know. You can ask her when she wakes up. Kazuman used to be Kazuya as a human, went to wake up the other girl, who used to be Noriko as a human, but will now go by a different name as a demon. Izuku came out of the next room, and now he was wearing his clothing that he uses most of the time. His clothing is the same as Kokushibo's, but the purple parts are dark red. Izuku. Let's go, Kazuman. We have to go meet the others. Kazuman. Why? Izuku. To make yourselves familiar with each other in order to avoid confusion. And I see your friend is awake. Yeah, but I don't remember anything. Izuku. Must have been the many side effects of becoming a demon. Sometimes, it messes with your brain cells. All I can tell you is that some blonde guy with a black thunderbolt on his hair and a guy with grapes for brains tried to have their way with you, and so my friend and I knocked them out. Though, the guy with the grape hair isn't waking up from his slumber. I accidentally chopped his head off. Nobody liked him anyway. He tried to grope my friend, and I think he was getting to you next, and then stuff happened. Oh, Kazuman. Are you sure it was accidental, and not intentional? Izuku. Either way, it wouldn't really matter if he died. Like I said, nobody liked him, anyway. He was a pervert, and he tried to rape you too. You two were knocked out, and were bleeding badly. If we hadn't turned you into demons, then both of you would be dead by now. Kazuman. Oh, Izuku. I know this makes me worse than the boys from my past, and I did promise myself not to be anything like them, but I don't wanna upset Lord Muzan. So, I guess I have to go by an alias if I don't have a name, huh? Izuku. How about Mikasa? Mikasa. I kind of like it. Sure, I'll go by Mikasa. The former Noriko is now known as Mikasa. Also, this is what the both of them look like now as demons. Noriko. now known as Mikasa, a horn grew on her head, and her eyes changed from yellow to bright orange. Her blonde hair grew longer. Kazuya, now known as Kazuman, her eyes turned from fire red color to scarlet. Her hair turned from orange to red that faded to pink on the ends. Izuku, now that that's out of the way, I think it's time that I take you to the others. I must warn you, though, some of them are a bit loud. Izuku opened the door, and the first thing that the three of them heard were the sounds of everyone either arguing or being loud. Era, Tomioka, this is why nobody likes you. Fight me, Shinatsu. Gon Pachiro, shut the fuck up. Why don't you down and make me, tough guy? Why don't you come up here and make me come down there, tough guy? I am gonna come up there. And I'm gonna kick your fucking ass. Oi oi, Namu Amida Butsu, yeehaw, who the fuck are you? Who is? Whoub. I don't even know yo AAAAAASS. Izuku, WTF did we just witness? Mikasa, it is always like this here. Izuku, every once a month, yeah. Just then, something crash landed from the ceiling. It was Akaza looking pissed off, and Doma, who was trying to fight him. Izuku, what the, Akaza? All women are queens. Doma, if she breathes, she's a THOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO Izuku. I wasn't even away for 3 hours, and this happens. Where's Master? Kazuman. I'm going to assume that your master is stronger than you. Izuku. Second strongest demon in the entire demon race. Kazuman. Wow, Izuku. Anyway, I suggest you ignore everything else that's happening. I'll introduce you two to the ones that aren't part of whatever's going on here. They walked over to the Lower Moon's meeting place, which looked like a giant gamer's room that had like 20 PCs, which were all stolen, and the Wi-Fi was coming out of Zenitsu, and was part of his blood demon art. Everyone has like 20 ping or so. Nothing even higher than 100 ping. Izuku. Was up? Momo. Hey, Izuku. I see they're awake. Kazuman. Hi, my name is Kazuman. Izuku gave me a name because I couldn't remember my real one. Mikasa. And I'm Mikasa. Same goes for me, I couldn't remember even a little bit of my past. Jiro. That sucks. Ochako. Yeah, ours didn't get erased when we turned into demons, though. Nezuko. Zenitsu. Maybe you guys are one of the other 50% of demons that lose their memories upon transformation. Mikasa. Kazuman. Oh. Izuku. Don't feel down, you two. It's alright. He was cut off when he was suddenly transported to the center of the Infinity Fortress, along with the other Lower Moons, but Kazuman and Mikasa were left behind. Muzan was there, but nobody really noticed him. He was behind a giant flat-screen TV, so nobody knew he was there. Izuku. Another meeting already. Muzan. Not exactly. Izuku. Master Muzan, sir. I apologize, I didn't notice you were here. Muzan. Quiet, I want all of you to take a look at this. I happen to be watching TV, but this news report about your previous involvement with the attack on the USJ was brought to the media's attention. Zenitsu. As UA's principal being interviewed, sir. Muzan. No, Zenitsu. It's Izuku's father, who's being interviewed. I'm surprised his deadbeat father can still maintain his muscle form despite using it all up today. Just to clarify, about a week after turning into a demon, Izuku told everyone about All Might's real quirk, and Izumi being the new inheritor for it. Muzan took an interest, and he told the other moons of his desire to bring Izumi to the demon's side. Izuku volunteered to be the one to turn Izumi into a demon, and Muzan decided to give him the task to bring Izumi to the demon's side. Muzan asked him what his plan was, but Izuku said he'll look for the right moment to do so. Even though Izuku said he wasn't going to turn any of the girls into demons, that wasn't a complete lie. If he were to turn them into demons, he'd do it at the right place, and when it's night time. Muzan didn't want to wait, but since it's Izuku, who's willing to do it, then he just had to comply because of Izuku's high IQ, almost rivaling his own, even with all 5 brains. Izuku. They're probably only spouting more lies into the media. Either way, I wanna see for myself on how fake of heroes these fools can get. They all walked over to the back of Muzan's couch, and they watched the news together. The scene was outside of Ua, and All Might was there, which made Izuku scowl. All Might was a bit deflated, but nobody noticed except for him. Due to that, he wasn't as loud as he was supposed to. His voice tone was just lower. Also, from the looks of things, the sun was nearly about to set, judging by the background. Reporter. We're bringing you in this report from Ua High, where apparently, its USJ facility has been attacked by a villain organization known as the League of Villains. Here, we have All Might bringing us his feedback on the attack. All Might, what exactly happened in there? All Might. I can't say for sure. I was running a bit late, but when I made it there, the doors were sealed off from the inside. Once my wife and I entered, hundreds of villains were on the scene, and the students were being held hostage, including my own daughter. Reporter. Oh, my, that's horrible. Is your daughter safe? What about the other students? All Might. My daughter and her classmates are just fine, however. My wife and one of the students had been slashed across the chest, some had been beaten up pretty badly, and another one didn't make it out alive. His head had been chopped off by accident, according to his murderer. Everyone who was watching had gasped, while Muzan grinned, but the lower moons were staring at Izuku with a deadpan look. Izuku. It was an accident, I tell you. Muzan. Whether it was an accident or not, you killed that person. There's no going back from that. Izuku. You're right, nobody liked Mineta, anyway. He deserved it, either way. Reporter. Who would do such a thing? All Might. Believe it or not, demons were present during the attack. Reporter. Demons. All Might. Not just any demons. They were the lower moons. Reporter. How did you all survive that? All Might. I'm not the #1 hero for nothing, you know. However, 4 pillars were present there for the students' training, but, unfortunately, all of them had been defeated. And lower 1 was the one that killed Minoru Mineta, and slashed my wife and Eijiro Kirishima across their chests. Reporter. I thought lower moons couldn't stand their ground against pillars. Are they getting stronger? All Might. It appears so. And, there's something else that everybody should know. My son, Izuku Yagi, is alive. Reporter. What? I thought he was reported dead on the day of his birthday last year. How is that possible? All Might. He was turned into a demon, along with the other 3 girls. Momo Yaoyorozu, Ochako Uraraka, and Kyoka Jiro. All being manipulated, and worst of all, they were part of the lower moons. Izuku being lower 1. Reporter. That's too much information to register. Anything else? All Might. Yes, my son would never attack me, nor will he ever say such hateful things to me. That's what I believe. Muzan was only manipulating him into attack us, and saying such things. Demons are all being controlled by him, right? That's the only possibility. Reporter. Yeah, it is. Have anything else to say? All Might. Yes, despite being under his control, he still has some of his memories. He even tried to turn the girls into demons, including my own daughter. I just cannot allow it, so I hired some personal demon slayer bodyguards for my daughter that will watch her during her free time. That way, Muzan can't get to her. Reporter. Isn't that a little overboard? All Might. All Might. As long as it's to keep my daughter safe, I'll do any means necessary. Reporter. All right, I'll move on to the others. Thanks for your time, All Might. All Might. Ha ha ha, anytime. After that, Muzan turned the TV off and faced Izuku. Muzan. Well, any thoughts, Izuku? Izuku. Izuku was shaking violently, and was clearly mad. He just couldn't release his bloodlust because Muzan might accidentally kill him. Izuku. He thinks I'm being manipulated, just like all those other demons. He blames you for me turning into a demon, but he's too stupid to believe that everything I do is because of his actions. He even hired some guards for Izumi. Is he stripping me of my rights to see my own sister? Who does he think he is? I want to kill him so badly, yet I want to make him suffer a lot because of his mistakes. Man, this hatred for him is making me regret not killing him during the USJ. He looked up at Muzan. Izuku. Master Muzan, may I ask for your permission to go on a hunt tonight? Muzan. Granted. Take your anger out on your opponents. Izuku. And I shall. I'll go alone. This is something I need to do myself. Muzan grinned. Muzan. Nakame, send them where they want to go. Nakame. As you wish, master. Izuku. Where do you wish to go? Izuku. Let's see. How about the middle of Hosu City? It's dark out now, plus a lot of fakers roam around there. Nakame. Very well. Nakame then strung her biwa, and a tatami door opened just beside them. Izuku. We'll be on our way, then. Farewell, Master Muzan. Muzan only nodded. Izuku. Goodbye, you guys. Lower moons. Bye. Be careful, Izuku. I will. He then went through the tatami door. Once he went through, he was now in an alleyway in the middle of Hosu City. Izuku. So this is where all the heroes come out to play, huh? So many of them, and all the fakes are just as many. Time to wipe them all out, I suppose. He then set off. Unknown to him, somebody watched him from around the corner. He was a bit intrigued by what he said. He sees the corruption in this society, too. Interesting. I have to follow him, and fast. The person that was watching him went after him while jumping across the roofs of the building. Izuku on the other hand, he was hunting while seething with rage upon watching the news earlier. Izuku. All Might, your foolishness and delusion will be the death of you. You're the worst of all fakes. Izuku then saw a duo of heroes ganging up on a lone young lady in another alleyway. The lady had white hair and glasses, but the rest of her features weren't visible. Izuku landed on a roof, and he began observing the scene. Hero 1. Come on, we help you. Repay us. Hero 2. With your body, that is. No, aren't you two supposed to be heroes? You're just rapists. Hero 2. Watch your mouth, lady. Izuku was watching from the rooftop with a disgusted look on his face. The person following him also saw the scene, and he was just as disgusted. He was about to jump in, but Izuku beat him to the punch. Izuku jumped down in the dark alleyway, startling the two heroes. They turned around, and were met with his 6 glowing red eyes in the dark, scaring them in the process. Hero 1. You a villain, 6 eyes. Hero 2. If so, then you're in for it. Izuku. Me, a villain. Oh, no, I'm just passing by, and aren't you a hero? Why are you cornering this young lady? Hero 2. Oh, she just needed help, is all. Nothing to see here. Hero 1. This guy better leave now, or we have to kill him. Hero 2. Tisk. This guy got in our way. Izuku. Helping her. I remember her saying something about you two being rapists. There's no point in lying. I heard everything. Hero 1. In that case. Hero 2. We just have to kill you. Izuku. Hey, I wanna see you try, against a being like me. One of the 12 moons. Izuku walked forward, giving them the opportunity to look at his eyes, and they got intimidated by him now due to the fact that now they knew he was lower 1. Izuku. Die, you damn fakes. Izuku then unsheathed his sword from his scabbard, and he performed the first form of moon breathing. He sliced the two heroes from their hips, and not instantly killed them so that they could suffer the pain before they die. He then turned to the lady, who was shaking in fear of what she just witnessed. Izuku. Hey, don't be afraid. I just came to kill off some fakes, so don't worry about me killing you. I don't kill those who aren't on my kill list. How would I know that I can trust you? Izuku. You don't have to. If you don't wanna be here anymore, you may leave. Question mark. Alright, for a lower moon, you're pretty nice. Izuku. It's in my nature. Wait a sec, why does her voice sound familiar? And, thanks for saving me, even though you killed those two. Izuku. You're welcome. Just don't get into any more trouble. Can I at least get your name before I leave? I wanna know the name of my savior. Izuku. Ladies first, if that's what you want. It's Fuyumi. Fuyumi Todoroki. Izuku. Wait a sec. Big sis Yumi. Fuyumi. How do you know that nickname? Only my younger siblings and their friends call me that. Izuku. I'm one of them. Fuyumi. I remember one of them having 6 arms, and not 6 eyes. Izuku. Oh, yeah, I still have this form on. Lemme just. Also, turn a light on or something. You can't confirm who I am if it's this dark. He reverted back to his original form. Fuyumi shone her phone's flashlight at Izuku, but not on his face. Only above him so that she can get a clear view. Once she saw his face, her eyes widened. Fuyumi. Izuku, how are you, alive? Everyone thought you were dead. Izuku. Maybe you hadn't watched the news, but I became a demon on that very night. I wanted to be in order to escape from them. I didn't want to be with my family anymore. Fuyumi. But, why? Izuku. Well, as you may know, All Might's my deadbeat dad, and he neglected me because of the fact that I didn't have a quirk. Then, during school times, everyone would beat me up, including your own siblings, though, Shoka, she didn't really wanted to. She was manipulated into doing so by the guys, including her own twin sibling. She, along with the other girls, aren't the ones responsible for me becoming a demon. Fuyumi. Wait, they did such things. Is that why Shoka ran away? And, Shoto and the other boys manipulated them. How could they do such a thing? Izuku. Well, from the information I was given by the three that didn't bully me, they bullied me because they guys told them that it was to protect me, but in reality, the guys only wanted me to hate the girls, so that the girls could somehow hate me back, and they could have the girls for themselves. Fuyumi. Oh, my. I never knew Shoto would do such a thing. Izuku. If you want for info about it, ask your sister. She's living with Izumi, from what I know, but All Might put some bodyguards on her for some stupid reason. It's like he didn't even want me to come in contact with them. Aizawa's already enough protection for them, considering he's a pro, so I don't see the point in hiring bodyguards for Izumi. Fuyumi. Even though your own sister bullied you, you still care for her, why? Izuku. Like I said, the girls were manipulated. So don't blame Shoka for her brother's actions. It's just Endeavor's personality and arrogance passed on to him. Speaking of which, Endeavor killed my friend's family, and didn't even show any sign of regret, even if it was accidental. Fuyumi was shocked since she never read or heard anything like that about her father, but since she knew Izuku, she knew she could trust him on his word. She looked down, and she was holding back tears from her eyes due to realizing that her own father was a murderer. That was when she lost all hope of getting the Todoroki family to be whole again, at least, not with Endeavor and Shoto. Fuyumi. I see, Izuku. I think you should leave now. If anyone saw you with me, they might take you in. Fuyumi. Alright. Fuyumi then left for the train station, while still holding back her tears from the revelations. Izuku was left in the alleyway, with the two now dead fakes. Izuku sensed somebody there with him. Izuku. I know you're there. Come on out. Hey, impressive. Son of All Might. Izuku. Don't call me that. I'm not that bastard's son. Now, what do you want? Stain. The person now known as Stain came out of a corner and made himself visible. Stain. I took note of what you said earlier, and I came to the conclusion that you and I have the same view on this society. A world full of fakes and corruption within the hero society. Tell me, what made you see the corruption in this society? Izuku. I thought you heard what I said earlier. Stain. I don't want a slice, I want the whole pie. Tell me your story, Izuku. Fine. Izuku then proceeded to tell Stain his story. Stain was both shocked and mad at what the new generation of heroes was like. And like Izuku, Stain understood the situation clearly, and knew that the girls were only victims that were manipulated into becoming what the boys were. Stain. I understand now. So, son of Endeavor got his own sister to join in on the bullying. When I see him, I'll kill him. Izuku. I won't let you, they're my targets, but I won't kill them just yet. I want them to witness the consequences of their actions. You see, Shoto Todoroki actually had a crush on a friend of mine, Momo Yaoyorozu. He only sees her for her body, and was put into an arranged marriage with her, but Momo ran away with me on the night before we were announced dead. She's one of the 12 moons now, along with Ochako Uraraka and Kyokujiro. Stain. All three of them are alive, too, huh? Why did they become demons? Izuku. I'm in no place to reveal their reasons. If you want answers, ask them. Though, there's one thing I could tell you. All Might, He killed Ochako's and Kyoka's parents, and not the villains that he faced that day. Stain. What? Izuku. I know this might sound crazy, but despite All Might's image to the public, he's pretty stupid enough to even notice that he was at fault for the many lives that were lost during his fights. That time a few months ago, he was responsible for the death of all those civilians. We deem him as a murderer, even though we're murderers ourselves. Stain. All Might. A murderer. That can't be right. He's a Izuku. A true hero, is what you would say, but in all 6 of my eyes, he, along with Psywave and Endeavor, are the fakest out of all the fakes. All Might and Psywave are my parents, and they neglected me and left me for dead for being quirkless. Stain. You're quirkless. That's not a reason to neglect a child. Izuku. Exactly. Stain. I mean, you spend 9 whole months in your mother's belly, and all they do after finding out your quirklessness at the age of 4 is ignore you. What the hell kind of bullshit is that? Now I realize that All Might and Psywave are fakes. I thought those 2 were one of the few that were true, but it seems I've been deceived. Izuku. Yeah, those 2 never had any idea of my existence until my sister reminded them. As for Endeavor, he abused his kids and wife. The latter of which, he put in a hospital so that his youngest kids can't interact with her. Stain. I wanna commit a murder now. Bring me Endeavor. Izuku. No can do. I have other plans for that flaming landfill. For now, how about we make a deal? Stain. I'm interested. Izuku. As you may know, we, demons, can't walk in the sun. Even though my friend can manipulate the weather, it'll be way too suspicious if cloudy or rainy weather happens too frequently at the wrong time of the year. So, I was thinking of having some day walkers, or in simpler terms, humans work with us too. Stain. Pause. I'm in. Izuku. Really? Stain. Yeah, but on one condition. I don't want any demons coming after me, alright? And if they do come after me, I need those special katanas. Izuku. I have a few. Stain. Gimme. Izuku. The next time we meet. Muzan. Izuku. Izuku. Oh, it's Master Muzan. Yes, sir. Muzan. It seems you've made an accomplice with a human. Izuku. Yes, sir. He has the same ideals as mine, and he can be a great ally to us. He can be our day walker so that he can gather information about the enemy while it's daytime. Muzan. I'm not so sure. I don't trust humans that much, but from the way you put it, I say give it a shot. Don't fail me, Izuku. Izuku. Since when have I ever, Lord Muzan? Muzan, sigh, you have a point. Well, whatever. Go on with whatever you're doing. Izuku. Wait, hold on. May I speak with Tanjiro first? Muzan. Whatever. Go ahead. The telepathic link was then cut off between the 2, and Tanjiro was linked to Izuku's telepathic link now. Tanjiro. Hey, Izuku. Master Muzan said you wanted to speak with me. Izuku. Yeah, I just wanted you to get 2 sword from my collection. I wanted to give them to our day walker aka hero killer, Stain. Just tell Nakame to open up a door on my coordinates, and you should be good to go. Tanjiro. Sure thing. Anything for my bestie, Izuku. Alright, then, goodbye. And thanks, my guy. The telepathic link then disconnected, and Izuku turned back to Stain. Izuku. Sorry about that. I just had to have little chat with my colleagues and boss. Stain. I understand. Now, about that sword. He was cut off by a tatami door suddenly opening above both of them. 2 swords came out, both were Nichiren swords. Stain. Well, Izuku. Thanks, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. No prob. The door closed, and Stain picked up the swords. Stain. Thanks for this. Izuku. Anytime. If you need a new sword, I have at least 50 more in my collection. I invaded final selection once. Stain. TF. Izuku. Anyway, I have a job for you. Stain. Let me in on the details. Izuku. Mind targeting a specific hero for me? Stain. Sure. Izuku. I want you to go after Ingenium. He's that hero with a crap ton of sidekicks. Stain. Yeah, sure. Why him, specifically, though? Izuku. He's the older brother of one of my tormentors. Go after him, but don't kill him. I want you to make sure that he can't do hero work anymore. Knowing that guy's younger brother, who had Groot plant a tree up his ass, he will come after you. Stain. And where are you going with this? Izuku. He's got this knack for being strict and is kind of an asshole, but he respects his brother's works. His sense of justice is a bit twisted due to him being so overly obsessed with rules and stuff. Anyway, just from observing him, if something from him gets taken forever, he'll go into Terminator mode and go after whoever took it. I did it once when I purposely broke his favorite pair of glasses beyond repair, and it got me sent flying through the window. Lol. Stain. I see. So, if news got out that his brother got taken out by me, I'm going to be his target. But, how will he go after me? Izuku. Some of his sidekicks and close friends that are heroes work here in this city. After studying about UA, I learned that they have internships after the sports fest. I don't know when it is, but while it's happening, go after Ingenium, if he's not at the stadium. Just don't kill him. Are we clear? Stain. Yeah, we are. Just don't turn your back on me, Izuku. Izuku. I don't plan to. Until we meet again, hero killer. Stain. Yeah. Izuku then disappeared and went off to let more of his anger out. Stain. Hey, Izuku Yagi. You have my utmost respect, kid. You showed me the truth about All Might. He's no true hero, he's just like the rest. And Stain also went out to hunt down some fakes. The next day, hi, Izumi. Why did he have to do this? Izumi was mad at her father for putting Demon Slayer bodyguards for her to protect her from demons. She didn't like the idea of it, and much worse, all four of them were perverted males that can't even converse with her without looking at her chest. Right now, all were present, but Kirishima was absent due to his injury. Shoka. It's worse than you thought, huh? Izumi. Yes, I talked to him about it yesterday, and he said it was to protect me. I told him to have them removed, and you know what he said. Katsumi. What? Izumi. He said that if I want them to be removed, I have to return back to them. Can you believe that, Mina? Oh, hell no. They know that you don't wanna be with them any longer. You're already happy living alone with Shoka. Those four will only get in your way. Izumi. You think I don't know that? What's worse, the ones that were given to me are perverted as hell. Even worse than Kaminari and Mineta combined. Toru. We could sue them. Izumi. Won't work. The Slayers are all high-ranked, so suing them isn't an option. Sue. I might have a solution. The girls turned to her. Izumi. Alright, Sue. Spill the beans. Sue. You know how Izuku's technically on your side, right? Izumi. Yeah, but you're not thinking what I think you're thinking, right? Sue. Judging by your expression, I think we're thinking the same thing. Shoka. What's she thinking? Izumi gestured for the girls to come closer. Izumi. She's thinking that we lure them to Izuku, and have Izuku kill them. Katsumi. What, Sue, are you out of your mind? Izumi. But, it could work. I do want them away as soon as possible. It's better than going back to that hellhole. Shoka. But letting Izuku kill them. That's just nuts. Izumi. Look, Shoka, if you were in my position, and your bastard father gave you perverted bodyguards, and only choice given to you in order to have them removed is to go back to a place you don't like, what would you do? Shoka. Well, Izumi. Exactly. I know this is wrong, but it's either worrying too much that Shoka and I will get raped by those four, go back to our hellholes, or we have them get killed. The girls thought about it for a second, and they agreed eventually. Izumi. Great. Only thing we need to worry about now is how we'll get to him. The girls thought about it for a second. Due to that tatami door that came out of nowhere that Izuku went through, who knows where he was right now. Unknown to them, in one of the air vents in the walls, one of Nakim's ICAMs were spying on them while they were conversing. Nakame. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, Miss Nakame. Nakame. Your sister wishes for you to eliminate 4 Slayers assigned to be her bodyguards. She says that they're perverted, and wishes to get rid of them. Izuku. I don't know. Nakame. Izuku. She says she and her friend might get raped by them anytime soon if she doesn't go back to your parents' house. Izuku. I'll do it. I may have not forgiven her completely, but I could at least do this for her. Besides, All Might's the one at fault here. Those slayers' blood's on his hands. Nakame. I see. I'll keep watch over them, and inform you once it's the end of their day. Izuku. I appreciate it, Nakame. Back with 1A, Aizawa just arrived, and he looked like a mummy. Iida. Sir, is it really alright for you to be attending class while bandaged up? Aizawa. Shut up, Robocop. And yes, I'm very much fine. Did you really think a few injuries will stop me from attending my own class? Think again. Anyway, I'm just gonna make this brief. Your fight's not over. Chatter began among the students. And Katsuki, being the egotistical prick he is, he stood up and yelled. Katsuki. More villains. Let me at them. I beat them once, I can beat them again. Aizawa. Quiet. You only took down low levels, and you barely got out of there, even with Kirishima's help. You're still not good enough to take on the higher levels. Heck, you didn't even stand a chance against the 3 lower Moon 6. Katsuki. I was holding back. Izumi. I doubt that. Aizawa. Enough. As I was saying, the sports festival's coming up, so you better prepare. If you idiots get beaten, then one of the people from Gen Ed will replace you. Not like I don't mind, if you're one of the bullies. I don't see either of you worthy of being heroes, even with flashy quirks. The guys grumbled, while the girls and Shinso agreed with his statement. Aizawa. Anyway, class dismissed. You have 2 weeks to train for the sports fest. Do your best, you'll have to. He went back into his sleeping bag and became a caterpillar. Everyone started getting pumped up because of the sports festival about to begin. Izumi. Hey, girls, wanna train? Girls. Yeah, they then headed out, and first thing they saw was a bunch of students blocking their way. Some of which were of Class 1B. Izumi. What's going on here? Katsumi. Pretty sure they're here to scout us for the sports fest. Sue. Makes sense. We were attacked by villains, after all. Student 1. Hey, we heard you were attacked by villains and survived. Student 2. Not only that, but even the lower ranks of the 12 demon moons. Izumi. Yeah, we were, but barely made it out of there alive. They were then approached by a guy with blonde hair. It was Nito Monoma from Class B. Monoma. Oh, what's this? Class 1A being all high and mighty because of some villain and demon attack. I heard the pillars were there, as well, but they never made it out. And one of you died, right? How pathetic. And yet, you still dare to show your faces he. Izumi. Alright, we get it. Look, we didn't expect the moons to attack us, but at least they spared us on the orders of lower 1. And if you're going to insult us, insult those scums of boys in this classroom. They're the ones at fault of what happened to my brother. But Shinso's cool. We cool, Shinso. Yeah, sure. I'm way too tired for this. Izumi. And there you have it. Monoma. If you put it like that, only the boys of 1A are the scums here. Shoka. Plus, if you're going to ask, the boys actually thought they could kill the demons without Nichiren blades, and only just their quirks. How stupid was that, Toru? And did you know, these guys manipulated us into bullying an innocent kid when we were younger, which happened to be Izuku Yagi, Azumi's brother, who was turned into a demon. Mina. And Red Rock considered him unmanly, for letting himself be beaten and being born quirkless. Hey, and he considers himself to be a man. Oi. Somebody with silver hair and Akaza-ish eyebrows came out of the crowd. It was Tetsu of Class B. Tetsu. Did I hear that correctly? Some guy that says he's a man, beats up a kid for a stupid reason. Nah, that's way below, unmanly. He's the lowest of the low of all unmanly people out there. Mina. That's what I thought, as well. Izumi. They're mainly the reason why my brother turned into a demon. He never blamed us. He told us himself back in the USJ. Monoma. Hey, looks like you guys are out of my shit list. Katsumi. Good to know. We aren't really looking forward to making enemies, but rivals should do. How's that sound? Monoma. I accept. Though, only you girls, and Shinso over there. The rest of 1A, all scums. Shoka. Our first agreement, that's nice. Izumi. May the best one win. Wish all of you luck. Everyone. Thanks. The girls then left, and Shinso followed right after, but gone in the opposite direction of them. Everyone stared back at the boys of 1A in disgust, but being the pricks they are, they thought they were looking down on them. After a few seconds of chatting some stuff about 1A, the crowd left, clearing a path for the boys. On the way out, Izumi met up with her 4 perverted bodyguards. Izumi. Oh, great. Slayer 1. Izumi, we can carry your bags for you. Slayer 2. You must be tired, let me carry you. I wanna feel those marshmallows on my back. Izumi. Ew, no. Izumi and her friends stared in disgust at them. They walked around town for a bit while the pervy slayers were following them. Meanwhile, Nakame was spying on them through her eye cams. She informed Izuku of every detail that she observed. Izuku was pissed as hell of what he was informed of. He then went through one of the tatami doors that Nakame opened, and it led him to a top of a building just right next to where the girls were. He saw what the slayers were doing to them, and he was beyond pissed off. Izuku. Of all the slayers, why did it have to be 4 perverted ones? Geez, I might just kill them instead. Oh, what's this? Slayers perving on girls. Isn't that a violation? Slayer 1. None of your business, Die. Slayer 3. Ooh, lala. The person then went out of the alleyway, and she revealed herself to be Daki, Upper Moon 6, though her eyes weren't visible due to the very little lighting in the area. Daki. Out of all the slayers and humans of 8, you're by far the most perverted ones. Slayer 4. Wait, you're a demon, Daki. And here I thought slayers can tell the difference between a mere human and a demon. Consider me disappointed. Slayer 3. Shame we have to kill someone as sexy as you. But since you're a demon, no exceptions, Daki. Don't get too cocky. Besides, how'll you do against a being like me? Upper Moon 6. The slayers were a little taken aback by what she said, and they were feeling scared right now. The girls were thinking that maybe Izuku sent her to save them, but then they realized that Izuku knows nothing of what was going on right now, if he didn't follow them, of course. That was until Izuku jumped down right in front of the girls in a defensive stance. Izuku. Daki, what are you doing here? Daki. What the I should be asking you that. Izuku. Well, I received word that these 4 were perving on my sister. Daki. And I'm here because I wanted a night walk. Izuku. In that, Daki, I had nothing else to wear. Get used to it. Izuku. I already am. Izuku then turned to the girls. Izuku. Oi, sis, it's your call. Tell me what you want me to do to these guys. Oh, wait, I forgot, you wanted them dead, right? Izumi. How'd you? Izuku. Nakame told me. She has eyes everywhere. Now, go. We'll handle this for you. These guys will be out of your life soon enough. Mina. Izuku. Why are you doing this for us? Izuku. Because I still care. If I didn't, then I wouldn't have spared everyone back in the USJ. Don't waste the chance that I gave you. Now, go. The girls all ran away while thanking Izuku and Daki for handling the 4 pervs. Izuku. Now, as for you 4, I have some business to attend to with you. What do you think you idiots were doing, perving on my sister? Slayer 1. We're sorry. We didn't know she was your sister. Izuku. Even if she wasn't my sis, it still disgusts me to see someone assigned to be bodyguards perving on the girl that they were tasked to guard. You're a disgrace and a failure as a human. Heck, even if you become a demon, Lord Muzan will just murder you the second you make a mistake. The slayers trembled in fear. Daki looked amused. Then came out Gyutaro, who was being Gyutabro mode. Gyutaro. Nice one, Mon. My bro be stating facts here. Slayer 4. Ah, who's that? He ugly AF. He was cut off by Izuku stabbing him right in the chest, killing him instantly. Izuku. Nobody calls my bro ugly, not even me. In fact, if he's ugly, what does that make you? Gyutaro. Daki. Burn. The slayers were shocked and scared of the fact that their teammate was just murdered right in front of them. Gyutaro was crying true manly tears, even manlier than Tetsu's tears of manliness and thanking Izuku for defending him like that. Izuku. Now, Daki, Gyutaro, if you would like, wanna help me with disposing of these assholes? Daki, Gyutaro. With pleasure. They then took one each and brutally murdered them. Daki bitch slapped one of them to a wall, breaking his neck and killing him. Izuku skewered another one and then used loathsome moon chains on him. And Gyutaro just poisoned the last one to death. Izuku. Well, that settles it. Not eating these guys, though. Fancy seeing you guys here. Gyutaro. Right back at you, man. We wanted to get out of the red light district for once. It was getting old. Daki. True. As much as I want people to admire my beauty, I don't want ugly bastards to look at me too much. They creep me out. Gyutaro. Yee. Izuku. Geez, anyway, I got to go. I have some business to attend to. Gyutaro. Understandable. Have a nice day. Let's go, sis. The both of them then left, and Izuku went to look for the girls to see if they're alright. He saw them being stopped by Endeavor in their way. Izuku groaned in annoyance of seeing him. He watched them from a rooftop. Endeavor's back was facing him, so Endeavor obviously couldn't see him. Endeavor. Shoka, come home this instant. Shoka. No, I won't go home even if my life depended on it. Endeavor. Stop being so rebellious. Be like your brother and be obedient. Shoka. What am I, your slave? Ugh, you're no better than a kidnapper. Endeavor. Watch your mouth, young lady. Shoka. I'll watch my mouth once you get out of everyone's lives. Endeavor. That's it. If you won't come willingly, then I have to take you by force. Endeavor then grabbed Shoka by the arm and forcefully dragged her. Katsumi. Let her go, you flaming landfill. Izumi. She has her own rights, too. Endeavor. It doesn't matter. As long as I live, she won't be disobeying my house rules. Izuku had enough and he jumped down while looking at Endeavor with hate in his eyes. Nobody noticed due to his impact on the ground being quiet despite the high fall. Izuku. Not very hero-like, Endeavor. Forcing someone to go with you against their will is clearly something a villain would do, wouldn't you agree? Endeavor turned around and saw Izuku staring right into his soul. Endeavor examined him, and the thing that caught his eye was the kanji written in Izuku's eyes. Endeavor let go of Shoka and got into a fighting stance. The girls didn't expect Izuku to show up right now, but they were glad he did, otherwise, Shoka would have been returned to her hellhole. Endeavor. Well, if it isn't one of the 12 demon moons. And lower one at that. Finally, a guinea pig to show everyone that I'm stronger than All Might. Izuku yawns. You done yet? I'm not really in the mood for chit-chat. You see, I just had to deal with 4 perverted slayers that were perving on my sister and her friends, and I just came to see how they were doing. Looks like their day was ruined even more because of your presence, damn walking fire hazard. The girls laughed at his insult for Endeavor. Endeavor scowled at him and sent a wave of fire at him in anger. Izuku laughed at his sorry attempt and jumped away, but also getting hit slightly on the arm. Endeavor smirked, thinking that he slowed him down, but to his and the girl's surprise, Izuku ripped his own arm off and regenerated it on the spot. Izuku. Geez, you call that fire? What a pitiful excuse. Hellfire's nothing compared to Tanjiro's power of the sun. Heck, and he's a demon, someone who's allergic to the sun. Now I see why you can never beat All Might. Endeavor. Shut up. Once I beat you, I'll prove that I am stronger than him. Izuku. Blah blah blah, you already said that a minute ago. Stop repeating. It's just as annoying as your face and the smell of your armpit hairs burning up due to your quirk. The girls laughed even more. Izuku. Oi, girls, I suggest you move away for a bit. Things might get a bit hectic here. The girls complied and ran away towards the center of the city. While that was happening, a news helicopter caught sight of the fire that Endeavor shot out a while ago and decided to get something to report about. The chopper then set on live broadcast of the upcoming fight between the number 2 hero and the lower 1 demon. Reporter. We're bringing this to you live from Mustafa City. It appears as though the flame hero Endeavor has come in contact with, who appears to be the lower one of the 12 demon moons, and is revealed to us by All Might, his own son, who he said is being manipulated by the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji, Izuku Yagi. Everyone who were on the news channel was waiting for an epic fight to begin. Though, some specific people were having different hopes. For the boys in 1A, minus Shinso, who fell asleep as soon as he got home, they were all watching the broadcast from Ida's place, which was empty due to his parents having other business to deal with, and for his brother working late. They were cheering on for Endeavor to win since they hated Izuku. Even Shoto was cheering him on. For the girls of 1A, they wanted Izuku to win, but were only mentally cheering him on due to the fact that there was a huge crowd around them since they were in the middle of the city that had a jumbotron showing the live broadcast. In a certain hospital, Rei Todoroki, who was being visited by Fuyumi and Natsuo Todoroki, were watching the news and were a bit anxious of the coming fight. Natsuo. Hope he dies. Rei. Natsuo. Come on, Mom, can you blame me? He put you in the hospital, he drove you to burn Shoto's face, and then Tuya's death is his fault. How do you expect me to not blame him? Rei. Fuyumi, please talk some sense into your brother. Fuyumi. Sorry, Mom, but, after what I found out yesterday, I don't think I can take Dad's side anymore. Rei. What are you talking about, Fuyumi? I thought you wanted this family to be whole again. Fuyumi. I did, but I don't think I have any hope left. Shoto became more and more like Dad over the years. Shoto, along with the guys, manipulated Shoka and the other girls to bully Izuku, leading for him to run away and die. Natsuo and Rei were shocked. Rei. What? I never thought Shoto would do such a thing. Natsuo. Who'd you hear it from, sis? Fuyumi. I heard it from Izuku, out of his own words, and out of his own mouth. Natsuo. I thought he was dead. Fuyumi. He faked his own death, along with Momo, Ochako, and Kyoka. They all survived, but they turned into demons on their own accord. That's what Izuku told me when he saved me from being raped by two heroes. Rei. What? Natsuo. Hold on, so not only are those four alive, but are also demons. Also, why do you not say anything about you almost getting? Fuyumi. Natsu. In case you're forgetting, we're in a hospital. So please, tone it down. Natsuo calmed down and leaned back against the wall. They turned back to the TV, and saw that the fight still hadn't started yet. Fuyumi. To be honest, if I were to choose who I want to win this fight, it'd be Izuku. He showed me the truth. He told me that Dad ruined another family in the past, and he didn't even regret it. Meanwhile, in the Yagi household, Toshinori and Inko were watching the broadcast with worry in their eyes. Toshinori wished he could help, but his limit was up. Inko was in no condition to even do a rescue due to her injury. They didn't know whose side to cheer for. In the Infinity Fortress, Muzan told everyone to watch what was going on. He somehow stole a jumbotron off of some company that had it conveniently placed outside while it was nighttime. Muzan stole it when nobody was looking, and has Nakame put it in his own private theater in the fortress, for the heck of it. Muzan. Looks like Izuku is at it again. Kokushibo. It appears so. Doma. Oh, my. A battle between lower 1 and number 2. Surely, Izuku will win. I mean, you can't beat a demon without a Nichiren blade or the sun. And the latter is still a few hours away. The night has only just begun. Tanjiro and Nezuko snarled at the sight of their family's killer. They were cheering for Izuku to win. Akaza was being all big bro basketball mode and cheering on for Izuku in the corner. Everyone else knew that Izuku was going to win, so there was nothing to worry about. Muzan. I want to see something entertaining for once. Fun isn't something one considers at times such as now, but this, chuckles evilly, does put a smile on my face. Back to the fight, Izuku was having a stare-off with Endeavor. Once Endeavor saw the camera was on him, he began speaking. Endeavor. Boy, I suggest you surrender now. If you don't, then I'll have to burn you. And nobody likes to get burnt, right? Izuku. Endeavor. Oi, Izuku. Huh, what? Endeavor. Did you hear what I just said? Izuku. No, I thought it was boring since it was coming from you, so I just ignored it. Besides, what point is there when it's from your words? I mean, why would I even listen to some fake hero that's only in it for the fame and to show off his own strength? Izuku then dashed towards Endeavor and delivered a slash at him, only for him to dodge back. Endeavor then sent a wave of fire towards Izuku, but he just stood there with his sword in hand and prepared a breathing technique with a smirk on his face. Izuku. Perpetual night, lonely moon, incessant. He sent several slashes towards Endeavor, slicing apart and redirecting his fire in the process. Endeavor barely had time to dodge, and he got hit by the long-ranged slashes that were sent to him, causing him an injury to some part of his chest, but only minor. Izuku. Bleeding already, and I expected more from you. Number 2. Endeavor roared in anger and he prepared to punch Izuku. He sent a barrage of punches towards him, but Izuku dodged all of them with no problem at all. Izuku. You call those punches? Man, compared to Akaza, his punches are 10x faster than your sorry arms. You may be strong, but that's only against humans. So, I wonder how you'll go against a demon like myself. Endeavor. Izuku then found an opening, and so he swung his blade and readied an attack. Izuku. Waning moonswaths. Endeavor was way too close to dodge the attack, so he got hit and had an X on his chest from the slash he just received from Izuku. He regained his composure shortly. He then threw another attack at Izuku. Endeavor. Hell Spider. He sent multiple beams at Izuku and attempted to slice him. Even if he can't kill him, he could at least slow down his regeneration time. The attack almost reached Izuku, when suddenly, Izuku. Catastrophe, Tenman Crescent Moon. A series of slashes of crescents were seen getting sent chaotically in various directions. Hell Spider's effect was negated due to the overwhelming power, but it wasn't the only thing affected by the attack. Even some of the buildings around them were slashed into smaller pieces due to the chaotic barrage of slashes. Luckily, the news chopper was unaffected by it since it was too high up in the air. Endeavor. Raging Assault, Hell Minefield. Endeavor punched the ground, making it crack, and then he lit his fire into the cracks, and then the ground began to glow. Endeavor smirked before he let the ground explode. Izuku was caught up in the explosion, but all he did was give him a sly grin. A huge smoke cloud formed, but it was suddenly dispersed by Izuku, who stood there with a grin on his face, and all 6 of his eyes glowing. Izuku. I'm really starting to find this fun. Keep it coming, Endeavor. I can fight for until dawn, if I have to. Endeavor. I don't get it, boy. Even though you're facing off against the number 2 hero, how come you're not intimidated by my sheer presence? Don't you realize that my quirk can be a nuisance in your regeneration speed? So why, Izuku? Why, hey, I'll let you in on a dirty little secret of mine. Ever since I was a little kid, I never had any sense of fear at all. Endeavor. Is that so? Well then, I just have to make you feel fear. Izuku. You're welcome to try, tough guy. Endeavor then sent more fire toward Izuku, to which he keeps on blocking and redirecting with his own blade. Endeavor couldn't even land a hit on Izuku, and he was only playing. The first hit of his a while ago was an exception because Izuku wasn't prepared. Izuku. That all you got, number 2? Man, I wasn't even getting started yet. What a disappointment. Like your so-called masterpiece. Endeavor. Grrrah. Prominence burn. Endeavor sent a giant beam of fire towards Izuku, but instead of Izuku dodging, he just did this. Izuku. Hey, you really wanted me to do this again, huh? Catastrophe. Tenman Crescent Moon. 6-fold. He did the same attack he did a while ago, but only this time, he did it 6 times stronger, and 6 times more chaotic. About over 100 slashes were seen across the area, and Izuku completely overpowered Endeavor's prominence burn. The slashes were so strong, that Izuku destroyed more buildings in the area, along with slashing Endeavor multiple times, but not enough to actually hurt him too much, or else he'd kill him. As much as he did want to, Endeavor wasn't Izuku's target. Tanjiro and Nezuko had already claimed him as their target. Endeavor was bleeding too badly to continue fighting. He tried getting up, but it only led to him falling back down on the ground. He looked up at Izuku, and saw that all 6 of his eyes were glowing and glaring right into him. He had a smirk on his face that said, "You lose, I've won." He looked to the surrounding area, and saw the amount of destruction done. Luckily, no innocent bystanders were nearby, and the place was only in the bad side of Mustafa, which was the home to many thieves and villains in hiding. Izuku walked over to Endeavor, but he only passed by him. He was about to leave, but not before saying, "Izuku, you're lucky that you're not my target, Endeavor. As much as I do wanna kill you for what you've done to my friends, I won't kill you. Because they've already claimed you as their target. If you wanna stand your ground against them, get even stronger. You're way too weak. That's why you've lost. Farewell. You damn fake." Izuku then called for Nakame to open a door. A tatami door appeared right in front of him, and then he walked through it. Endeavor watched as he did, and then he collapsed on the floor and was rendered unconscious from the amount of blood loss. He passed out on the ground, and everyone gasped at seeing the number 2 being defeated so easily. Izuku got back to the fortress, and was met with everyone waiting for him. Even Muzan. Muzan. Well, Izuku. You seem to have had some fun while you were out. And here I was informed by Nakame that you went out to kill your sister's perverted bodyguards. Izuku. I did, and Daki and Gyutaro helped me, even though I didn't expect them to appear. I was actually on my way to greet them, but Endeavor happened, and I sorta got into a fight with him. Muzan. And that we saw. I've got to say, that was very entertaining to watch. Kokushibo then went towards Izuku, and then he bonked his head. Kokushibo. Idiot. Don't go all out, like that, again. Izuku. Were you worried, Master? Kokushibo. Maybe. After that, all of the other demons there were complimenting and praising Izuku for his obvious victory. Meanwhile, on the surface, people were in worry of the 12 moons. Endeavor was beaten by lower 1, so that means that an upper rank can potentially kill him when the time comes. Their only hopes now were the Slayers and All Might. Speaking of which, All Might received word from the police that one of their cameras caught sight of Izuku murdering Izumi's bodyguards. All Might was pissed off that his plans to get Izumi back was foiled, but he didn't blame Izuku. He still believes that Izuku was only being manipulated by the Demon King. How delusional of him. And then, after Izuku got praised by his colleagues, he asked permission to go out in order to take care of some unfinished business. He decided to go to his old middle school to take care of a few things. For the many times he's been framed to be in detention, he noticed that the teachers would stay up until 7:30 in the evening to take care of school stuff. He even overheard them saying bad stuff about him, which got him pissed off as hell. So, to finally have some payback, Izuku decided to kill them off. He was now on the school's front gate, and is heading into the main building now. It was a lovely night out. Fire was spreading, buildings were falling. On nights like these, teachers like these assholes should be burning in hell. This was exactly what Izuku was planning on doing. He was now walking through the halls with his blade in hand, and was ready to murder some bitches. He invited some friends of his, which were Gyome and Uzui. The two were outside and were making some preparations. There was another demon there, but she was only on standby and for recording what Izuku was doing. Gyome Himahima, blood demon art description, can create rocks and manipulate their shape. Not only that, he can also manipulate any existing rock, as long as it's in his reach. This works best in rocky areas, such as mountains and cliffs. Also uses stone breathing. Tengen Uzui, blood demon art description. Just like Kyoka Jiro, he can manipulate sounds in the area, and make certain areas soundproof. Though, unlike her, Uzui can change his own, or somebody's voice. He can even change it to sound like that of a singing voice. Uses sound breathing. Anyway, Uzui was going to use his blood demon art to change Izuku's voice to something more creepy later on, whereas Gyome used his to seal off the entrances and windows that the teachers could use as an escape point. With Izuku, he was walking through the hallways, up the stairs, and saw the teacher's office right up ahead. He stopped at the end of the hallway, and looked at the time. It was still 7:15, and the teachers get out at 7:30. Izuku was put on detention for until that time. The only good thing about it was that Izuku could easily take advantage of that fact, and eliminate the ones he hates. Though, in the meantime, he should eliminate the principal, and then move on to the other faculty members. He walked down another hallway, and up the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the principal's office was. He saw the principal just leaving his office, and once he finished locking the door to his office, he saw Izuku standing at the other end of the hallway, and his red eyes were glowing in the dark. The moon was shining through the windows, and they looked into each other's eyes, almost as if it was the beginning of San's fight in the genocide route. Izuku. Hey ya, long time no see, don't you agree? Principal. I Izuku Yagi. What aaa or why you doing he here? Izuku. Don't call me by that name. To answer your question, I came here to deal with something. And that something is your funeral plan. The principal knew what he was referring to, and his eyes widened in fear of what he meant by it. He backed up in fear, and dropping what he was holding as he prepared to run for his life. Izuku smiled and grinned like a maniac as he readied his blade. Izuku. Now, I feel kind of great right now since I just defeated that child abuser, so. He stepped forward, scaring the principal. Izuku brought his hand up, and raised 3 fingers. Izuku. I'll give you 3 seconds. Just try to run away if you can. Then, Izuku brought his blade up and pointed it at him. The principal backed away in fear of dying. Izuku. And be sure to cry, scream, and beg for your life. Let me see more of that despair on your face. 3. As soon as he said that, the principal began running away down the hallway opposite of Izuku's direction, and ran down the stairs, leaving whatever he dropped back up with Izuku. Izuku. 2. His voice echoed through the hallways, scaring the principal even more. Izuku was enjoying the sound of the principal's screams and cries of terror. Izuku. 1. Izuku began walking away from his spot, and his voice changed due to signaling Uzui from the window, and giving him the go-ahead to use his blood demon art on him. Izuku. He. Happy advanced Halloween, you son of a bitch. Izuku began singing in a girl's voice. Ding dong. I know you can hear me. Open up the door. I only want to play a little. His singing voice was heard throughout the entire school, but the outside wasn't affected due to the soundproofing. The principal found his way to the main entrance, only to see it blocked by layers and layers of rocks. He panicked and headed to the other exits, while still hearing Izuku singing. Ding dong. You can't keep me waiting. It's already too late for you to try and run away. The principal kept running and running, trying to find a way to escape, but the only thing that he found were rocks blocking every window and door to the outside. Once Izuku sang the last bit, the principal was starting to lose hope. I see you through the window. Our eyes are locked together. The principal shuddered at that part. He looked around, but saw that the only windows around him were the ones that were shattered by the rocks. I can sense your horror. Though I'd like to see it closer. The principal began running away again at that. On Izuku's side, he was already on the first floor, and he was only walking since he knew there was no way that the principal could escape him. Ding dong. Here I come to find you. Hurry up and run. Let's play a little game and have fun. Izuku sped it up a little with his pace, and the principal did the same. He found the fire exit, and tried to break through the door, but only to find it blocked by another rock from the outside. He ran up the stairs to the second floor and ran to find a place to hide. Ding dong. Where is it you've gone to? Do you think you've won? Our game of hide and seek has just begun. His voice continued to echo through the hallways, and the principal's footsteps could be heard from the ceiling on the first floor. Izuku smirked and continued singing. I hear your footsteps, thumping loudly through the hallways. I can hear your sharp breaths. You're not very good at hiding. Just wait, you can't hide from me. I'm coming. Just wait, you can't hide from me. I'm coming. Just wait, you can't hide from me. I'm coming. Just wait, you can't hide from me. Izuku ran through the hallways and followed where the sound of the principal's footsteps were, to which the principal also sped up his pace, and ran to the nurse's office, slamming the door in fear, but also alerting Izuku of where he was. He hid in the nurse's closet, where the nurse keeps her lingerie that she uses to seduce some virgin kids when they get hurt in school. Luckily, Izuku never did go to the nurse's office since the nurse didn't care for him, which was a good thing. Otherwise, he would lose his V-card to some nurse that seduces students just because her job was boring for her. Izuku was now outside of the nurse's office. Knock knock. I am at your door now. I am coming in. No need for me to ask permission. Izuku knocked on the door in a creepy manner, and was about to turn the handle, but it was locked, so he did this. The principal was startled, and whimpered while pissing his pants in the process. Knock knock. I'm inside your room now. Where is it you've hid? Our game of hide and seek's about to end. Izuku crept around in the nurse's office, while still having his red eyes glow in the darkness of the place, which also shined brighter than the moonlight entering through the windows of the second floor, which were the only way out right now, but since the principal panicked, he didn't realize it until it was too late. I'm coming closer, looking underneath your bed, but you're not there, I wonder. He flipped every bed, but to no avail, and no sign of him. He turned to the closet and grinned sinisterly. The principal was holding in his breath, but his trembling made noise because he unconsciously kept banging into the closet's door. Could you be inside the closet? Izuku slammed his hand on the closet's knob, and opened it aggressively, tearing the door off its hinges, and now he was staring right into the principal's eyes, drilling a hole into his soul, and filling it with nothing but terror. Ding dong. I have found you. Ding dong. You were hiding here. Now you're it. Ding dong. Finally found you, dear. Now you're it. Ding dong. Looks like I have won. Now you're it. Ding dong. Pay the consequence. He brings down his blade, and violently slashes the principal multiple times across multiple parts of his body, ultimately and brutally killing him. His blood splattered all over the floors in the nurse's closet, and also on the nurse's lingerie. Ding dong. Looks like I have won. Now you're it. Ding dong. Pay the consequence. He stopped slashing, and gave the sight a satisfied sigh and smile. Despite there being tons of blood on his clothes, he was still proud of what he did. Izuku's voice then changed back to normal, and then he turned to the nurse's lingerie. He did what he had to, and he stole them, for personal reasons. One of which was to piss of the school's nurse. After murdering the principal and stealing lingerie, he went back to the teacher's lounge, and just in time to see the teachers leaving the lounge, not even having a hint of fear and notice of what was going on. Once they saw Izuku at the other end of the hallway, they felt their hearts drop, and started beating as fast as a fucking race car. Izuku. So, I'm just in time for the end of the meeting, huh? How convenient. Izuku's teacher spoke up. Teacher. Wait. Let's talk about this, Izuku. Hear us out, Izuku. No. I tried talking to you before about the bullying, but you didn't hear me out. So why should I hear you out? There's no excuse for what you've done. People like you deserve to die. He approached them slowly, giving them more and more terror and fear as he stepped closer and closer towards them, preparing his blade to strike them. Then, once he was close enough, he did this. Izuku. Mirror of misfortune, moonlit. He swung his blade and sent several slashes towards the teachers, slashing them, and the walls behind them, and even creating several holes in the walls leading to the outside. Izuku looked at the scene, and he felt satisfied with it. Body parts of his former teachers, the ones that just ignored him and lowered his grades, lying on the floor with their blood sprayed and smeared all over the walls and floor, some even got on the ceiling. He went up to the teacher's blood puddles, and began writing something on the walls. He wrote, "Karma's a bitch." He turned around, saw the giant hole in the wall that he created, so he decided to create more from the top floor, which was the fourth floor. The floor of his former classroom. Once he made it there, he went to the center of the floor, and he performed Catastrophe, Tenman Crescent Moon, on the fourth floor, completely destroying it, and ripping off all its walls, and tearing the roof apart. He then used Moon Dragon Ringtail to shred the remaining bits off. After his fun, he jumped down, and went to Uzui and Guillaume. Uzui. You seem to have had fun. And it was flamboyant. Izuku. Thanks. Now, where's Shinobu? Shinobu then got out of a corner and put on her usual smile. Shinobu. Era, looking for me. Izuku. Hey, Shino. So, did you get all of that? Shinobu. Why, yes. My blood demon art sure is useful. Shinobu Kocho. Blood demon art desk. She can summon insects and command them to do whatever she wants them to do. She can even enhance their senses, and increase their strength and size, but only to the size of a remote-controlled drone that you can buy. Plus, she can also make non-poisonous and non-venomous insects to have poison and venom in them. She also uses insect breathing, and due to her being a demon, she's as strong as a guy that can crush an entire rock using only their fist. A drone-sized mosquito then landed next to Shinobu, and it had a camera with it. It was recording everything happening within the events of what Izuku did. Izuku. You guys did well. Thanks for assisting me with this. The three. Sure, anytime, I flamboyantly welcome you. Izuku chuckled, and he called for Nakame to open a door. A door opened up next to them, and they went through. Izuku. We're back. Where is everyone? Akaza. Either they're off to do their own stuff, or they were hungry. Izuku. Akaza, are you the only one here? Akaza. No, I'm not. Daki and the others are here. Your friends are in the lower moon hangout space, and I'm just here because I've got nothing else to do. Izuku. Where's your wife? Akaza. She's with Daki, Nakame, and Kotoha. Izuku. Oh, alright. I'ma go now. They might be waiting for me. Thanks again, you guys. Izuku then leapt towards the other platforms, leaving the others behind. His companions all went to their quarters, as well. Izuku ran through the corridors of the fortress, and then he heard someone behind another door. They sounded like they were panting, and he got cautious, thinking it was a human that somehow got inside the fortress since demons can't get tired, but they can still pant very hard if they're scared. He just wanted to make sure, so he opened the door, and he regretted doing so, because he found this happening. The two stopped, and then looked at Izuku, who was at the door. Izuku also stared back, like what? Izuku. I have no words, except, I'm sorry, I thought a human snuck in here cause I heard panting. Tanjiro. Kanao. Tanjiro. Understandable, it's alright, but can you leave now? We're kind of busy here. Izuku. Right, sorry. Izuku closed the door and went off. Tanjiro. Now, where were we? They then went back to their session. Meanwhile, in another part of the fortress. Muzan. I'm bored. Oh, well, might as well see everyone's point of view to pass the time. He began looking through everyone's point of view, and he found interesting things, which weren't anything new. Muzan. Inosuke running through the corridors. Aoi trying to stop him. Doma eating women. Akaza punching everything. Kokushibo perfecting his 15th form. Zenitsu and Nezuko hanging out. Gyoko making art. Hantengu being a wuss, as always. Kaigaku being a fuckboy. Daki with the girls. Gyutaro being a man. Tanjiro, oh, my god. He regretted seeing what he just saw. Muzan. Note to self, never look through Tanjiro's vision ever again. Back with Tanjiro and Kanao, Inosuke suddenly barged in on them soon after Izuku left, so their private time had been cut short. Times KIP. 2 weeks later. During the past 2 weeks, everyone saw the news about Endeavor's fight, and they were all in fear of what Izuku will do next. In all honesty, they fear Izuku more than they feared the most powerful villains of all time. The guys of 1A, minus Shinso, were all mad at the fact that Izuku stood his ground against Endeavor. Shoto was most mad because he wanted to surpass his father so badly, but instead, Izuku beat him to the punch, and even put him in the hospital. Karma, am I right? This what you get for putting your wife in the hospital. Meanwhile, the girls were happy that Endeavor was put in the hospital. He was an asshole, anyway, so what reason is there to be worried about him? Now, they had lesser problems to worry about, for now, at least. All Might was another thing. He was trying to get another set of bodyguards for Izumi, but nobody would accept because they feared that Izuku will come after them. He was mad, and now, he wasn't thinking straight because of his current mental state of anger. He wanted to use any means necessary to get Izumi back, even the most drastic of measures. Inko wasn't any different, though, she couldn't be on any help because of her injury. She did want Izumi back, and will do anything All Might will do, as long as it brings Izumi back to them. Not only the news of Endeavor's fight was made public, but also the fact that Aldera was shut down because of what had been found the next day. The place was in no condition to be a running school, so they just left it there to be abandoned in the middle of the city. It was off limits now, but some idiots went there for ghost hunting, only to never be heard from ever again. It became the latest urban legend of Japan that day, and it was the most feared, as of now. Nobody even dared to approach the place because they heard sounds coming from it, and even ghost sightings from that location were posted online by multiple people, who only shot the photos from afar, and not too close to the building. Enough about that. Time for the main event. Right now, it was time for the sports festival. The girls trained their butts off, and had the assistance of 1B with them, along with Shinso. They learned everything they need to about going offensive and defensive about their quirks. The other guys from 1A only ever went on offensive, and their defensive level was pretty low, even for Kirishima. They were now all on the starting line to the obstacle race, and it was unfortunately cloudy, but it wasn't going to rain. This due to another one of Zenitsu's doings. Right now, Izuku and his friends could be seen hiding in plain sight. Genya, Muichiro, and Aoi were with them, and they were only there because they had nothing better to do. They were dressed like this. They all had their demon forms disabled, so they blended in just right with everyone else there. Izuku was masking everyone's demonic presence with his blood demon art. The other brought their swords so that if slayers were present, they'd only mistake them for being one of them. Slayers don't really know who else is in the core, not even the pillars, so it's an advantage for our main characters. Luckily, Aoi used her demon art on everyone, so they can enjoy human food. Might as well explain everyone's blood demon arts while we're all here. Aoi Kanzaki, blood demon art desk, can heal anyone's minor and major injuries, but doesn't use it very often. She can also change their physiology if she wants to. Meaning, she can give other demons the ability to eat human food to blend in more with society, and for increasing their strength, but not even half as much as consuming human flesh. Kanao Suyuri, blood demon art desk, can grow foliage and plants from anywhere she likes, as long as she's in range. She can also manipulate what's in them, and what mutations it may have. For example, she can create plants that have legs, and even make them breath out poison gas. One time, she tried making Plants vs. Zombies plants come to life, and it worked. Also uses flower breathing. Inosuke Hashibira, blood demon art desk, basically just a boost in his speed, senses, and durability. He's most powerful in forest areas, and his senses are about on top level. His durability is also not something to look down on. Even if he's only lower 4, he has the hardest skin out of all of his fellow lower moons, which means, if you can't cut the other lower moons' necks, there's no way you can cut his. Also uses beast breathing. Genya Shinazugawa, blood demon art desk, can redirect his bullets to hit his targets, and can also redirecting his opponent's bullets. After enough training, he obtained this ability that in which he can activate by firing his bullets at his enemies, and then letting the bullets get into his opponent's flesh, and then he can grow them into a tree, and paralyze his opponents with it. Not only that, the tree can suck out a human's quirk, and depending on that human's physical attributes, he can even make them quirkless. If they have strong willpower, then permanently removing their quirk is impossible, but can weaken their quirks for 24 hours, at most. Muichiro Tokido, blood demon art desk, can release mist and other gases that he can utilize against his opponents. And when I say other gases, I mean even toxic gas and mist, and even carbon dioxide to weaken his opponents. He's killed dozens of slayers with this technique, even when it was only less than a week when he turned into a demon. Though, he didn't want to be in the 12 moons because he didn't want to be relied on, only for him to fail ultimately. Same goes for his brother. Muzan accepted their reasons, so he didn't promote them to the 12 moons, but he did promote them to something else. Also uses mist breathing. Nezuko Kamado, blood demon art desk, can produce flames out of her own blood. Can even manipulate their properties, like how they can only damage specific targets. She can also waterproof her own fire, so that she can even fight while it's raining. She can also manipulate other fires, such as wildfires and people's fire quirks, and manipulate them temporarily. Tanjiro Kamado, blood demon art desk, can do the same thing as his sister, but better, and can infuse them into his breathing techniques. He can increase the range of his sun breathing's techniques and attacks, and make them hotter and more powerful. His flames even surpassed that of Endeavor's. Also uses sun breathing. Momo Yaoyorozu, blood demon art desk, she can create anything from her muscles and she can create living creatures with her birth quirk, as long as she knows what creature she wants to create. She can even create wings on her back, as well as make her fingernails sharper than knives, and can even make backup blades and ammo for her comrades. she no longer gets fatigued upon overusing her quirk. Due to her being a demon, that drawback was negated and forever gone. Ochako Uraraka, Blood Demon Art Desk. She can increase, as well as decrease gravity without touching anything or anyone around her. She can also create a gravity barrier around single or multiple targets to either crush them or just trap them for certain purposes. She can also use the gravity barrier to suffocate her opponents with lack of oxygen. She can also use it to shield herself from incoming attacks. Her quirk was enhanced gradually upon becoming a demon, and she no longer pukes when she overuses her quirk. She infused her quirk with her demon arts. Zenitsu's, Jiro's, and Izuku's arts and abilities were already explained in previous chapters. Fun fact about the bunch, only Zenitsu, Jiro, Momo, and Ochako were born with quirks. The rest were born quirkless. Anyway, back to the story. Izuku and his friends were sitting by a giant TV that was outside of the stadium. Like I said before, Zenitsu used his birth quirk to turn the weather to cloudy and give them some cover from the sun. They were eating some of their favorite human food, and were watching the first event take place. They saw the girls of 1A and 1B ultimately taking first place of the obstacle course, and outwitting the others behind them. Izuku was smiling proudly of the way the girls of his past had improved. Don't get him wrong, though. He still hadn't completely forgiven them, despite all their hard work. He was friendly to them, but that was only to test them to see if they'd take his kindness for granted and not make any more progress on their redemption. Guess what? The girls didn't take it for granted, and they still continued on to show him that they regretted what they did in the past. And the guys, yeah, who cares, they're lost causes, anyway. The group saw that they basically bulldozed their way through the robot zone, and they had Katsumi throw them across the pit to the other side, so that they didn't have to worry about falling into the pit. Then, there's the minefield, which Izuku found most amusing. Once all the girls made it to the end, Katsumi used a pea shot to fire at the ground, exploding every mine that it hit. That got everyone who was behind to get sent back a few, and got them distracted from getting to the finish line. Izuku. Lol. That was entertainingly amusing. Inosuke. Fight me, Kazumi. Zenitsu. Well, he almost got her name right. Izuku. Yep. Aoi. Hey, sit down. You're causing a scene, you damn bore. And so the regular arguments between Aoi and Inosuke begin once again. Jiro. Do those two ever stop fighting? Tanjiro. Not in 1,000 years, they won't. Izuku. Geez, oh, great, my deep-fried butter on a stick's out. Oh, well, I'ma go take a walk around the place. I'll come back in 15 minutes tops. Momo. Okay, just don't get caught by any slayers or heroes. Izuku. I won't. Izuku then went around the place. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Kanao went on their own adventure. Tanjiro. We'll go around the place, too, you guys. Zenitsu. Please take care of Nezuko. Zenitsu lightly blushed, but he brushed it off quickly. Zenitsu. Sure thing, bud. Come on, Nezuko. Oh okay. Yes, I get to spend some time with my Zen. Zenitsu. Tanjiro set us up. He wanted this to happen. I salute to you, my brother. Kanao. Tanjiro, you supportive brother. Tanjiro. All going according to plan. Muichiro. What was I eating again? And then the two duos left to go do their own things. Meanwhile, Izuku was looking for a vending machine to get something to drink. He got a soda from the machine, and then decided to take a look around the stadium. He was walking around the hallways, when all of a sudden, he stumbled across a conversation that he was glad to have heard. He hid behind a corner, and then spied on whoever was talking. It was Death Arms and Kamui Woods. They were talking about some bad stuff. Death Arms. So, about that kid that made a fool out of me and turned into a demon, what are your thoughts about him? Kamui Woods. Well, for one, I think he's a fool for turning into a demon in the first place. Death Arms. Same thoughts, huh? Kamui Woods. Yeah, just because he was quirkless doesn't mean he should have turned into a demon just for power. Death Arms. And somehow, he became one of the 12 moons in less than a year of becoming a demon. He even beat Endeavor just 2 weeks ago, and in less than 15 minutes, no less. Kamui Woods. He must be crazy strong, Then if that's the case. Death arms. Tisk. Oh, please, even if he's a demon, that doesn't change the fact that he's still that quirkless kid that humiliated me. I got a lot of haters 'cause of that brat, and they all respected him more than me, but that went away when word got out that he became a demon. Kamui Woods. He could have just been a good quirkless kid and stay out of everyone's business, but no, he decided to turn into something that isn't human. I wonder how that happened, though. Death arms. However it happened, it doesn't matter. Besides, whoever did turn him into a demon is just as stupid as he is. Turning one of the useless people in this world into one of their own. How pathetic, even for a demon. And as far as I know, the Demon King's the one that assigns tasks to some demons. The fact that he even appointed the kid as a moon makes him just as stupid as he is, maybe even more stupid, if I do say so myself. Both Death Arms and Kamui Woods laughed. Those last few words echoed in Izuku's mind, and he seethed in rage. He decided to contact Muzan and tell him about the situation. Izuku. Lord Muzan, sir. Muzan. Izuku. What is it that made you contact me so suddenly? Izuku. Someone's been insulting you, and they're humans, nonetheless. Muzan. What are their names? Izuku. Death Arms and Kamui Woods, sir. I overheard them saying bad stuff about you, after they did the same to me. They called you stupid, sir. Just hearing them say it makes my blood boil. Muzan. Where are they right now? Izuku. Just behind this corner. Muzan. I'll have Nakame take them to the fortress. Now, I'll give you a choice. Either I kill them for insulting me, or you kill them for insulting you. Choose, Izuku. Izuku. I'll kill them for both reasons. Nobody insults you and gets away with it. And, I'll show them who's weak. On the other end of the telepathic link, Muzan was angry of the fact that he was insulted by a mere human. He commanded Nakame to teleport them to the fortress at once, and she did just that after Izuku told them of the location. Death Arms and Kamui Woods fell right into the fortress and looked spooked by the sudden fall they had. Izuku jumped in right after. Death Arms. Where are we? The two fakes got into a fighting stance. Muzan. You are in the Infinity Fortress. Death Arms. And who are you? Kamui Woods. If this is your work, villain, then you are under arrest. Izuku. Arrest? How can you arrest the Demon King? And you called him stupid. The two turned around and saw Izuku looking mad at them. Death Arms. It's you. Izuku. Yes, it's me. And I'm just as disgusted to see you, than you are to see me. The fact that you called Lord Muzan stupid, makes me want to slice you up and kill you right here and then. Muzan. Isn't that what we agreed on, Izuku? Izuku. Yes, however. I've decided that a quick and simple death is way too merciful for them. I want to make them suffer. Make them feel pain. Make them feel terror before their death. That's what they deserve after insulting you, Lord Muzan. Muzan stared at Izuku and read his mind. Izuku. Yes, these guys deserve the punishment for insulting Lord Muzan like that. Nobody insults him. Not on my watch. Muzan grinned. Muzan. Very well, Izuku. Do what you want with them. Izuku. I will, Lord Muzan. Now, for the two of you pricks. You're lucky that the sports festival is still going on. For now, Miss Nakame, please take them to a room where they won't be able to escape. Nakame complied and teleported them to another room in the fortress that completely blocks any point of escaping. After she did that, Izuku also went back to the stadium, but he told Nakame to transport him to a comfort room to avoid suspicion. Izuku went out of the comfort room, as if nothing had happened, and walked back to his friends, ever so casually. Once he got back outside, which still had cloudy weather out, he sat back down with his friends, just in time for the next event to begin. They watched the cavalry battle commence. Izuku. This should be interesting. Hey, wait a sec, where are Tanjiro and Kanao? Genya. Either getting something to eat, or are eating each other in a janitor's closet, as usual. Izuku. Yeah, it's pretty much normal. Nezuko. Agreed. Almost makes me jealous since I'm still single. Zenitsu. Same. The others looked at the two with an, "Are you serious?" Look, it was pretty obvious that the two liked each other. Times KIP. 'Cause author wanna complete this chapter as soon as possible. After the cavalry battle, everyone was given a break so that they could be ready for the next event, which was a battle tournament. The battles are as follows. 1. Hitoshi Shinso vs Katsuki Bakugo. 2. Katsumi Bakugo vs Shoto Todoroki. 3. Eijiro Kirishima vs Tetsu. 4. Shoka Todoroki vs Hontasiro. 5. Izumi Yagi vs Itsuka Kendo. 6. Mei Hatsume vs Tenya Iida. 7. Setsuna Tokage vs Abara Shiozaki. 8. Mina Ishido vs Reiko Yanagi. They were given exactly an hour for the break, and were expected to return by 1 p.m. sharp. Izumi, the girls of 1A and 1B were walking through the hallway, trying to find the way to the cafeteria, but they just couldn't seem to navigate through the seemingly endless maze that the Rat Demon had requested for the stadium. Itsuka. Oh, my god, why the heck are all these hallways so hard to navigate through? Izumi. Ask the principal, girl. You'll get your answer, I think. While trying to find their way through, they heard some running from another hallway, and what seemed to be laughing. They turned to the hallway on their left and saw a boar running straight towards them. We all know who this is. Inosuke. Coming through. Make way for Lord Inosuke. The girls moved away in a panic, and instead of Inosuke hitting them, he hit the wall, leaving a dent. The girls were a bit weirded out by him. Abara felt a strange energy from him, but decided to keep quiet since she just thought it was nothing. Inosuke shook his head and faced the girls. He first saw Katsumi, and he yelled, Inosuke. Oi, you, explosion girl, fight me. Katsumi. Who, me? Inosuke. Yes, you. Kantoni Byakugan, fight me. Katsumi. That's not my name. Inosuke. It's not. Katsumi. It's Katsumi Bakugo. Inosuke. Kurumi Slapaho. Katsumi. That's not it, either. Inosuke. No matter. Fight M. He was cut off by somebody pulling off his boar mask, exposing his face. The girls were shocked that a boy had a beautiful face. Girls. Oh, no, he's hot. Inosuke. Huoi. Suzuki. Give me my mask back. Izuku. It's Izuku. The girls looked towards Inosuke's back, and were surprised to see another person come out of nowhere. The 1A girls were shocked to see Izuku. Izuku. Sorry about my friend here. He's loud and he can't get names right. Except for a certain somebody's. Izumi. Izuku. Izuku looked to his right, and saw that the girls of 1A were staring at him with wide eyes. The girls of 1B were now in shock that the lower moon one was right in front of him. Inosuke was still trying to get his mask back from Izuku. Izuku. Oh, you guys are here, too. I was on my way to find my two friends that didn't come back for about 20 minutes already, but I didn't expect to see you guys here. Neither did I expect Peppa Pig here to rampage through these hallways. Inosuke. What did you call me? Izuku. Peppa Pig. Inosuke. Fight me, Pazuri. Izuku. TF you just said. Inosuke. I said, fight me, Kilikili. Izuku. Did you just call me an armpit? Inosuke. No, Izuku. You definitely did. Inosuke. No, I didn't. Shoka. Enough, you two. They both stopped and looked at Shoka, but then looked back at each other. Inosuke finally got his mask back. Itsuka. Is this normal for the two of you? Izuku. With this guy around? Oh, yeah. Inosuke. Oi, Izuku. You know I'm right. Inosuke. No, you're not. Izuku. You know what? I came here to do something else. You guys are in charge of Inosuke. He then left down the other hallway and continued to search for whoever he was searching. Inosuke followed him and kept pestering for him to fight him. The girls were left dumbfounded of the situation, and they can only watch while they leave. Well, Mina. That was interesting. Izumi. Wait a sec. Are we just gonna ignore the fact that my brother, who is a lower moon demon, is here in UA? Girls. Yes. Izumi. Okay, then. Abara. Wait a second. Izumi. Yeah, Abara. Not to be rude, but, are you really comfortable with the fact that your brother is a demon? Izumi. If he's happy, then yeah. His life was miserable, so, if being a demon makes him happy, then I am comfortable with it. Besides, I'm pretty sure he's only eliminating the ones that made his life miserable, or some people close to them. Setsuna. Does that include you guys? Izumi. Nope. Other than my own, he won't target our biological parents, for obvious reasons. Reiko. I probably shouldn't have asked this, but what if he does go ahead and target you guys? What'll you do then? Izumi. Well, Reiko. Here's two things you can do. Either you find someone with the special blade and have them try to kill him, or you can choose the hard part and let him turn you into a demon. The girls of 1A were silent and knew she was right. Izumi. You're right, the decision is hard to make, but I'm sure we'll make the right one in the future. I hope. They then went back to finding where the cafeteria was, and were still surprised of the fact that Izuku was here in the stadium. They decided not to tell anyone about his presence here because he didn't really show any sign of aggression to anybody. Though, the other two that were in the Infinity Fortress could say otherwise. Anyway, the girls arrived in the cafeteria, and they went to grab a bite from the many available food stores. Meanwhile, Izuku was still looking for Kanao and Tanjiro. Aoi eventually took Inosuke back outside. Izuku. Where the heck are those two? Don't tell me they got caught by slayers. He continued to look for them, and he kept doing so for 10 minutes or so. While he was looking for them, he almost ran into the people he least wanted to be seen by. It was his old family, and Inko was already healed up, but still not fit for doing hero work, so she's in her civilian clothing for now. They were talking about some bad and delusional stuff about why Izuku's acting the way he is. Izuku hid in a storage room, and put his ear on the door to listen in on the conversation. Unfortunately, the walls were soundproofed, and the door didn't even do any good since he could barely hear anything from there. Izuku sighed as he sat down on a chair that was conveniently there. He decided to wait for about 5 to 10 minutes just to make sure they were gone. The storage room looked small and unused. He can tell, even if it was dark. He decided to lay back on the chair and wait. He took out his phone, and began playing solitaire. After about 8 minutes, he heard a yelp from behind some stacks of chairs. He stood up and went to the source of the yelp. He turned his phone's flashlight on and turned to the stacks of chairs, and once he turned the corner, he saw Tanjiro and Kanao sitting on the ground. Tanjiro was practically biting into Kanao's neck, and neither have yet to notice Izuku. That was until, Izuku, why do I always find you guys at the strangest of places, and at the worst of times? They both stopped what they were doing once again, and they looked towards Izuku. They were questioning if Izuku has some sort of sensor on them or something. Tanjiro. How did you find us? Kanao. This is the last place you'd look for us. Izuku. Alright, I'll admit that it is the last place I'd look, but guess what? I had to take measures since my past was just outside, and this is the only hiding spot I can think of. Tanjiro. So, they're right outside. Izuku. Yeah, also, sorry for interrupting. If you have anyone to blame, blame the idiots outside. Tanjiro. Kanao. We agree. Izuku. Also, fix your clothes. I won't tell anyone of what happened, but your clothes surely will. The two suddenly realized of their lack of clothing. Tanjiro was shirtless, and his jacket was lying down on the floor, and Kanao was almost shirtless as well. Izuku left them to let them change their clothes, and he stood by the door. Tanjiro. Looks like we were caught once again. Kanao. Don't worry, Tanjiro. We'll find a way to finally go all the way soon enough. Only this time, no disturbances. Tanjiro. Yeah, though, that one time, we did almost go all the way, but Inosuke barged in a few minutes after Izuku did, and we didn't even start. We were so close, too. Kanao. Unfortunately, though. Guess we'll just have to go to a love hotel, then in the future. Tanjiro. The old-fashioned way. They finished and went towards Izuku. Izuku. So, I heard of you not wanting any disturbances, and I do apologize for being in the way of you two. Tanjiro. No, it's alright. You don't have to apologize, Izuku. Izuku. No, I insist. Least I can do to make up for it is to pay for your stay at a 5-star hotel. The two were silent, and then they suddenly started shaking Izuku. Tanjiro. Kanao. Are you serious? 5 star. Izuku. Shish. They could still be outside, and even if we can't hear them, who knows if they can hear us. And yes, I'd pay for your stay at a 5-star hotel. I won't take no for an answer. Tanjiro, isn't 5-star too much? We'd be good with only an average love hotel, but, Izuku, 5-star is final. Backing out ain't an option, either. The two tried to argue, but they knew that if Izuku made up his mind, then the chances of getting him to give up on his decision is in the negative numbers. They gave in, and had blushes on their faces because of Izuku basically getting them a room for intimate stuff. Tanjiro. Hey, Izuku. I don't smell anyone outside now, so, can we go? Izuku. Sure, it's halfway past the break, anyway. I'll go first, and you two can come out a minute later. Just to not make it weird for anyone that came by at the wrong time. Tanjiro. How would that make it weird? Izuku. If people saw the three of us coming out of a storage room at the exact same time, then they'd think that we had a threesome. That's what. He said it so casually. The other two blushed harder at how he interpreted that. Tanjiro. That makes sense. Kanao. Izuku. I'll go on ahead, now. Remember, a minute after I leave. Make out or something to pass the time, as long as it's at least a minute. Tanjiro. Kanao. How can he say such things so casually? Izuku then went out and first checked to see if there was anyone there. Luckily, nobody was there. He walked towards a corner and took out his phone to play some more solitaire. A few seconds passed by, when all of a sudden, he heard some people talking from around the corner. He turned to look behind the corner, and lightly gasped upon seeing the girls of 1A and 1B approaching towards his direction, meaning, they were also going to be passing by where Tanjiro and Kanao were. Izuku. Well, we're screwed. Better think of something, fast. He kept on thinking about some stuff in a hurry to help his friends out. He was using both of his brains, but even that didn't work. Before he could even think about an idea, the door to the storage room suddenly opened. He turned to the door, and saw that Tanjiro opened it, but the door was blocking his view of the girls, so they didn't notice that they were there. Both he and Kanao went out the door, and closing it from behind them. Once he did close it, only then did they notice the girls there. Izuku facepalmed and prayed for his friends. The girls and the two stared at each other weirdly. Shoka thought she knew Tanjiro from somewhere, but she just couldn't remember where. Kanao. This is awkward. Tanjiro. It sure is. Everyone was still silent. They didn't know what to say. The girls all had blushes on their faces after getting the wrong idea. Tanjiro and Kanao were also blushing harder than they did a while ago. Izuku thought of a way to save his friends from this situation, and he did this. He walked out of the corner, and called out Tenkana. Izuku. Tanjiro. Kanao. There you two are. The two turned around and saw Izuku. The girls were surprised to see him again. The two gave him the, "What are you doing?" look. Izuku, in turn, gave them the, "Just play along" look. The two complied, but were confused on what he was doing. Tanjiro. Kanao. Izuku. Izuku. I've been looking all over for you two. Inosuke was a pain in the ass to deal with on the way. Izuku then turned to the girls with a fake surprised look. Izuku. Oh, you girls are here, too. Izumi. Why yeah, didn't expect to see you here, Izuku. Izuku. I had to come looking for my friends. Looks like you found them before me. Izumi. Yeah, saw them coming out of the storage room. Shoka. Hold on, if they're your friends, then does that mean that? Katsumi. They're also demons. Everyone was silent. Izuku thought of a way to get out of this situation, so, he came up with the best excuse he can. Izuku. Yeah, they're demons. Maybe the reason why they were in the storage room was because they saw slayers coming their way, and they didn't want to be seen by them, so they hid in the first place that they saw they can hide in. Again, everyone was silent. Tanjiro and Kanao were praying for the excuse to work. Eventually, girls. Oh, that makes sense. Tenkana. Thank God for that. They thought they were in the clear, when all of a sudden, Shoka decided to bring something up. Shoka. Hey, Izuku, are these two also part of the lower moons? They look like the other lower one and lower three. They just look different now. Izuku didn't want to tell them the truth, but because it was way too obvious to lie, he couldn't lie, either. He couldn't make the decision. He wasn't scared or anything. He was only doing this because his friend's cover was going to be blown. Tanjiro tugged the back of Izuku's jacket, and he gave him the go-ahead sign. Izuku sighed and faced the girls once again. Izuku. Yeah, they are. Meet Tanjiro Kamado and Kanao Suyuri, soon to be Kamado. The two exploded in a red color brighter than Tanjiro's blade. Izuku laughed in amusement of their reactions. Tenkana. Ai Izuku. Izuku. Ha 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 ha. You should have seen the look on your faces. The two were shaking Izuku back and forth, whereas the girls were still dumbfounded by what they were seeing, and were all like, are these guys really the lower moons? They all sweat dropped at them, but Shoka had another thing in mind. Shoka. Hold on, if these guys are lower moons, why'd they have to hide from the Slayers? If they were normal Slayers, then they would have been easily taken out by you too, so why'd you have to hide? Kanao. Well, if someone were to see their corpses, then it'd cause a panic in the stadium. We don't want that, we only came here to enjoy the sports fest. Tanjiro. What she said. Izuku. That's a good excuse. Girls. Oh, okay. Izuku. Well, I think we all should part ways now. I just saw All Might pass by not too long ago. If he sees us all together, then not only will we be in trouble, but you guys, as well. The girls all agreed on that. Izuku. Remember, not one of you guys talk about meeting us here. We keep quiet of our meetings. Got it. Everyone nodded their heads, yet. Izuku. Okay, then. Guess this is where we part ways. Izumi. Why yeah, Izuku. Farewell, you guys. Until we meet again. Izuku then took Tanjiro and Kanao with him and ran to wherever the hallways take him. The girls watched them as they turned the corner. They kept shut about ever seeing them, as part of their agreement. They had about only 37 minutes left until the battle tournament starts. They decided to go outside to the food stalls to get something else to eat. They got lost in the maze of hallways, so they took longer to get outside than they had planned to. Meanwhile, the three finally got outside, thanks to Izuku memorizing the way he went into. They met up with their friends outside, and they immediately asked where they were. Izuku. No worries, you guys. These two just got lost inside. Zenitsu. Well, that's understandable. The place is a maze. Nezuko. More like a maze-ing. Zenitsu. Hey. Yeah. Izuku. Also, we kind of bumped into company along the way. Momo. Really? Who? Izuku. It's Ochako. Lemme guess. It's 1A and 1B girls. Izuku. Yeah, how do you know? Ochako. 'Cause they're all right behind you. Izuku, Tanjiro, and Kanao turned around and saw that the girls from earlier were right behind them. Izuku. What a coincidence. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to hype this video as it helps a lot, and now we will see you in the next video.